Life Understood by F. L. Rawson. 5th edition, published in 1920. This is a historical, public domain work. It reflects its author's religious, scientific, and medical beliefs of that era. Claims about disease, diagnosis, treatment, or mortality are presented for historical and literary context, not as medical advice, and may conflict with modern evidence-based guidance. Do not use this recording to diagnose or treat a condition, or to delay or replace care from a qualified health professional. In an emergency, contact local emergency services. You are listening to Part 3. This audiobook is presented in 4 parts. This part contains sections 6 and 7. Section VI, Mind Ethereal No-Mind, is Enmity Against God, Romans 8:7. Notwithstanding the phenomenal results apparent, instances of which have been pointed out, the human so-called mind can cognize nothing absolutely, can do nothing good, nor provide anything either real or permanent. Its very best seeming effects are nothing more than counterfeits of reality. They that are in the flesh cannot please God. Romans 8:8. As it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. Romans 3:10. Jesus showed that even the purest human, being material or carnal mind and body, could not be really good, as he said, "Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is, God." Matthew 19:17. Good is absolute, evil relative. What we call good is only more or less bad, and you can always suggest an improvement upon everything except the spiritual realities of heaven. The principle of mathematics is, however, true and therefore cannot be improved. God good is absolute, that is, nothing can be better, because nothing is less than perfect in heaven. Evil is relative, that is, everything can be either better or worse in the seeming material world, this world of evil. Jesus said, "Ye the material so-called you are of your father the devil. He abode not in the truth, root meaning reality, because there is no truth reality in him. He is a liar and the father of it." John 8:44. We are also told, "Yet hath he seen no good, do not all go to one place." Ecclesiastes 6:6. If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves. 1 John 1:8. All that is in the world is not of the Father, but is of the world, and the world passeth away. 1 John 2:16-17. He that committeth sin is of the devil, for the devil sinneth from the beginning. John then refers to the apparent duality of man and continues, "For this purpose the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil. Whosoever is born of God cannot sin, because he is born of God." 1 John 3:8-9. The carnal mind, the human mind, called also the soul, is enmity against God, for it is not subject to the law of God, neither indeed can be. So then they that are in the flesh cannot please God. Romans 8:7-8. We know that we are of God, and the whole world lieth in wickedness. 1 John 5:19 is another reference to the apparent duality of the world. The following passage shows that Paul knew that the material counterfeit cannot be the man he has spoken of. They which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God. Romans 9:ver. We all agree with what Paul says, "In me dwelleth no good thing. How to perform that which is good I find not. For the good that I would I do not, but the evil which I would not that I do. It is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me." Then he continues with a burst of exultation, "For I delight in the law of God after the inward man." Romans 7:18-20-22. Remember that this I is the mortal counterfeit. Conscience. What we have humanly called good depends upon our conscience, and that has depended upon the way in which we have been brought up. Knowledge of truth has now lifted man above any hereditary limitations or arbitrary educational influences. I was once told that a tribe in Central Africa considered it an absolute necessity to their welfare in afterlife to kill and eat their parents when they got to a certain age. It certainly was better for the parents to be fattened up for a year, as they used to be, and then painlessly killed when asleep and eaten than to be left in the jungle to starve, the fate of the aged of the neighboring tribes. The Chukchas stone their aged, and some of the Indian tribes give them over to tigers. Sin is not imputed when there is no law, Romans 5:13. Darwin, in his journal during the voyage of HMS Beagle round the world, gives the reply of the Tierra del Fuegan boy to the question why they ate their old women when hungry instead of their dogs. Doggies catch otters, old women no. Sin, all unrighteousness a way that is not right, is sin, 1 John 5:17. One night when at work for patients, listening for about a minute and a half to a train at a distance, trying to mount a hill, I suddenly recognized that this was wasting time, and on consideration saw that it could only be looked upon as sinning. This was because I had two patients then habitually in pain, and a minute and a half's prayer for one of them would certainly have given relief more or less, possibly permanently. To him that knoweth to do good, and doth it not, to him it is sin. James 4:17. The problem remains to seek evil rather in self than in Satan, Satan only showing the limits of our self-knowledge, Schleiermacher. Now when we find this evil in our so-called consciousness, we can destroy it instead of moaning over it, as we used to do in the past. Sin is a lie from the beginning, the outcome of evil or the devil, a liar and the father of it, John 8:44. It is purely illusory, an assumption that nothing is something. If you either love or fear sin, you are making something of it, and in either case you are punished for belief in a power other than that of God. A disobeying of the grand first commandment, "Thou shalt have none other gods before me," Deuteronomy 5:7. That which you mentally admit and dwell upon as possible will appear at some time and in some form as manifest evil. Destroy the idea of sin as something real, and you destroy the love or fear of it, as the case may be. And sin disappears. Fear unconquered becomes the conqueror. The belief in sin, the miasma of earth, is due to the 10 action of wrong thoughts, thoughts unlike God, upon a human so-called mind not sufficiently purified. If you destroy the sense of sin, the sin disappears. We must, however, condemn evil in every disguise and enlist to lessen sin, disease, and death through Christ, truth. It is a fight for immortality, with all its glorious happiness, and 15 shared with those we now love. The punishment of sin is only removed as the sin is removed by being destroyed. The belief that at the last moment a man may be pushed into heaven by the prayers of another, or by a few tears on his part, is responsible for a large amount of the sin prevalent. Men would not sin if they knew that they always had an adequate punishment. They would soon learn how to stop sin if they recognized that they were punished at once. Sin is never punished after its removal. The only punishment a man receives is from material so-called thoughts. They cause all the trouble resulting from sin. Sin is a form of madness. 25. When you know and prove by demonstration that sin has no power, the sin and its punishment are removed forever. Sin, sickness, and trouble, unfortunately, appear fearfully real to us in this material dream world, but they are not real in an absolute or philosophical sense. That is to say, the only reality is God and heaven. The realization that the sin, etc., does not exist in heaven, where all is spiritual and perfect, will cure the sin and its consequences quicker than anything else, and enable a man to fight against it with ease instead of with difficulty. Persecution. Hitherto we have never had a standard by which to work. All so-called good in the material world has been relative. Hence the terrible crimes in the past, committed by good men, the persecutions of Christians by would-be Christians. This persecution is by no means obsolete, and so distorted is the human standard of good that the persecuted are often, on their emergence from trouble, the first to turn round and become the persecutors. The absolute standard of good. At last, we have an accurate standard by which to gauge every thought, and each thought that will not stand the test cannot be too quickly cast out from our consciousness. This standard is the standard of absolute good, God, and to think in accordance with, and therefore live by this standard, is to find here and now the kingdom of God that is within. The unfailing action of the principle of good. So certain is the action of God, the divine principle of all good, that if anyone reading these words will only turn away in thought from the material to the true mental standpoint, deny the reality of his trouble, and dwelling on God, good, lose all sense of a material world, by realizing with sufficient clearness the omnipotence of his perfect action in the perfect world, heaven, he will be healed instantaneously. No one can doubt this when the principle at work is really understood. Cease all doubts and prove it for yourself at once. The eternal truth heals now just as certainly as it did 900 years ago, when the Savior of the world, Christ Jesus, proved man's divine origin and the invincible power of the Christ. Again, so certain and continuous is this ever-acting principle that, although some may not understand fully the statements and arguments now being presented, yet if they accept them with an open mind and an earnest desire to know more of God, from that moment their troubles begin to disappear. This truth has been proved and is being proved in thousands of cases daily. Apparent two worlds. Listen, John, beloved of my Father, foolish men thus say in false accusation that my Father fashions their bodies of clay, but by the Holy Spirit he made all the powers of the heavens, and it was through false accusation that the saints were found having mortal bodies of clay, and by reason of this they were betrayed unto death. From Uncanonical Gospel in the British Museum, attributed to St. John. We have to keep quite clearly before us the difference between these seemingly two universes, the real and the unreal, always denying the reality of the unreal or three-dimensional world, the material hell, and endeavoring to realize the perfection of the real and spiritual or four-dimensional world, heaven and our real consciousness, now every hour growing clearer to the dawning spiritual senses, until the final disappearance of all illusion and the apprehension of the spiritual. While we look not at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen. For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. 2 Corinthians 4:18. Many mix up the two, and this is one of the chief difficulties with most of the principal so-called mental schools, which, accurately speaking, should be called ethereal schools. They believe that matter is a manifestation of spirit, whereas that which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the spirit is spirit. John ver. 6. It is impossible to get such a result as the instantaneous healing of cancer and other false growths in the proper way, which is a permanent cure, namely, by the purification of the patient's so-called mind or human consciousness, while this wrong idea of the world, and therefore of matter, is even tacitly accepted by the healer through ignorance. A collective force of foolish beliefs. What is the matter with this race? Everybody is afraid. They are taught as babies to be afraid. Don't eat that ice cream, my dear little thing. Why not, mama? Plus because you will have about 50 or 60 kinds of stomach ache if you do. Edward Kim Ball. From what has been said, it will be recognized that any form of belief held by enough people in a community becomes a so-called law to that community, apparently active and seemingly affecting more or less every individual member. When this form of belief produces so-called good effects, apparently no harm worth mentioning is done. But when the belief is a belief in evil, the members of the community, whose minds are receptive and who do not know how to protect themselves, suffer in proportion to the condition of their so-called minds and the general intensity of the belief. Such suffering often wakens man to vital facts. The effect of these general beliefs, at first merely ethereal thoughts and later intensified into materially visible trouble, is very noticeable in the case of disease. In countries where ignorance prevails amongst the lower classes, such as in India, it is quite enough to strongly impress a native that he has fallen a victim to a prevalent disease, such as the plague, for him to show signs of it. On the appearance of these symptoms, he gives up all hope and shortly disappears, another victim to the curse of ignorance. Even in the forefront of civilization, the same results are just as prevalent. For instance, 50 years ago, watermelons were considered rank poison to the majority. Dr. Tanner, at the end of his 40 days fast, surprised everyone by gorging himself with this deadly fruit. With much astonishment, the world woke up to the fact that sugar and water could not possibly hurt anyone when known to be harmless, and there was one bugbear less to the infant gourmet, another light, wholesome, and palatable food added to the list. Fruit pie, again, fell under the ban of general belief. At one time in America, it was pie at breakfast, pie between meals, pie at lunch, dinner, tea, and whenever Tommy could get into the larder. Then fear came pointing its finger, colic followed in its train, and before long, not only did Tommy suffer from his forbidden repast, but Tommy's father drenched himself with noxious draughts in the hope of vanquishing the enemy that was raging within. Now fruit pie smiles serenely on nearly all its votaries, and Tommy sleeps quietly at night. The punishment for his raid on the family larder being confined to his father's slipper. The action of food. Not only has man learned that he need not be afraid of any kind of food, but he is learning that the apparent action of food is purely owing to mistaken human beliefs, and that food is not necessary to sustain life. One friend of mine has recently fasted for 40 days and for 60 days, while one frequently hears of men fasting from 10 to 20 days with good effects as far as health goes. Two friends of mine have for years never had more than a few pieces of bread and butter daily, with either a little milk or some tea, and yet enjoy robust health. A client of mine, a well-known authority on food, told me that an acquaintance of his had, for over a year, only taken one mouthful per day, which he masticated until it disappeared, and yet was perfectly nourished. Of course, food at present is necessary, but a little later, when we know more, we shall find that right thinking will be more effective than any food. Be a law of God, good unto yourself. Dr. Theodor Siebert, a German authority on diet, after 15 years' observation of the diet of famous athletes and wrestlers, states, "The general result of my observations is this: every person is a law unto himself." What better testimony can we want than this to the fact that the result of food is solely a question of a person's mentality and the thoughts that come to him, and this can be judged of by what he thinks. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength, they shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. Isaiah 40:31. Bacteria are affected by human thought just as much as any other animals, and the mental call by the patient to battle or to carousal is just as effective as the audible call with any other freebooter. Belief in sickness is in many cases a mere foolish belief. Some parade their troubles in the hope of attracting attention, others commit suicide by attempting to win what one may almost call fame by their continual ailments. Many are almost offended at the idea of possible health, and all are more or less flattered by any attentions to supposed bodily weaknesses. Many lie a prey to constant fears, while the one hopelessly infectious disease called death everyone unanimously accepts as eventually his final and fatal ailment. Sleep a waste of time. Similarly, sleep seems at present necessary, but very little is required. A friend of mine for several years has not averaged more than 3 hours and constantly has worked by my side the whole night through without the slightest ill effect. It is quite easy to work night after night for a patient, doing one's ordinary business through the day, without the slightest feeling of either tiredness or sleepiness, and with no ill effects. Naturally, it is necessary to know the truth in order to obtain such results. Active thinking is the basis of all true existence. All that is necessary is to realize that man, the real man, never sleeps, for God is mind, ever active, and man reflects that mind and never sleeps in the reality. Therefore no want of sleep can harm man, as he is spiritual. Curiously, the realization of the same truth will help a person suffering from insomnia, as when fear has gone, and he recognizes that sleeplessness will not harm him, the worry disappears, and the realization that man is governed by the peace of God which passeth all understanding, soon gives him the desired sleep. As man becomes less material, he always tries to remain awake as long as he possibly can, so as to be of more use to others. This motive leads to the habit of thought, which brings best results to himself. Sleep is found now not to be necessary. An American doctor advises his patients not to sleep, saying that the mind rests more when a man is quietly lying down than when he is unconscious. I have recently heard of a man in Philadelphia who has not slept for over 10 years and yet is in perfect health. There are many other foolish beliefs binding man to matter, and no doubt each will readily recognize his own special-seeming limitations and commence to get rid of them, with much advantage to himself and those around. The sooner he starts, the better for him, and the sooner he will, with perfect confidence, be able to control the important things of life. An ounce of practice is worth many pounds of theory. Sir John Goss, the musician, used to put it thus: an ounce of practice to 100 weight of theory. False beliefs. A few of the more dangerous beliefs that have been founded on false premises may now be dealt with. Hypnotism. There are few powers at present available to man more dangerous than that which is displayed by the hypnotist. This is a power that no good man has a right to exercise. Annie Besant. Hypnotism is a belief in the apparent control of one human being over another, leading to moral and to physical death. It is a mistakenly imagined fight in which the stronger overpowers the weaker. This false, mental, really higher physical force is always more or less harmful, and in its varying forms of animal magnetism, spiritual wickedness in high places, so-called mental malpractice, etc., is the greatest enemy of the human race that ever had or ever will have an apparent sense of reality between the present time and its final total destruction. Now, thank God, nearing with tremendous rapidity. I was once asked by the Lord Chief Justice to draft a bill for the stopping of mental malpractice. My reply was that the remedy would be worse than the disease, as it would draw people's attention to the harmful effects obtainable. The time is now almost ripe for legislation on the subject. Undoubtedly, hypnotic exhibitions at public entertainments should be prohibited by law, as in Switzerland, Holland, and other countries. I also think that its use should be limited to certified practitioners until it can be stopped altogether. As showing the dangerous power of hypnotism, Sir Henry Morris, Bart. M.B. FRCS writes, Esdale, it is said, on one occasion hypnotized a man in open court behind his back and without his knowledge. Plus Sir Francis R. Cruz, M.D., an authority on the subject, writes and puts it in italics, as we use it, it will be for good or evil. There are 5 different forms of hypnotism, all of them wrong, and all of them merely altering human phenomena. Of these 5, all except autosuggestion, which again may be subdivided into 2 heads, are the theoretical, ethereal action of one human consciousness over another. There is also the hypnotic action of thoughts upon a human being without such thoughts intensifying themselves on a second unfortunate individual. Hypnotic prayer. Take, for examination, one of the least obnoxious forms, namely, when a man prays for anything and then is certain that a preconceived result is going to be brought about by the action of God. We can never choose what is best for a man, and outlining desired results in this way can in any case only bring about what the person praying thinks is best, and both human beings are necessarily harmed to a certain degree, and are possibly harmed to a very serious extent. When praying for anyone in the right way, only good can come to both, and both so-called minds are improved. No good is certain, but the steadfast mind, the undivided will to seek the good. George Eliot. There are many forms of false mental science whose followers, choosing the results they desire, claim to be able to work miracles. All these methods are more or less bad. Even in the best cases, the results can never do any permanent good, and as certainly do some harm. Hugo Munsterberg, an authority on hypnotism, writes, "For instance, I have steadily refused requests of students and others to use hypnotism for the purpose of overcoming merely bad habits, such as the habit of biting the nails. A child who finds some difficulty in sticking seriously to his tasks might learn now this, and now that, under the influence of hypnotic suggestions, but he would remain entirely untrained for mastering the next lesson. The italics are mine. In the same way, some naughty traits might be artificially removed, but the child would not gain anything towards the much more important power of suppressing an ugly tendency of his own effort." Charcot, Richet, Brabinski, and many others have declared that for curative purposes hypnotism is very rarely useful, generally entirely useless, and often injurious. Dr. Sehofield writes, "Faith cures exist of many varieties. One there is the prayer and faith cure at Lourdes, which is based upon faith in God and the Virgin, perhaps mostly on the latter. 2. Relic cures of all sorts, where the basis is faith in the holy emblems seen or touched. 3. Evangelical faith cures, based upon external divine power. 4. Mind cures, effected by the realization of the power of mind over matter, or by the conscious effect of the mind of the healer on the patient. 5. Christian Science cures, based on the unreality of disease and the direction of the mind to the divine. 6. Spiritualistic cures, affected by a supposed fluid or magnetic influence passing from healer to patient. 8. Direct faith healing, affected by faith healers in whom the patient has confidence and who heal on the spot. Sense. As already explained, if a man heals by thinking of God and the spiritual world, this is the true and scientific method. If he temporarily removes trouble by thinking of the material world, it is wrong and harmful to all concerned. Unfortunate workers. If a man tries to use his so-called mind in the wrong way, it causes him, if anything, more trouble than the person whom he is influencing. When I have asked a man who does this whether he is happy, whether he is healthy, and whether he is successful, his answer has been invariably no. Working in this way is like using a silk pocket handkerchief to clean a doorstep. The human no-mind, or ethereal mechanical counterfeit of consciousness, is dangerous to itself, and if people use it improperly, it inevitably leads from bad to worse. May God help such unfortunate workers, and that speedily. Napoleon. Once when lecturing before the Royal Engineers at Chatham and referring to the different sources of so-called power likely to become available, I mentioned that the human so-called mind was at present the most available agent for utilizing the latent power of the ether, or rather, that with which idolatry credits it. The following morning, at breakfast, mentioning that Napoleon was one of the strongest false mental workers of modern days. The general in command read me the following words of Napoleon. I have inspired multitudes to die for me. God forbid that I should form any comparison between the enthusiasm of my soldiers and Christian charity. They are as different as their causes. And then my presence was required, the electricity of my look, my voice, a word from me, then the sacred fire was kindled in all hearts. I certainly possess the secret of that magic power which carries away other people's minds, yet I could never communicate it to others. Not one of my generals ever received it from me or guessed at it. Neither have I the power to eternalize my name and my love in the heart. Now that I am at St. Helena, now that I am alone, nailed to this rock, who fights and conquers empires for me, what courtiers have I in my misfortune? Does anyone think of me? Does anyone in Europe move for me? Who has remained faithful? Where are my friends? Ultimately, like all such workers, he broke down altogether and showed painful signs of degeneration. This lecture was given about 10 years ago, and I stated that within 10 years, the battles of the world would be decided in the air. Several of the papers scoffed at my remarks the following morning. Recently, one of the daily newspapers stated that aerial supremacy would decide this war. This is the record more or less of all those possessing, or more strictly speaking, being possessed by this so-called power. The greater the development of the human mind power, so-called, the greater the unhappiness. Emerson, mistaking for a real power this hypnotic control over the hypnotizer and hypnotized, wrote, "A river of command runs down from the eyes of some men, and the reason why we feel one. Sec vi man's presence and not another's is as simple as gravity, and this natural force is no more to be withstood than any other natural force." Lord Wolseley recognized this so-called power and wrote, "This is the influence which men, with what I may term great electrical power in their nature, have exercised in war. Caesar, Marlborough, Napoleon, and many others I could name possessed it largely. The current passed from them into all around, creating great enthusiasm in all ranks far and near, and often making heroes of men whose mothers and fathers even had never regarded them in that light. This feeling is an addition of at least 50% of strength and energy to the army where it exists. Such false stimulant only leads to increased sense of weakness when removed, and the apparent power must sooner or later die out. One of the reasons for some of the extraordinary results that have been obtained in the war now over is that the Germans, both consciously and unconsciously, produced a hypnotic effect both upon their own side and the Allies. In Rasputin's correspondence, which has been given in the Sunday Herald, it will be seen that the late Empress, the Tsarina, boasted that they had been able to hypnotize the English statesmen. The realization that there is no hypnotism, as God is the only power and the only ruler, will stop anything of this kind. False Christs. The reference in the New Testament to false Christs and false prophets working miracles is a reference to results obtained by this hypnotic action. And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many, Matthew 24:11. For false Christs and false prophets shall rise, and shall show signs and wonders to seduce, if it were possible, even the elect, Mark 13:22. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world. 1 John 4:1. The test of the true prophet is whether he turns in thought to God or not. A very fair sign of this is whether he is always loving and never blames or criticizes others. Occultism, the science of the unknown, Chambers's Etymological Dictionary. In the light of present scientific knowledge, this term becomes obsolete. All the mysterious phenomena that have hitherto been such a puzzle to the world in general are now uncovered and no longer veiled in the mystery of a past age. There are still some who may use the term, simply because not sufficiently advanced in the right understanding of God and the material universe to be able to account for what to them appears mysterious, and is put aside as unsafe to be dealt with. Universal spread of real knowledge enlightens this blind condition. There is no longer any such thing as occult phenomena, as even the miracles of Jesus are now easily understood, whilst the whole of the phenomena classed under the terms hypnotism, spiritualism, etc., are no more occult than the simplest acts of everyday life. It has been the mystery attached by ignorance to the so-called miraculous events with which the Bible teems that has throughout the centuries led to the complete failure to grasp its accurate scientific significance, and so gain by reversal its true spiritual import. There is now not a single incident in the Bible that can be called occult or in any sense mysterious. Spiritualism, and when they shall say unto you, seek unto them that have familiar spirits, and unto wizards that peep and that mutter, should not a people seek unto their God? Isaiah 8:19. The results obtained by spiritualists, so-called, are simply due to the intensification of human concepts by the so-called mind of the medium, and in some cases by the minds of those present at the séance. Spiritualism is an entire misnomer, as its phenomena are entirely material. Etherealism, or even materialism, is a more accurate name. There is no question as to the phenomenat of spiritualism. Crooks, Wallace, Hislop, James, Richard, Lodge, and Cessair Lombroso have all testified to the results, but the theory based upon such phenomena is absolutely wrong. I asked Sir William Crookes, who has vouched for the existence of various forms of these phenomena, to what he thought they were due. He said, "One have not the slightest idea, but I do not think that they have anything to do with departed spirits." He has said, "T have nothing to retract. I adhere to my already published statements. Indeed, I might add, much thereto. I regret only a certain crudity in those early expositions which, no doubt justly, militated against their acceptance by the scientific world. My own knowledge at the time scarcely extended beyond the fact that certain phenomena new to science had assuredly occurred, and were attested by my own sober senses, and better still, by automatic record. I think I see a little farther now. I have glimpses of something like coherence among the strange, elusive phenomena, of something like continuity between those unexplained forces and laws already known. I should like here to pay a tribute to the courage with which Sir William gave to an ignorant world the results of his examination, not minding whether he improved or injured his scientific position, but desirous only of contributing to our knowledge. A lesser man might have allowed the fear of ridicule from skeptical ignorance to deter him. Would that all had this moral courage? An Englishman fears contempt more than death. Goldsmith. A tribute should also be paid to Sir Oliver Lodge, who, although wrong in his deductions from the facts in connection with spiritualistic phenomena with which he is acquainted, has, in the most courageous way, given his results to the public. He, fortunately, has at the same time drawn attention to the danger in the practice of spiritualism and the investigation of its phenomena. Professor Lombroso writes in After Death, "What? In psychical matters, we are very far from having attained scientific certainty. But the spiritualistic hypothesis seems to me like a continent, incompletely submerged by the ocean, in which are visible, in the distance, broad islands raised above the general level, and which only in the vision of the scientist are seen to coalesce in one immense and compact body of land, while the shallow mob laughs at the seemingly audacious hypothesis of the geographer." J.W. Hasinger, M.D., writes, "Granting that an efflorescence, let us say from the medium, another from the bodies of those present, and a third from the atmosphere, perhaps, might be tangibly available as a framework. It is not at all incredible that bound ether under strain might be attracted to, and agglomerate with, and acting under intelligent power, might possibly produce all the phenomena of materialization, and those of poltergeists, and other, like manifestation. Such an interpretation might also serve to account for the almost universal employment of such terms as magnetism, electricity, animal magnetism, etherealization, materialism, and the like, applied in spiritualistic nomenclature simply because they seem appropriate, while no other terms are. But as the most careful tests show, the phenomena do not respond to electroscopes, magnetoscopes, galvanoscopes, or other similar instruments. Phenomena of this character have been too common everywhere, in all parts of the world and during all past times, as well as at present for us, as scientific students, to ignore them. It may not be possible, at present, to explain these phenomena, at least to fully explain them, but their substantial identity is so remarkable in all the narratives that they must have some valid basis. They involve telepathy and thought transference, and very often prevision, almost always clairvoyance. The physical manifestations clearly extend far beyond phenomena of these types alone. In fact, the physical and the non-physical seem to blend in these cases in such a manner as to suggest a revision of all our conceptions of crude matter as formerly held. And this is what science today, in the light of its recent advances, stands ready to accept on proof. Mrs. Besant writes, plus, this thought force is in the esoteric philosophy the one source of form. It is spoken of by H.P. Blavatsky as the mysterious power of thought, which enables it to produce external, perceptible, phenomenal results by its own inherent energy. So-called proofs. The following are claimed to be the proofs of the truth of spiritualism. 1. You may see a figure seemingly identical with a person who has died or who is at the time alive. You can speak to him, touch him, weigh him, photograph him, etc. That is, the figure is just as material as an ordinary human being. 2. This so-called person will tell you things that you think only you can possibly know, and tell you or enable you to see things that are happening at a distance, that have happened in the past, or are about to happen in the future. 3. He will tell you things that the dead or living person whom he resembles did, and that no one else could possibly have known except a thought reader, and which can be afterwards verified as correct. Sometimes information is given by automatic writing in a closed receptacle. Sometimes the person is invisible, sometimes visible. 4. The medium himself will sometimes give the above information, and sometimes a voice will sound exactly as a person speaks or used to speak, of whom he consciously knows nothing. The voice sometimes seems to come from the medium and sometimes from someone else. 5. The medium will appear to move from place to place, alter in size or weight or shape, limbs, for instance, lengthening or appearing close to the medium or at a distance. 7. Material things of all kinds will be made to appear and disappear, will be moved from place to place or brought from a distance, and will apparently alter in weight. 8. Apparent healing will take place, and fire, etc., have no effect. 9. Sounds of all kinds are heard, luminous appearances, phantom forms and faces are seen. 10. Miscellaneous occurrences of a complex and often diabolical character will take place. Stages in the formation of matter. Close your eyes and imagine, say, a rose. You are in ethereal touch with the rose. Do this when only partially conscious of other things. It comes clearer. Mr. Carpenter stated that he knew a man who every afternoon went into his study with drawn blinds and for an hour entrancing experiences would come to him of travels abroad, etc. If the rose is thought of when in a light trance, the rose can be photographed and seen by those sufficiently psychic. If the same experience takes place when the operator is in the ordinary spiritualistic trance, the rose can be seen by all those present, although their hands or any other form of matter would pass right through it. Now should this occur when the sorcerer or witch, or to use more modern terms, the so-called medium, or shall we say the victim, is in a deep trance, the rose can be both seen and touched, and if the thought of those present is sufficient, it can be kept for a day or two, until the general thought of death prevents those looking at it seeing God's perfect idea in any other way than a mass of decaying matter. Sic transit gloria mundi. Remember that this cannot always be done when wanted. The phenomena are apparent only when thoughts are there intensifying themselves on the so-called mind of the operator. The explanation of its seeming mystery. The scientific reason for these wonderful results, most of which have been confirmed by many reliable people, is that the subconscious mind, or basic, sec vi false, mentality of the material man is always in ethereal touch with every thought in the material world, past, present and future, and a mixed medley of ethereal thoughts of every kind and description, with and without any logical sequence or benefit to mankind, are intensified on the so-called mind of the medium until they are manifested more materially in the form of what are called the spirits or the flowers, or other things that these spirits are supposed to bring or produce. Thoughts are also similarly intensified, so that you may hear what sounds like the voice of a human being, or see visions of the past or future. In the first 2 or 3 days of December 1917, the same class of phenomena will be seen, as was the case when Jesus was crucified. Both Daniel and Esdras point out that there will be 2 classes of raising from the dead, one similar to the raising of Lazarus and the widow's child, the other, the mental production of thought forms similar to those that were produced at the time of the crucifixion of Jesus. It is quite easy to distinguish an apparent human being when it is only materialized thought, as if you realize clearly enough there is nothing but God, or there is no matter, it will at once disappear. Objections and dangers. On the other hand, it is admitted by all spiritualists with whom I have discussed this matter that the following statements are correct. 1. By far the greater part, probably 95 to 99%, of the information gained at seances is absolutely wrong. 2. Even when correct information is given, it cannot be depended upon, as nearly always there is more or less inaccuracy. 3. In many cases, investigation into spiritualism has done much harm, both to the human consciousness and physically. It often leads to mania. 4. Serious bodily injury is sometimes inflicted on those present, and often property is damaged. 5. It is almost always tiring, and sometimes excessively so. 6. The so-called spirits constantly contradict themselves and other spirits on all points. 7. Last, but not least, it deteriorates the moral character. This last point is only admitted by spiritualists to be the case in some instances. I remember laying before the president of the leading spiritualistic association scientific evidence of what spiritualism really is, i.e., merely false pictures, entirely void of any real spiritual mental substance, deceiving mankind, chiefly on account of the earnest and self-sacrificing endeavors of many Christian seekers after truth to pierce the veil of mystery that enshrouds the so-called hereafter, and so be of assistance to humanity. I explained to him the so-called origin of matter, and the two methods of causing it to appear and disappear, saying how in many cases when the things the spirits were supposed to bring were materialized in the room, they would be dematerialized elsewhere, and that therefore they would be practically stolen. Whilst this explanation was proceeding, his face had been getting longer and longer, and on hearing the last statement, he admitted that it was true as often when spirits had brought flowers. He had been able to find out in the neighborhood the plant from which the flowers had been torn. It will be found that the realization of the non-reality of matter and the allness of God is sufficient to prevent the manifestation of any occult phenomena of this description. Terrible results. In spiritualism, not only foolish, but horrible and dangerous results are obtained, as well as those which appear to be good, for the phenomena depend upon the individual condition of the medium and of those present. If a critic be there who is a disbeliever and strong thinker, no result will be produced, as his so-called mind will produce too powerful a negative result, and so prevent it. This is the reason why all occult phenomena are more or less disbelieved by strong thinkers in the West, who start with a biased view. Mediumship has supplied American asylums with thousands of lunatics. Sir J. Riston Bennett, T. and others have given similar testimony. 5 of my friends, writes a medium of 8 years standing, destroyed themselves, and I attempted it by direct spiritual influence. The method by which spiritualistic results are obtained is absolutely wrong, being the exact opposite of true mental spiritual working. Take one point alone. You are told to keep your mind as free from thought as possible, whereas to fulfill, and therefore demonstrate, the law of life, exactly the opposite is necessary, namely, you should always be actively thinking and using your consciousness, but as far as you can in the proper way, not by thinking of the material world, but by always thinking of the reality, heaven. Deterioration of moral character. In every case I have known, with the exception of the better-class yogis in India, the human being has morally deteriorated sooner or later after commencing to materialize matter. This is the explanation of the extraordinarily divergent views held with regard to materializing mediums and such like materializing occult workers. Obliged to earn a living by displaying their powers, there comes a day when, not being quite vi up to the mark, they resort to a little falsification, and this, lessening their own faith in their results, they lose the so-called power and ultimately descend to absolute trickery and indeed worse. Sooner or later the trickery is discovered, and then people say that all their results were equally fraudulent. For instance, Professor Lombroso gives accounts of the tricks played by a well-known medium, both when in the state of trance and when out of it, showing that the moral character was debased. There is little doubt about her original results. Mr. Hereward Carrington has written a book called The Sorceress, in which he gives particulars of this medium's occult results. The importance of the book is that, while Mr. Carrington is known for his exposure of spiritualistic tricks and started as a skeptic, he now admits the phenomena, although uncertain of the cause. This medium was what is called exposed at Cambridge, and once told Professor Lombroso that at Genoa she was conscious of someone secretly ordering her to cheat and felt compelled to obey. This shows how she was hypnotized into evil and illustrates the injustice and sin of judging harshly any who have been unfortunate enough to have fallen under the dangerous influence of so-called spirits. Professor Sidgwick, not knowing exactly what was taking place, was naturally disgusted with the trickery his investigations brought to light, and declared that he would ignore her performances in the future as those of other persons in the same mischievous trade were to be ignored. These were only due to the wrong thoughts which acted upon a medium that was receptive to such false thoughts. Such are the results of spiritualistic experiments upon mediums who otherwise might be living holy and therefore happy lives, helping all round them. When they understand what is taking place and the danger of their position, they will make use of their knowledge to free themselves from this fatal outside control. These workers, on awakening to the truth, will be astonished to find the power that all possess of helping those who previously have been only mystified and further misled by their work. See Note T on page 601. The following is a description of the results upon a well-known spiritualist. He retreated to a sofa and appeared to be fighting violently against some unpleasant influence. He made the sign of the cross, then extended his fingers toward the door as though to exorcise it. Finally, he burst into a scornful mocking peal of laughter that lasted for several minutes. As it concluded, a diabolical expression came over his face. He clenched his hands, gnashed his teeth, and commenced to grope in a crouching position towards the door. What a grim caricature of God's man. For a long time, writes Dr. B. F. Hatch, I was swallowed up in its whirlpool of excitement and comparatively paid but little attention to its evils, believing that much good might result from the openings up of the avenues of spiritual intercourse. But during the past 8 months, I have devoted my attention to a critical investigation of its moral, social, and religious bearings, and I stand appalled before the revelations of its awful and damning realities, and would flee from its influence as I would from the miasma, which would destroy both soul and body. The same results as in spiritualism are obtained more or less by other sects who present an entirely different theory from such results, equally undemonstrable. After Death, What? By Professor Lombroso, published since the above was written, bears out what has been said. He was an extremely able man, an eminent Italian criminologist and psychologist, whose honor and good faith have never been questioned. His own testimony is corroborated in many respects by that of other distinguished men. The accuracy of his statements need not be questioned, only his interpretation of them. His book may be of use to the materialist, as it will show him that he has still something more to learn, and that he has entirely to remodel his old assumptions. It is not of much use to others. To be fair to spiritualists, it should be said that many live splendid lives and are examples to humanity. Many also have been turned from so-called atheism, agnosticism, and doubt to a study of the Bible by the phenomena they have witnessed. For instance, the late C. H. Hall. These, however, are the awakening thinkers who have been usually living their religion, that is, doing the best, up to their understanding, for their fellow men. This right purpose must eventually bring all earnest seekers to the true knowledge of God in any case. There are also, every now and then, cases where mediums have been of use, such as in the recent finding of Priestley's body by Mrs. Lee, but the belief that departed spirits are necessary for such a result is simply a limitation, and mediums do very different work as they learn to think in the right way and give up the broken reed leaned upon in the past. Planchette is merely a belief in limitation, those using it imagining that it is necessary to enable them to obtain so-called messages from the dead. As a matter of fact, the results obtained are merely due to ethereal thoughts passing over the consciousness of the person using it and over the instrument. Similar devices have been known for centuries, for instance, in China. In Matler and Van Zelst's book, The Mystery of Death, particulars are given of an electromechanical instrument called the dynamistograph. This is said to be a kind of telegraphic apparatus which will take the place of the medium, so that departed spirits can communicate with those still alive. Its action, again, is merely due to thoughts being intensified enough by the mind of the medium to cause the apparatus to act. Such methods of communication were punishable with death in the time of Moses. A man also or woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. Leviticus 20:27. So Saul died, for asking counsel of one that had a familiar spirit, to enquire of it, and enquired not of the Lord, therefore he slew him. 1 Chronicles 10:13, 14. This death degrees resulted from his mistaken appeal to the human consciousness, which was able to read the death thoughts that were about to attack him on the following day. Saul, instead of destroying these thoughts, as he could have done if he had known how to pray rightly, allowed his fear to intensify them, and accordingly paid the penalty of ignorant disobedience to the messages of truth that had been presented to him by the prophet while alive. Grief for a departed friend. Some obtain relief from their feelings of sadness after losing a dear one by attending seances and thinking that they are in touch with their beloved for a time. It has been frequently proved that a gleam of spiritual understanding, bringing even a momentary recognition of the fact that they are always with their dear one in the real world, both being spiritual and perfect, gives far greater relief. Often it has been instantaneous, and the late sufferer has left full of joy, determined to start a new life of helping others, looking forward to the rapidly approaching end of the mesmeric belief in separation. These thoughts enter the mournful man's darkened room like beauteous angels guarding him from all false beliefs which would engulf him in a sea of misery. The fact that the mourners commence instantly to help their fellow men through knowing how to pray turns them from the selfishness of grief to their real and only duty and source of happiness, the helping of those around them. Dr. Schofield writes, "Not a single sorrow exists that can touch us save through our own thoughts. These form, as it were, an atmosphere through which every external event must pass, and which determines its character and effect on us. The same event to one man is an evil he deplores, and to another a blessing in which he rejoices, solely on account of the different minds through which it passes. A mind can thus be formed to which all things work together for good." Romans 8:28. Steadiness of purpose is always well marked under great pain or pressure. To keep head against a rapid stream is different from paddling in a pond. Thoughts are real things. From whence all joy, from whence all sorrow springs. T. Trahan. Theory unsound. From what has been put before you, it must be acknowledged that there has been presented a consistent scientific theory of the working and of the effect of the so-called mind, which fully accounts for all the ethereal, miscalled mental, and material phenomena of spiritualism. It is exactly the reverse with the fragmentary theory propounded by spiritualists. This proves itself to be false, not only by its inconsistency with many other known material so-called facts, and its failure to bring to light any knowledge that enables mankind with certainty to destroy all forms of surrounding evil, but by its actual intensification, in many cases, of such evil. The absolute consistency of the theory now presented to you is proved because 1. It perfectly explains all phenomena of the material world, however seemingly mysterious. 2. It enables each and all, in denying the reality of all material phenomena and affirming the reality of good as mind, to demonstrate, in a practical manner, the allness and reality of God, good, and the ever-available power of God to overcome all evil. In no way do all other known theories more clearly prove their own false basis than through their utter inability to offer any permanent remedy for the evil around us, or even any correct explanation of the constantly changing phenomena of material evidence. Magicians and wizards. Professor Lombroso writes that so-called magicians, wizards, and prophets are all true mediums, having an influence in the political and religious constitution of the community, individuals who act in our realm of space as if they were living in a space of the fourth dimension, upsetting our laws of time, space, and gravity. Prophets and saints who predict the future and transport themselves through the air. Remember that this is the matured opinion of a scientific man of unquestionable position, after investigation into the subject. Now we have the secret of the power that certain men like Cagliostro possessed. Figia says, the whole assembly felt a sort of terror when he appeared. Madame d'Auberkirch, who was very unwilling to believe in him, says that he predicted the death of the Empress Marie Theresa and even foretold the hour at which she would expire. She writes, his glance was so penetrating that one might be almost tempted to call it supernatural. I could not describe the expression of his eyes. It was, so to speak, a mixture of flame and ice. It attracted and repelled at the same time, and inspired, whilst it terrified, an insurmountable curiosity. I cannot deny that Cagliostro possessed an almost demoniacal power, and it was with difficulty that I tore myself from a fascination I could not comprehend, but whose influence I could not deny. His end was similar to that of all who have had this fatal power. After having been driven out of most towns, he lost his power, when he sunk into an abject state of poverty, and at last, arrested by the Holy See and examined by the Apostolic Court, he was condemned to perpetual imprisonment in a dungeon, where his only communication with mankind was when his jailers raised the trap to let food down to him. One day there was no sound, and that was the end of Cagliostro. With such undoubted testimony to the appearance of such extraordinary phenomena, surely it is time that all baseless theories were laid bare before an awakening world, showing how unless, and indeed harmful, are such methods of working. Appendix Roman 3 gives an idea of the extent to which the black art was once carried and the fear which it aroused. Divination. There are many sects in the world whose followers can read thought, giving different reasons for it. There are many psychometrists who, on taking anything in their hand, will answer almost any question about its history that you choose to ask, and some of them can read future thought. There are numerous clairvoyants who have similarly developed this capacity. All these have various limitations of belief, and the work is very tiring. The spiritualists think that it is a departed spirit who is the actor, not recognizing that it is merely the mechanical working of the so-called mind of the medium. In Central Africa, some of the witch doctors do the same thing. Others obtain these results by hypnotizing boys. The same result is obtained by members of a tribe in Abyssinia. In other cases, people mix up this practice with palmistry, crystal gazing, and the telling of events by the use of cards and various so-called magic spells and black arts, a large portion of their results being just ordinary thought reading. The use of cards, crystals, etc. is quite unnecessary to obtain these results, were they not believed to be necessary. Another limited method of thought reading is by means of colors. The different colors are simply different vibrations, and therefore, from the sequence of varying colors, which are caused to alter their position by the vibration of ethereal thoughts of differing numerical value, can be calculated out mathematically the vibrations that are about to act at any given time in the future. It may well upset one's old scientific theories to see on one's own table pieces of cardboard covered with differently colored silks jumping up in the air one after the other with mathematical accuracy, and from no apparent cause known to the scientific world. Except in a few cases, the results obtained by various forms of divination are so very uncertain that they cannot be relied upon. The only way in which absolute certainty can be obtained and ultimately beneficial results must invariably ensue is by working with an absolutely pure motive and in the truly scientific way in which our Lord, the master metaphysician, worked, namely, with spiritually awakened consciousness. In this way, only can we be sure of the real value of any result obtained, and are certain never to be harmed. The unknown powers of animals. There are many cases of the possession of extraordinary powers by animals. One instance probably will suffice. T.W. Hudson, Ph.D., LL.D., commenting on communication between ants, writes, "I shall avail myself largely of Romain's so-called complete resume of all the more important facts of animal intelligence known to science at the time he wrote. From this, we earn, first, that the sense of sight in ants is extremely limited. Secondly, that they are destitute of the sense of hearing. And thirdly, that they have some very complete and perfect means of communicating intelligence to each other." Trademark the one observable fact that gives color to this supposition is that they bring themselves into physical contact with each other by means of their antennae whenever an emergency arises requiring a consultation or necessitating the assurance of a command. But the question at once arises, is the sense of touch, per se, equal to an explanation of all the facts relating to the conveyance of the intelligence required to organize and administer the complicated system of governmental polity, to adjust social relations, to maintain discipline in war and enforce a division of labor in peace, to organize and maintain an army of defense, to discipline its forces and command it in action, to build bridges and construct pontoons and ferries for the passage of vast armies over streams otherwise impassable, to invade successfully the domains of foreign tribes and capture and enslave their inhabitants, and finally, to inaugurate and maintain a system of slave labor vastly more successful, and let us hope, more humane than any that has ever prevailed in the history of mankind. Plus. Notes Z and ZZ on page 618 et seq. will be a surprise to a good many of my readers. The reason for the wonderful results obtained is that the spiritual reality of a dog consists of a number of ideas of God, which are part of God's consciousness. In other words, that animals are part of the spiritual beings. It may even turn out that what you see as a dog is really a spiritual being seen materially. If I had been a veterinary surgeon, I would have known whether this was so, as by taking 100 animals and treating half of them exactly as if they were spiritual beings, and treating the other half as if they did not reflect the whole of God, you would be able by results to see which was correct. Disastrous self-made laws, tiredness. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength, shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. Isaiah 40:31. The wrong method of working with the human so-called mind in the endeavor to act upon matter is extremely tiring, and I know of no one who has worked at a stretch for more than 24 hours without being fatigued. This is because the whole process is purely physical, moving matter. Working in the right way at a man can continue for many consecutive hours, not only without getting tired, but feeling refreshed at the end, mentally and physically better, and truly more awake. 6 or 7 hours consecutive work at night is quite a common occurrence with those working scientifically, and when need be they work all night for several nights consecutively, following their usual duties in the daytime, without showing or feeling the slightest signs of fatigue. Disease. Already the medical profession admits the mental cause of disease in many cases, as will be seen from Appendix Roman 11. Dr. Clifford Allbutt says, "It is an undoubted clinical fact that granular kidney is often produced by prolonged mental anxiety." Sir B. W. Richardson writes, "Diabetes from sudden mental shock. Ethereal intensification is a true, pure type of a physical malady of mental origin. Sir James Paget tells us of a young man who had hemoptysis on his birthday, and for 9 years afterwards on each birthday, being quite free in the intervals. Sir George Paget says, "In many cases, I have seen reasons for believing that cancer has had its origin in prolonged anxiety." Dr. Murchison says, "I have been surprised how often patients with primary cancer of the liver have traced the cause of this ill health to protracted grief or anxiety. The cases have been far too numerous to be accounted for as mere coincidences." Dr. Snow, Lancet 1880, asserts his conviction that the vast majority of cases of cancer, especially in certain parts, are due to mental anxiety. Dr. E.V. Hartman writes, "The surest way to be attacked with an infectious disease is to be afraid of it, whilst the physician under like circumstances is very rarely attacked. Lively fear and the thought of sickness is of itself sufficient to cause the same. Not that there is any cause or power in fear, but merely that fear occasions continuous and vivid ethereal impressions to take seemingly a more material form." Dr. Stokes says, "The first sight of cholera patients gives rise to symptoms of cholera afterwards." Dr. Lloyd Tuckey writes, "There is no more effectual depressant, no surer harbinger of disease than fear." See Note J on page 585. Fear not, for I am with thee." Isaiah 43:5. "For that which troubled thee, whatsoever it was not without anywhere but within in thine own opinions, from whence it must be cast out before thou canst truly and constantly be at ease." Plus Marcus Aurelius. When a man is afraid, he is physically in touch with certain ethereal thoughts that are attacking him or are about to attack him in the future. Fear has been very much misunderstood. Like many other things in the material world, it is, under present conditions, temporarily useful if you only use it properly. And when fear of any particular thing is felt, set to work mentally and vigorously to destroy the thoughts that are attacking or about to attack, and are therefore making you afraid. Vague or indefinite fear has to be destroyed by the denial of the reality of fear and the realization of the absolute fearlessness and trust in God that exist in the reality, in heaven. The true, all-harmonious consciousness that is always good. Worry is the oldest child of fear, one of the devil's brood, and if you go on picturing that you are having trouble or are going to have it, you are intensifying those ethereal forms of trouble and so doing your best to bring about their material appearance as soon as possible. "For the thing which I greatly feared is come upon me." Job 3:25. Depression and low spirits, Matthew Arnold says, when yielded to, become a species of death. Fear is a habit of mind, as Victor Longhead says in his Vehicles of the Air, and to continue being afraid is a very bad habit, a shocking habit. For fear is nothing else but a betraying of the succors which reason offereth wisdom of. Solomon 17, verse 12. An Oriental proverb says, "The plague killed 5,000 people, 50,000 died of fear." Unseen ethereal vibrations, such as what may be termed disease thoughts, are, on account of being unrecognized by the multitude, much more far-reaching in their effects. When recognized, however, they are much more easily destroyed because they are, fortunately, not acted upon by powerful workers with the human mind, who seldom have the delicate mechanism needful to feel faint ethereal vibrations. If an individual human consciousness be highly strung or highly trained, it will feel the thoughts when they vibrate very slightly. This is the case with what are called highly nervous people. If they go on fearing, picturing strongly that they have the trouble or are about to have it, they may intensify these ethereal thoughts so much that the thing feared will visibly come about. Whereas, if they work in the way pointed out, the thought or thoughts will be destroyed, and either the trouble will not arise, or they will be permanently free from it, as the case may be. In this way, an awakened individual gains some advantage from being sensitive, as this brings him more easily in conscious touch with discordant vibrations, so enabling him more readily to utilize his knowledge of truth, that they may be destroyed. Sometimes feeling that there was work to be done for myself, but not understanding clearly enough what it was, and having work of importance to do for others instead of entirely destroying, as it is always safer to do the discordant faint vibrations, of which I was dimly aware, I have left them alone, feeling confident that any trouble would be overcome when necessary. Sometimes this has taken place in such a way as to be a practical lesson to one present, as the difficulty thus foreshadowed has come into manifestation, and then being dealt with scientifically has consequently been seen to disappear. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. Willpower. Some people seem to imagine that human willpower is a different form of evil from that which appears as simple individual wrong thinking. This is not so. Willpower is simply due to ethereal thoughts of a definite intent, intensifying themselves on a so-called human mind, and differs merely in degree from ordinary so-called human thoughts. Again, some seem to think that there is a supposed intelligence in the human no-mind, the twists and turns of which have to be guarded against. There is nothing of the sort. Thought after thought comes along in doleful, predestined procession, their want of order and sequence only matched by their baseless pretensions to power. So-called mental malpractice. True nobility is exempt from fear. Shakespeare. When other people are said to be thinking and talking wrongly of you, malpracticing, as it is called, they cannot possibly harm you if you know how to protect yourself and pray in the right way. They only harm themselves, and it is our duty, indeed our privilege, to destroy the false thoughts that are seemingly attacking and causing them to malpractice, or otherwise they will be punished. This is done by destroying the false thoughts, attacking your own mind, and making you picture them as thinking and talking wrongly of you. When you have done this, they stop malpracticing, for there are no vibrations there to make them do it. We have no right, however, to influence others in any human direction. Indeed, we should not even let our thoughts rest upon them. Leave each man free to work out his own salvation. We have enough to do in keeping our own outlook pure and wholesome. As silent night foretells the dawn and din of morn, so prophetic foresight warns us that the false peace of ignorance precedes the final battle and victory that come with the universal dawn of truth, and compass the destruction of a counterfeit world. When you really understand human theories and the battle of true spiritualization versus etherealization, and obtain the understanding that finally subordinates all so-called human laws, how can you possibly be frightened by what have been shown to be merely high-tension electrical currents, mere human thoughts that, unless destroyed, pass over you at their predetermined time? These have no more power to harm than the cobwebs through which you unconsciously pass in early dawn. The only seeming control that they have had is the hypnotic power that you have hitherto allowed them, by accepting the general belief about them. These vibrations cannot possibly evade your mental work, and their destruction is only a question of your praying, that is, doing your mental work steadily and properly. Who art thou, that thou shouldst be afraid of a man, which shall be made as grass, and forgettest the Lord thy Maker? Isaiah 51:12-13. Fortunately, not all thoughts are strong enough to act or are intensified sufficiently to act, as shown by the remark to his children of the old man who was dying, "I have had a long life full of trouble most, of which never happened." In any case, wrong picturing by others, even when specifically directed with a view to harm you, cannot permanently damage your human consciousness, as it can only intensify the wrong thoughts. If you are working rightly, you reverse the evil, and the malpractice merely results in your being lifted up and helped. Drawing fire, such is the nature of evil, not only to destroy itself, but to lead to its own destruction. You will find that the persons most malpracticed on, if working rightly, have always the broadest backs. They not only are capable of standing, but draw off the fire from those who are perhaps less able to protect themselves through lack of the knowledge of God, and consequent power of realizing truth and protecting themselves. Malicious mental malpractice. Intentional miscalled mental malpractice is but little understood. In the present rapidly approaching end of all sin and limitation, the milder forms of sorcery, witchcraft, hypnotism, and animal magnetism have developed into this sin of sins. Unfortunately, those practicing it know almost as little about it as those malpracticed upon. If all who ever exercise this murderous, miscalled power understood it, they would know that it harms most of all themselves, and would flee with horror from the living hell they are bringing down upon their own heads. At the time they may seem to be more or less having their own way, but if their feelings were analyzed, it would be admitted by them that there was no happiness. Success is merely the spur to more devilish work, which at the bottom of their hearts they hate. This loathing of the means increases the bitterness that shuts off the love from others which is in reality their due, and the love toward others that increases our awakening happiness, in fact, is the source of all life's happiness. Envy is the atmosphere of hell, love that of heaven. The agony to which no verbal description of hell can do justice, and the ultimate protracted, fearful death that must befall the pitiable victim of such actively evil thoughts as cause a man to malpractice, do not help him. Cursed to the last moment by himself and others, he gains nothing by such a course, but loses all. Wide is the gate and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction. Matthew 7:13. Nothing will save him from the full measure of punishment except the ceasing to practice this devilish work. Up till now, its mystery has protected it. Ignorance of the subject, however, is disappearing. The worst form of this is the unforgivable sin which shall not be forgiven him, neither in this world, neither in the world to come. Matthew 12:32, not until the end of all evil. Preventive legislation. Having been asked by Lord Alverstone, then Lord Chief Justice, a few years ago, to prepare a bill to check this terrible scourge, more terrible to the practitioners than those practiced on, I pointed out that the remedy would merely intensify the disease until the world knew enough to be able to protect itself, and that if the bill were put forward, it would do more harm than good, attracting the attention of those who were vicious and ignorant. The only real cure was to awake, and through steady mental work in the right way, to break down this false power by knowing its nothingness, and realizing that the only power is that of God. Good. During the last 5 years, a great change has come about, and all over the world this false power is being more or less recognized. Sec vi and practiced. Soon it will be found that laws will be passed to deal with the matter, and civil justice will pass sentence on this darkest and deepest of crimes. Undoubtedly, an act should immediately be passed prohibiting all advertisements descriptive of disease of any kind, and the sooner it is considered bad form to talk of disease or human troubles in drawing rooms or home circles, the sooner will poor, ignorant, suffering humanity be freed from its bondage. The fatal mistake of drawing the attention of a nation to any one disease is shown by the prophecies in the Bible with regard to the fatal ravages of one particular form. The eyes of the public cannot too soon be open to the great mistake now being made and the necessity for its being dealt with in a scientific way, so making full use of the prophetic warnings in the Bible on this point. Matter refined up to dematerialization. Fortunately, the human consciousness never gets worse. It is always steadily being purified and refined until it is dematerialized and no longer appears, any false sense of existence having ceased altogether. You may say, "Oh, I knew a young man who was perfect. In afterlife he was a devil." The reason is that his mind was always bad, but the particular class of devilish thoughts never attacked him when he was young. The human consciousness always improves as the human being gets older because of the self-dematerialization owing to the continuous action of God. When we turn in thought to God in the right way, then this action takes place rapidly. Death, for God made not death, neither hath he pleasure in the destruction of the living. For he created all things, that they might have their being, and the generations of the world heaven were healthful, and there is no poison of destruction in them, nor the kingdom of death upon the earth, the spiritual earth. For righteousness is immortal. Wisdom of Solomon 1:13-15. The false belief that soul and the real man are in the body has deluded us into the idea that death is a friend, a stepping stone into heaven. This is a lie, for death is an enemy, the result of deadly ignorance, which has to be met and vanquished through understanding of truth. The man that wandereth out of the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead. Proverbs 21:16. For the law of the Spirit of life in Christ Jesus hath made me free from the law of sin and death. Romans 8:2. Ignorance and fear kill over 50,000 people a year, more than 1.5 every second. The fact is that there is no real death. The phenomenon is merely a false belief due to a false assumption, the general consent to which has constituted a false ethereal law, or, as might be expressed in other words, has led to the disastrous result of a universal mistaken belief in death as a necessary human experience, with its consequent doleful manifestation. For I have no pleasure in the death of him that dieth, said the Lord God. Wherefore turn yourselves, and live ye. Ezekiel 18:32. Man simply hypnotizes himself or is hypnotized into dying. Andrew Lang states that in Australia, whenever a native dies, no matter how evident it may be that death has been the result of natural causes, it is at once set down that the defunct was bewitched. We have much to learn from nature's children. Many sinners, even criminals, live to a green old age because they have a stronger belief in life than in death. But when the grim expected enemy overtakes them, they have no knowledge of truth wherewith to ward off his attack. Even those living a life approaching a human idea of perfection succumb when death appears on the scene, as mere human goodness is no protection. The innocent child, the saintly character, the intellectual giant, the vicious criminal, all fare alike if equally ignorant. Understanding of God is the only safety. Knowledge that God is life, and that there is nothing else, no sin, no disease, no death, as God is all in all, is the spiritual armor through which no dart can pierce, no evil slay. To know thy God's power is the root of immortality. Wisdom of Solomon 15:3. We have traced in this work the fatal result of even one wrong thought. What must be the daily, even hourly, result to humanity of the common consent to one false assumption? We have also traced the irresistible power of one good thought, the one with God that must always be a majority. What must be the result to mankind of the common consent to this one scientific fact, but the swift and total destruction of the last enemy? What a glorious awakening is now taking place through the dawn of truth. Now that the so-called power in the material, ether world is proved to be merely false belief, It is easily seen how a false assumption of the reality of death, and therefore of birth, with all the false string of beliefs in sin, sickness, and trouble that binds one to the other in successive dream pictures, slays a man. For to be carnally minded is death, Romans 8:6, whereas the belief in the unreality of it all lifts him from hell to heaven. Turn ye from your evil ways, for why will ye die, O house of Israel? Ezekiel 33:11. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, Hosea 4:6. Continuity, as Professor Drummond says, is the law of laws. Tf a man keep my saying and realizes his immortality, he shall never see death, John 8:51. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death, 1 Corinthians 15:26. Science opens wide the portals into life. In the way of righteousness wise as to what is right is life, and in the pathway thereof there is no death, Proverbs 12:28. For all the boundless universe is life. There are no dead, Lord Lytton. Death unnecessary. The man of the future is man triumphant over dying nature, exulting in the freedom and privilege of spiritual life. Professor Dana, whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die, John 11:26. Death is merely a passing from one state of experience to another material phase of the dream of life, upon a mechanically evolved ethereal earth called matter, and an entirely needless experience. It will forever cease when man changes his false, mistaken views of life as material, and understanding the law of life and its manifestation as wholly good and eternal, stands aghast at the bald the mortal appears to die, and no signs of life are visible. It only means that his human consciousness is not being sufficiently acted upon by the thoughts passing over it to make the body move. In the present uncertainty as to the presence or absence of life in doubtful cases, it is impossible to argue the matter intelligently until science can present some simple and certain test of death, which it has not yet been able to do. J. W. Hasinger, M.D. Dr. Stenson Hooker, Honorary Secretary of the Association for the Prevention of Premature Burial, writes me, there is only one test, and one only sure one, viz., decomposition of the tissues. Plus, at the public meeting of this society, when I had to second the resolution on this subject, over 400 cases of premature burial were given. Precautions should always be taken to prevent premature burial. Professor Michael Foster says, the difference between a dead human body and a living one is still, to a large extent, estimated by drawing inferences rather than actually observed. After death, the hair on bodies exhumed is often found to have continued to grow. Short and scanty when buried, it is found to be long and massed up. The skin of a serpent, properly dried, retains its bright colors for many years. At intervals it sheds its scales, as if the animal were alive. There have been well-authenticated cases of vivisepulture, that is, suspended animation, whilst a man is buried. Colonel Townshend, according to Dr. Chain, could, under test conditions, die or expire when he pleased, and yet, by an effort or somehow, he could come to life again. See note U on page 604. Raising from the dead. The wages of sin is death, but the gift of God percent is eternal life. Romans 6:23. Actual death, not that such a thing as the unfortunate temporary belief called death can be scientifically called actual, does not take place until post-mortem decomposition sets in. This is shown by the blackening under the armpit and abdomen. Until then, the material form can be what is called raised from the dead, as this is really only a revivifying of the human mind, until again it appears to act upon the body and move it. This is why there have been so many records of people, in the past, being able to raise from the dead. Apollonius of Tyana, for instance, is said to have raised a young woman, and Saint Dominic, born in 1170 A.D., was claimed to have this power. Whenever a man was a strong enough picturer and was certain that he could raise the corpse, he succeeded, if the so-called mind had not become permanently separated from the body and awakened to a new phase of experience. I know of 2 such cases in late years. This is quite different, however, from the way in which Jesus, the Master, worked. Until the man wakens from the dream of death to find himself in a separate state of consciousness, this dream of another phase of material existence, a psychic person, one who has developed a power of seeing things that the ordinary person does not recognize, can see the human consciousness, which sometimes remains in the more solid body and sometimes wanders about. Under such conditions, it appears to have a connection with the body, by means of what has been described to me in various ways by those who have sufficiently good sight to see it. The best description is, I think, a thin cord of light. This may be the silver cord that is spoken of in the beautiful passage in Ecclesiastes 12:6 as being broken. When the cord is no longer visible, the general opinion is that the person cannot be brought round again. In any case, when post-mortem decomposition sets in, the material form goes to ruin, having been forsaken by the so-called mind that has hitherto held the particles together and caused their apparent action. When this false consciousness has passed into another state of consciousness or phase of the dream, it is of no use trying any further to raise it from the dead. Although the old elusive ethereal form, equally with any other material forms, alive or dead, may be seen at any time, if the disbelief in the possibility is not too strong. At the so-called end of the world, all the material beings wake up to find themselves in heaven, whether they are in this state of consciousness or in the next state of consciousness. No spiritual advancement or other gain by death. Although death has apparently released a mortal, his human consciousness is still, however, in exactly the same condition as previously. If the man has suffered from anger, he is still liable to be angry in the next phase. If he has suffered from headaches, he will still suffer from headaches until he has gained sufficient knowledge of truth to free himself. There is an important difference, however, that if a man dies, say, from consumption, when he wakes up he has ceased to suffer. From consumption, he knows that he has never died from it, and consequently the fear of it has to a great extent gone. This, put into the language of a natural scientist, is that the lines of force, the vibration of which appears as what is called consumption, are not then attacking him. If, however, later on, these consumptive thoughts again attack him, before his human consciousness is purified, he will be down with consumption again and may have a second fight, or even pass into another state of consciousness and have a third fight with the same disease. This is because the consumption cell in the basic false mentality has not been sufficiently cleaned or purified. The only way of doing this is by the affirmation, that is to say, by turning in thought to God and dwelling on God and the perfection of the infinite unseen realities, the manifestation of God. There is one respect in which a man is better off after death, namely, that having awakened to find he has not died, he gains a certain amount of disbelief in death, and as a consequence, the fear of annihilation in most cases disappears. Naturally, all these changes do not in any shape or way affect the real spiritual man, who is always in heaven, perfect. Suicide no release, for death is the greatest of earth's illusions. There is no death, but only change in life's conditions, plus Annie Besant. Am come that they might have life, ver. 10. There is, however, no need for any such experience as that disappearance called death, which is merely a result of widespread ignorance. It will be seen from the complete exposure of the seeming mystery called death that there is not the slightest gain in committing suicide. The consciousness of the suicide not having been changed, he will still have exactly the same liability to trouble after death, that is, in a new phase of the dream. If he is hard up here, he will be hard up there. If jealous here, he will be jealous there. Miserable here, miserable thoughts still attack him. Now and here, he has presented to him the right and only solution of how to get out of all his difficulties, the unfailing, ever-ready principle upon which he can absolutely rely, and he will never gain the reward of perfect happiness by eluding the straight path thereto. To disappear in so-called death is not by any means to drop the illusion of birth or death. When the illusion of a fleshly man, with its limitations of birth and death, beginnings and endings, has been destroyed by being scientifically overcome and not submitted to, then, and then only, will take place what seems to us to be the finding of the true likeness and reflection everywhere. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. 1 Corinthians 15:51-52. Human wearisome experience continues just as apparently real beyond the grave as on this side of it. There is no more pitiful illusion of a tired mortal than that anything in the shape of relief or rest from the ceaseless troubles of this world that the ordinary man has awaits him in beyond the grave. How can this be so when the wages of sin is death? Romans 6:23. Victory over death. So when this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory. 1 Corinthians 15:54. Death has to be overcome by the purification of the human consciousness, and entire freedom not only from disease, but from sin has to be obtained. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. 1 Corinthians 15:26. Jesus proved life to be deathless. His teachings live in our hearts. We must prove our understanding of them by demonstration of the truth we may voice. The great high priest, Jesus, was tempted like as we are, yet without sin. Hebrews 4:14-15. When the human mind is sufficiently purified by dematerialization of the particles of matter, then takes place the second coming of Christ. This is first individual and then collective, and means the recognition of the fact that we are spiritual beings in heaven now. This includes the corollary that the material man is not the real man and has nothing to do with us. We prove this by destroying the false images of ourselves, called mortals. Then unto them that look for him shall he Christ appear the second time without sin unto salvation. Hebrews 9:28. This recognition of what we are, sons of God, spiritual and perfect, is an absolute shield, the shield of faith, which protects the so-called mortal man against every evil to which he is thought to be heir. Even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, lifted in thought to God, that whosoever believeth in him, the Christ man, should not perish, but have eternal life. John 3:14-15. Why will ye die, O house of Israel? Ezekiel 18:31. If a man keep my saying knows the truth, he shall never taste of death. John 8:52. I will ransom them from the power of the grave. I will redeem them from death. Hosea 18:14. What happens at death? There is no death. What seems so is transition, Longfellow. The question is often asked, where is the next world, the next phase of consciousness? It is here around us. That is to say, when a man sails away into the land of the unknown, whose frontier posts are query marks, he does not go away to some distant place, but those around merely fail to see the same false picture or inverted image of the real spiritual man that we previously were hypnotized into seeing as the false material pictures pass by. This does not mean that, as the Theosophists think, He is in the astral state. He is merely cut off from us by the false universal and individual belief in separation. But his human mind is still conscious of a body, another material body, neither more nor less real than his former one, and only another material counterfeit or false sense of his spiritual body. When he wakes up from the nightmare of death, he cannot possibly see those whom he is certain he has left in another world, but he still sees the same heaven materially, that is, has the same false material sense of the same spiritual universe that he saw before he appeared to die, only he sees it, so to speak, from another point of view. Any advanced mathematician, sufficiently desirous of demonstrating this mathematically, could, of course, do so, as all so-called material facts are capable of mathematical statement. Professor Cayley, the famous mathematician, declared his belief that every mathematical truth has an objective correlative in this world. We see now that this is an accurate statement. Birth, its mystery solved. JT is very possible that many general statements now current about birth and generation will be changed with the progress of information, agassiz. Ruskin, unconscious probably of the truth he was giving out, has said, in The Eagle's Nest, among the new knowledges which the modern sirens tempt you to pursue, the basest and darkest is the endeavor to trace the origin of life, otherwise than in love. This love is God, and man is the love of God. If this is heaven counterfeited, as seen materially, do we not lose sight of a portion of it when a man is removed by death to what is called another world? No, and for these reasons. 1. There is only one world, and that is the spiritual universe, heaven, the kingdom of God that is within reach, here now. The so-called next world is merely another phase of the dream in which the real world, heaven, is seen again as a material world, with material people on it, perceived seemingly as another world. 2. No one, in reality, ever leaves the earth, through death or otherwise. Man being spiritual and having life eternal, and the real earth also being spiritual, this illusory separation between man and the earth can be proved by demonstration to be false and needless. But this demonstration cannot be made until the lying evidence is so far self-destroyed that we recognize its possibility. Only that consciousness which is prepared and ready to receive truth can so far understand it as to bring out such higher possibilities of phenomena. We can prove now that there is no separation if, when desiring to meet a friend who is alive but absent, we realize clearly that there can be no separation in the one mind. Then instantly the friend appears, or in some other way the sense of separation is destroyed. Phenomena, if real, must be spiritual and eternal, but as in the case of the transfiguration of Jesus, spiritual truth shines through the manifestations of what are called normal conditions in every age. Omnipresence must be proved individually and collectively to be true, and this, by demonstration, in direct opposition to all supposed limitations of imaginary laws. Thus, upon the mount of uplifted consciousness, the spiritual meeting place on the shore of time, the verge of heaven, will be again enacted scenes of the transfiguration of mortals, and men, no longer enshrouded by clouds of seeming mystery, will shine as beacon lights upon the world, heralds of spiritual bliss, glorious, resplendent beings. Love makes people believe in immortality because there seems not to be room enough in life for so great a tenderness. R. L. Stevenson. In proportion as individual understanding of law and order pierces the misty veil of false consciousness, so scientifically this demonstration will rise to its highest possibility in the consciousness that is purified from everything but its limited sense, till soon again in the light of the true knowledge that is now being diffused abroad, will be demonstrated that there is no separation, but only a delusion called death, the temporary result of ignorance, and soon to be universally destroyed. Counterfeitance, the act of forging, forgery, Webster. Then, if man is never separated from the earth, he being spiritual, here now if we could only see him, why is there not another visible material counterfeit of the spiritual reality of a person who is seemingly removed by death to another world, that is, another state of dreamland? There is, but there can be no intercommunication between individuals in such differing false states of belief as those who imagine they have died and left their friends, and those who believe that they have been left behind owing to their friends having died and passed into another world. God being individually reflected by the one who has seemingly disappeared is certainly continually reflected, and his reflection must therefore be again counterfeited in the human concept, the material misrepresentation of the earth and its inhabitants, from whatever plane of false consciousness it may be viewed. When one individual departs, there appears in his place a newborn child, maintaining the number in this so-called world, but as this is only another picture, a meaningless form, it does not appear in any way as expressing the individual who has apparently departed. This child presents another false human aspect of the same spiritual individuality as before, but in the human consciousness it is pictured as a new person altogether because of the abnormal interruption called death. If these new human beings were never conceived of, there would be no birth, and if there were no birth, there could be no death. Similarly, if there is no death, there cannot possibly be any birth. The man who has apparently died turns round in his sleep, as it were, to find himself in what he conceives of as another material world. He sees, however, the same portion of heaven, only he sees it materially in another series of dream pictures. As even the human mind does not retrograde, he seems to exist as an adult and not as a little child in the new state of consciousness in which he finds himself. This man, though finding himself alive, can no more communicate with those who are in another state of consciousness, apparently left behind, than can a person who is awake enter into the conscious human experience of one who is asleep and dreaming. As a matter of fact, they are, and have been, always together in the same world, heaven, until the individual has passed into, and therefore become again a slave in another state of false consciousness. There can be nothing but the majority of wrong beliefs concerning that state that can prevent him being what is called raised from the dead. These states of false consciousness, of which there may be 100 or more, interpenetrate each other here and now. The best illustration is that of two looking-glasses inclined at the top towards each other and a man standing in the middle. He sees an untold number of reflections of himself. When the end of the world comes, it is like tilting the top of these looking-glasses away from each other. All the reflections disappear, and there is only the one man left. Fleeting dream pictures. In other words, the pageant of this so-called material world is only a succession of fleeting dream pictures, false views of the real world, seen as what are called successive periods of history. This may be called a periodic law of repetition, although it is no law but simply habit, and it will shortly cease. Fortunately, it will soon be universally discovered that we have never been subjected to any loss or separation, but merely have temporarily lost sight of the false sense of each other, and the so-called dead have simply accepted another false view of the real spiritual inhabitants and real universe. It will be seen that there is no such thing as extinct species, but merely change of visible form. This is why we find in the Bible one man after another seen as successive dream pictures, types of someone else to follow. Abel, Abraham, Joseph, Joshua, Jeremiah, and others, have been pointed out by the commentators as earlier types of the spiritual man that was later materially seen as Jesus of Nazareth, the highest human conception of a spiritual being possible in that age, but not having the key. They were unable to follow the idea to its logical conclusion. Looking back, we find that the characters and groupings of events that stand out in the past successive ages of history prefigure in an extraordinary way the characters and groupings of the succeeding ages. In other words, history repeats itself. An interesting case of this repetition is the passage of the Israelites out of Egypt, with the crossing of the Red Sea, and the passage of the Israelites out of Media, when the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood, till they were passed over. 2 Esdras 13:44. This was referred to by Zechariah as follows: All the deeps of the river shall dry up, and the pride of Assyria shall be brought down. Zechariah 10, verse 11. Again in the present days will this be repeated, and the waters of death will be dried up, until advancing man awakens to find himself already in the Holy Land, God's world. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. Revelation 21:1. Another interesting case is the two destructions of the city of Jerusalem. Captain Weldon, writing of the description by Jeremiah of the current events round the Jerusalem of his day, says, "The whole of the passages just quoted fit in so exactly and so appropriately into the story of the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans that it is difficult to believe it possible that the events of two sieges, even of the same city, could be so exactly paralleled. It is not possible to change the universal so-called mental miasmas of mortals until individual understanding and demonstrations prove its unreality and thereby publish the good tidings abroad. This rapidly awakens the universal thought, sweeping away dust heaps from the ethereal workshop of earthly picturing. The ordinary man requires practical proof of everything. He is tired of barren, illogical theories. In this age, fortunately, this universal change of methods can be and is being rapidly brought about. And as man bends his stiffening crystallizing theories in humble but scientific, and therefore all-potent prayer to God, the great universal, democratic command will be given by God through man collectively. Let us make man in God's image and likeness. The carrying out of this command will be accomplished by knowing and loving only God, and man as his image and likeness. The eternal manifestation of life, truth, and love, through consistent fulfillment of life's golden rule of right thinking and the consequent right acting. Then will the corresponding phenomena instantly and universally appear in obedience to divine law, and it will be seen that all is good, and good is all in all and eternally present to be worshipped and loved. Then in the glad light of the seventh day of spiritual understanding, material phenomena fade and disappear, together with the false mentality that conceives and makes them visible, and man recognizes spiritual truth as tangible reality. Nicodemus. This scientific revelation throws light upon some of the mystical sayings of our Master to Nicodemus in the 3rd chapter of St. John, which, until lately, I for one had only considered from one point of view, whereas every passage in the Bible has its material, intellectual, and spiritual significance. Jesus said, "Except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God." Verse 3. Nicodemus must have been not only eager to learn, as his midnight visit showed, but an able man, for he was a ruler of the Jews and also a teacher of Israel. He evidently imagined that Jesus alluded in some sense to a material birth, for he said, "How can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born?" Verse 4. Jesus then made it clear that there were two apparently diametrically opposed concepts of man, one the true spiritual being in heaven, the other only a mere mechanical apparatus the counterfeit called the fleshly man, simply a false sense of the real man. As he said, that which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. Ver. 6. He also showed that the false sense of the material man had to be got rid of by purification, and that he could only reach heaven, or rather the mortal get rid of the material sense, because the real spiritual man is already in heaven. Jesus said, "And no man hath ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven, even the Son of Man which is in heaven." Ver. 13. He could not have been speaking of himself, because he said later to Mary, "I am not yet ascended to my Father." John 20:17. He also said, "Except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God." John 3:5. Later he said, "Marvel not that I said unto thee, ye must be born again." Ver. 7, and went on to show how little his hearer understood either of the material negative or of the real spiritual world. Nicodemus evidently could not see how a new material, counterfeit of him, his real self, could appear to others as a little child. For he said, "How can these things be?" Ver. 9. Jesus' reply was, "We speak that we do know, and ye receive not our witness." Ver. 11, and then, after illustrating man's ignorance of any accurate knowledge of the material world, by his inability to trace the movements of the winds, he evidently said that it was no use trying to explain to a materially encrusted man more advanced science, saying, "If I have told you earthly things, and ye believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you of heavenly things?" Ver. 12. Unprejudiced hearing necessary to gain truth. These words of Jesus hold good today. The man who, whilst trying to gain a better knowledge of the spiritual world, will listen and take in the hitherto hidden explanation of the material so-called laws, which apparently bind and limit him, is the man who, by reversal of the false ideas that come to him, finds himself regarding life from a new standpoint, and most quickly gains a clear sense of the details of the real spiritual facts, and so finds heaven now and here. A knowledge of these spiritual details, sooner or later, is essential. There must be no excuses for ignorance. We dare not dream away our time in a false state of security, relying upon the letter alone, but must be actively at work, consciously inspired, gaining a better knowledge of God by the reversal of the constant succession of false, lying beliefs that we have been taught to believe true, and in which we should no longer show our belief by daily acts. History repeats itself, and in a more intricate form. Whilst all the material features of these successive dream pictures are more or less different, you will find that they coincide each with the other, a steady alteration for the better continually taking place. As in printing, one impression after the other is put upon the paper, until we see a complete whole built up from separate plates. So, by comparing these impressions, we are enabled better to understand the details of the whole, false mechanical world process. At the present time, we have in front of us a series of past pictures called successive historical records. Let us look upon them as portions cut off a long cinematographic film, each placed one behind the other, and all hiding heaven, which is behind the last one. Mrs. Besant speaks of the recurrent cycles in history, for which she states reincarnation affords the only sufficient explanation. Now we have the true explanation. Examining the latter end of each series of these successive dream pictures, with the help of the Bible prophecies, we can, in the light of the new knowledge that has dawned upon the world, turn backward the telescope of today, with its lenses of more spiritual mentality, upon the human. Inklings historic, we can then predict with fair certainty the future that lies before us, in this latter end of the series that now in the next few years is about to come into view. Let us hasten to learn how to destroy the evil foreseen, and so purify these pictures that instead of confusion and misery, we may find ourselves surrounded by the peace and happiness that accompany all true understanding. In this way, only can we make intelligent use of past history, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done. Isaiah 46:10. Remember that all these kaleidoscopic pictures are but varying counterfeit views of the one perfect spiritual reality, viewed either individually or collectively, and all appear seemingly at different periods, but to speak more accurately at the same moment, being merely different false views of the reality. Our work is to awake to this fact, and hasten the glad time when the material man dematerializes, that is, appears to awake and see again those loved ones who have disappeared from sight, and to see his fellow men as they really are, spiritual beings in the real world, heaven. What a glorious time awaits us. Do not our hearts burn within us? Luke 24:32, even at the human forecast. Beloved, now are we the sons of God, and it doth not yet appear ignorantia legis neminem excusat. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. What we shall be, but we know that, when he shall appear, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. 1 John 3:2. Not only are correlative types of individuals to be found, but you will see exactly the same coincidences, not only throughout nature, but in everything. For instance, in the writings of the prophets, the writing of an individual being duplicated by the building of a temple, the history of a nation, and otherwise. So exactly is this the case that Haeckel's gastria theory, based upon his fundamental biogenetic law, that ostogeny or development of the individual is a recapitulation of the phylogeny or development of the race, applies equally to man as to lower so-called forms of life. I have tried to refrain as much as possible from speaking in too advanced, technical language, except where the terms used were coming into general use, and it was therefore of educational value, but it is sometimes instructively amusing to see what can be done in this way. The use of highly technical terms is, as Sir Hiram Maxim once said, a mere cloak for ignorance. This statement you can carry further probably than Sir Hiram intended, as you can always, if you know enough, use the language of the people, and with telling effect. A mechanical world. The mechanical material world has been compared to a clock. The accepted theories concerning human life, with their regularly recurring birth, sin, disease, and death, are the works, wound up and set going, the dial plate acting as a telltale of how regularly or irregularly they are being acted upon by the mechanical pressure. The earth, with its inhabitants and entire material phenomena, is literally one large clock. Each day it is wound up by its owners. Each individual who at sundown admits that it is essential its material procedure shall be repeated during the next 24 hours is winding up his clockwork earth. And so long as this mechanical imitation of the real earth and man is kept going, mankind is simply maintaining its own limitations, and content to center its whole interest in a nursery imitation of its real kingdom, the true and living spiritual earth and heaven and man. The true man acts entirely independently of any preconceived material line of procedure or law of necessity. The whole world of the reality is all bound up together and maintained by the underlying, everlasting, living principle, but in this suppositional world, all the real ideas are counterfeited in a series of seemingly material things, also seemingly held together and governed by cruel, imaginary laws. These have an apparent power until men awaken to the unreality of mere fleeting shadows. This accounts for many seemingly mysterious coincidences, such as the history of individuals and nations being read in the stars, and the marvelous apparent working of the law of numbers. The principle of the science of numbers is as true in the material universe as in heaven, only we get a false sense of it here, when applying it to material phenomena, which prevents us from seeing its accurate and harmonious working. There is no retrograde step, and each of these false series of pictures continues in appearance, gradually being refined until its end comes, when finally the last material record of the last mortal fault fades away and is what is called dematerialized by the greater weight of right thinking. In this so-called end of the material world of evil, all the successive series of fleeting dream pictures will completely disappear at the same time, and immortal man and the lesser ideas will be clearly seen everywhere as spiritual and perfect. Scientific confirmation. The German geologist Edward Suess in Das Antlitz der Erde speaks of a great and yet unknown rhythm in the evolution of living beings, a rhythm dependent on periodic changes in the inorganic environment. He was on the verge of a great discovery here. A glimmer of truth had been caught by the inquiring mind. A leading article, "Is It Possible to Be Original?" in the Daily Mail of January 7, 1911 says, "Ideas march along in extended order. They are not isolated discoveries made by specially brilliant individuals. Their influence is in the air. It is felt by numbers of thinkers at a time." And another instance is offered us by M. Lichtenberger in his admirably lucid study of Nietzsche, one of the famous German philosopher's most famous theories. The one that he thought must paralyze the world was the theory of the eternal return. Briefly, it is that everything which happens must have happened in exactly the same way any number of times before, and will go on happening at intervals forever. The unreality of material phenomena had not yet dawned on him. Maunder's Scientific and Literary Treasury, under the article Life, gives the following interesting facts. The proportion of births to the actual stationary population of any place expresses or is relative to the average duration of life in that population. The mortality of a place always appears to be proportionate to its fecundity. As the number of births increases, so does the number of deaths at the same time. For example, suppose the proportion of births to be in the ratio of 1 to 28, the average life of the inhabitants of the place will be 28 years. It will be seen from this that the number of individuals on this earth does not vary. Obviously, the numbers in any given locality vary. Sadler enunciated the following law: the prolificness of human beings, otherwise similarly circumstanced, varies inversely as their numbers. And he says that statistics prove that the number of conceptions is always greatest in the most mortal years and vice versa. Population, dynamically considered, is the result of two pairs of opposing forces. 1. The numerical relation between the births and deaths of a given period, and 2. Immigration and emigration. The intensity of these opposing forces operating on population depends upon a variety of causes. Any statement as to the total population of the world must be to a large extent an estimate, as the difficulties of obtaining any accurate basis for calculations have hitherto proved insurmountable. My father, Sir Rawson W. Rawson, who was president of the Royal Statistical Society and one of the 2 English delegates to the International Statistical Society, of which he was president until his death, gave a good deal of time to this question, but with little result, and although at first sight one may seem to find many estimates and seemingly authoritative statements upon this subject, it will be found that the following quotation from the article on population in the Encyclopaedia Britannica is a fair promise of all that can be hoped for, upon looking deeper into the assumptions upon which such calculations have been based. So great, indeed, is the uncertainty in which all calculations are involved that an eminent French statistician, M. Bloch, abandoned all attempt to deal with the problem, dismissing the subject in the following note. Nous abstenons de donner le chiffre de l'ensemble de la population de la Terre. Person ne connaît ces chiffres, plus with this view of the matter, we entirely agree. We venture to say that any person of fair intelligence and ordinary education would, even without any statistical training, come to the conclusion that there was nothing certain to be known on the subject, which the figures of those who have made the subject a special study profess to illustrate. Many theosophists are gradually coming to the conclusion that the number of individuals is fixed. Mrs. Besant writes, "If the number of egos in the world be a fixed number, how do you account for the increase in population? It is a doubtful matter to begin with whether there is or is not an increase of the population of the globe, however great may be the increase on any particular area. No census of the total population has ever been taken. No statistics are available for our guidance. It is interesting that Pythagoras, 569-470 B.C., one of the most wonderful men of ancient times, is said to have taught that the same events recur again and again in regular cycles. Pythagoras, who had traveled much, founded a brotherhood in which study and personal purity were the rules of life. He was a wonderful mathematician and the first to show that number. Vibration was the basis of material phenomena. He asserted the unity and eternity of God as against the varied beliefs of mythology, and appears to have been the first to discern that the arrangement of the heavenly bodies presented intervals synchronous with musical rhythm, and that the earth and planets revolved round a central point. In many other directions, he exercised the powers that have been shown are available to all men. For instance, he is said to have tamed wild beasts instantly, to have foretold the future, and to have been able to move instantly from one place to another. The great solution of all his problems would have speedily followed had he discerned the practical method of permanently destroying evil in a scientific way. His memory was ardently cherished by his disciples, who had the greatest faith in his teachings. Considering the terrible results that must have followed the general publication of his knowledge to a world uninstructed in true science, no wonder that in that age they were unwritten and kept secret, nothing being published about them until 50 years after his death. The little that was published is said to have had a great influence upon Plato, who lived about 50 years later than Pythagoras. The Darwinian theory of evolution. The mental age pictured in the opening of the sixth seal of the apocalyptic vision of things to come is now well established. Old things are rapidly passing away, new things, as thoughts, are obtaining and maintaining their rightful place in man's views of existence. Material theories and hypothetical speculations have for individuals been already swallowed up in demonstrable facts, and today are on the eve of so being for the mass. The difficulties so bravely faced by Darwin of accounting for a single center of creation, a single birthplace of the race, the descent of individuals from a single pair or hermaphrodite, the various means of dispersal, etc., all disappear in the greater light of the mental era that has dawned. Mankind rubs its eyes in astonishment to inquire where are any possible material limitations of time or space, whether there can be any. When there is no longer obstructive substance in matter, the center of creation is mind's perfect poise. The complete manifestation is the reflected image and likeness of perfection everywhere, which can be seen from every point of view to lead back to its divine source. The graduations of human misconceptions are found to disappear, giving place to diviner conceptions, until, rising above all sense of material illusion, the origin and ultimate of species and universe are discovered to be in mind, and eternally spiritual and perfect. Now this general awakening to the knowledge of truth is leading to a vast reorganization of ideas in every direction, and soon the following Darwinian puzzles will be understood by all. Cause of variability. All the intricate, elaborate theory of material evolution will be recognized as merely the externalization of thoughts, and the material structures of the world as only buildings, each layer of bricks resting on its predecessor, smoke rings in the towers of Babel mere human inventions. The ethereal architect is found to be builder, mason, carpenter, furnisher, and indeed, house itself. The professor of medicine today is foreshown to be the educated, invalid of tomorrow. The survival of the fittest merely records the disappearance of error and the appearance of a better belief. Species once lost do not reappear. Mistakes found to have been mistakes are not again made, and therefore obviously species, false forms of reality, once lost sight of, do not reappear. Absence of intermediate varieties at the present day. All mysteries surrounding the absence today of intermediate varieties of species disappears in an instant. Mutual affinities of organy beings. The law of gravity, as illustrated in its highest expression as the mutual affinity of organized beings, disappears before the explanation of gravity as nothing more than the electromagnetic attraction of illusory particles, now to be dealt with by the higher law of mind. Geographical distribution, being but distribution of thoughts, is easily understood, and the puzzle of how it has come about that forms of life change almost simultaneously throughout the world is solved. Not only can all the multitudinous forms included within each of the great kingdoms of this world be traced back to a pair of progenitors, but all the four kingdoms themselves, although seen from many individual standpoints, merge into one all-inclusive manifestation of one false mentality, one miscalled mind, universally repeated in countless ethereal forms of mortal individualities. Material evolution, in which St. Augustine, St. Bede the Great, St. Gregory of Nyssa, St. Thomas Aquinas all believed, might be more accurately Sec Vi expressed as being a gradual but temporary apparent appearance of material counterfeits, imitations of mental tangible realities. St. Augustine understood material beliefs better than most theologians, as he wrote that the animals were created by a process of growth, whose numbers the aftertime unfolded from imperfect to perfect forms. Gesenius pointed out that this unfoldment was evolution, not conversion. These mental tangible realities dawn upon the human consciousness, being rapidly brought to light by the evolution of advancing thought, as man turns to God, to the one mind that is all good, and proves, through demonstration of the unfailing power of principle to heal disease and sin, that its manifestation is essentially life, truth, and love, and therefore of necessity eternal, real, and universal. Spiritual evolution, in its reality, is the continual redistribution of perfect ideas in new combinations of infinite variety and beauty. Unnatural science, if nothing is to be called science, but that which is exactly true from beginning to end, Lamb afraid there is very little science in the world outside mathematics. Among the physical sciences, I do not know that any could claim more than that each is true within certain limits, so narrow that, for the present at any rate, they may be neglected. Huxley. The truth to which attention has been directed makes it abundantly clear that what has hitherto ranked as natural science is entirely unnatural, and must be henceforth relegated into the category of old wives' fables. Natural science has served its day, indeed, it has been a good and faithful servant, but like the old family coachman, its day is past, and the modern chauffeur whirls this bundle of misconceptions with greater and greater rapidity to its destined end. Both the old tried servant and the new mechanically trained assistant are merely temporary aids to a desired end. In other words, the theoretical explanation in its details, as put before you, is only a temporary, though necessary, stepping stone to enable the mortal more easily to throw off the false ideas that have until lately enwrapped him in a material dream. The material mortal is only a belief in a kingdom divided against itself. The final belief that loses itself, as the dream disappears, is that all this constantly changing series of phenomena is only heaven around us, hidden by a series of cinematographic pictures, each following with lightning rapidity. Hence there are no lines of force that destroy themselves, no vibrating ether, no gathering electrons, no electrical self-intensification of thoughts, no changing conscious or subconscious mind, no material body that is dematerialized, no motion of matter, no material gravity, no limited time. This whole so-called scientific explanation is merely the complete instead of fragmentary will-o'-the-wisp theory of material phenomena. Temporarily useful? Yes. Accurate? Yes. True? No, for there is nothing but God and His manifestation. An intimate knowledge of this glorious and tangible but hitherto undiscerned reality can only come to the human consciousness when, casting off its old ideas, it advances gladly along the path of true science, and man proves his scientific knowledge by habitual, instantaneous demonstration, the destruction of sin, sickness, and every form of evil, blessing the day that he gained even a smattering of truth, and being daily blessed by those with whom he comes in contact. Unnatural religion. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. In a book recently published, called /Non-Churchgoing, Its Reasons and Remedies, numerous authors, including Sir Oliver Lodge, Mr. J.R. MacDonald, and some half-dozen ministers and various persons of position and experience explain the reason why people do not go to church. The Daily News, writing about this book, says, there is considerable agreement among the authors. All assume that church-going is on the wane. The world is deserting the church. That is the fact. This is the general opinion. Next, most allow that unbelief is not increasing. The nation is growing temperate. Its manners are improving. The amenities of life are more desired. War is denounced as an evil. Civic morality is strengthening. Towards the weak and suffering, there is shown a tenderness and an effective sympathy never before observed. This being the case, there must be something wrong in the churches. What is it? Divine service no longer means consecration to God, but merely public worship, material forms. It is that they are not up to date. The difficulty is due to the material basis upon which the whole of the church's concept of God, man, and heaven rests. Men want something better. They want a religion that is of practical value to them every moment of the day, something that will make them live a more holy, more unselfish life. The only religion that can do this must be based upon spirit. Pure religion is wholly spiritual, and is the outcome of man's growing understanding of his right relationship to God and his fellow man. The churches, instead of moving with the times, taking advantage of the evolution in religion and general enlightenment that has been, and is now rapidly spreading, have been bound down, hypnotized by ancient, crystallized, dogmatic views, blinded by the mist of materiality, so that they cannot yet hear the bugle call of the second coming of the Christ, but wrangle about material trivialities within themselves, instead of spreading news of the glorious world that is here around us waiting to be realized. Fortunately, the mist is thinning, and this band, containing many splendid workers, is beginning to see that one and all have to drop every taint of materiality and think of spiritual things alone, of God and God's world. Until recently, The churches have hardly even called forth anything beyond a superficial faith in facts from which man's highest reasoning powers recoil. Were I a preacher, I should above all things preach the practice of the presence of God. So necessary do I think it, and so easy too. Brother Lawrence, 5th letter. There has been a great change recently in the church. Many are now teaching that true prayer is the realization of God, conscious communion with God. The circulars being sent out and the lectures given by the Society for Spreading the Knowledge of True Prayer of 91 Regent Street, London, W, have been a great help in this direction. Details sent freely to any inquirer. The following, which appeared a short time ago in one of the leading papers, is a very just criticism. Some years ago, the Japanese sent a deputation to the West with instructions to report whether Christianity was a religion which could be adopted as the state religion of Japan. The deputation returned disappointed and reported that they found such discrepancy between the practice and profession of Christianity that they were unable to recommend it. That the Japanese nation are not satisfied with the Christian religion was clearly shown at the Church Congress at Liverpool yesterday by the Rev. Herbert Moore, who said there was a tendency in Japan to create a new religion upon the foundations both of Christianity and Buddhism. At the recent conference, the bishops at Lambeth admitted with regret that sickness has too often exclusively been regarded as a cross to be borne with passive resignation, whereas it should have been regarded rather as a weakness to be overcome by the power of the Spirit. That there exist potentialities of healing apart from physic today no one can refute, but it is to be feared the church and the medical profession have much lost ground to recover. Geoffrey Rhodes. The following extracts from a letter written by Dr. Gore, Bishop of Birmingham, to Stephen Paget, FRCS, and published by the latter in Medicine and the Church, shows how anxious the true workers are to obey literally the teachings of Jesus the Master. I should wish to make a little more of your admissions as to mental therapeutics. Thus, if, as you admit, there are so many functional disorders, and they are curable by mental influences, and religion is a great mental influence, and this influence, quietism, is much needed in such and other cases, I should demand of the Church that it should recognize far more explicitly this field of legitimate curative power and control it, and claim it by showing the power to use it. My own experience, in the case of well-to-do people when sick or dying, is that the medical profession is very much inclined to exclude religion in any form from sick beds till it cannot be of any use. I do most seriously want to reform 1. the Church, 2. the medical profession, in the light of what you admit. Dr. Gore wants no better evidence to prove to him that the medical profession have not to learn how to cure by mental influence, but by obtaining a spiritual knowledge of God, than the article by H.G.G. Mackenzie, M.B., on medical aspects of mental healing in Medicine and the Church. In this article details are given of a meeting of the Harveyan Society held a little time ago at Oxford, when a paper of great and permanent value was read by Dr. Clay Shaw on the influence of mind as a therapeutic agent. A number of well-known medical men, authorities on mental healing by suggestion, hypnotism, etc., were present and took part in the discussion, giving details of their experience, and the author sums up the result of the paper and the discussion as follows. Here we have grouped together the expression of the opinions of trained minds of responsible medical men. The differences are comparatively slight. The agreement is remarkable. Not one of them, though in one case as many as 4,000 records are in his hands, claims to have cured what are usually called organic conditions. The whole question is as to the best way in which suggestion can be brought to bear on patients whose lives are in many cases rendered miserable by persistent, but none the less functional, ailments. It has been clearly pointed out throughout this work that there is no limit to the power of God, and therefore to the class of ailment, mental or physical, that can be healed by true prayer. It has also been pointed out that mental suggestion, with the object of inducing improved material results, is purely hypnotic suggestion and wholly wrong. The reason why the medical man has not looked kindly upon the presence of the clergyman in the sick room has been that he has found by experience that such presence is not beneficial. There are two causes for this. If the clergyman dwells upon the hereafter and the necessity for preparation for a rapidly approaching end, the patient at once outlines in thought the death picture and prepares for the worst. In the second case, the visitant often, instead of calming the patient, excites him and leaves him full of anxious thoughts, instead of leaving him happy and hopeful. When the churches and the true workers wake up and teach truth, instead of what is practically pantheism, the millennium will be understood, and then it will soon be here for humanity, and very shortly after its recognition, all suffering and limitations will be things of the past, a forgotten nightmare, and therefore no thing. No one can fight against God and win. Though the mills of God grind slowly, yet they grind exceeding small. Though with patience he stands waiting, with exactness grinds he all. Business, copyright. Keeping my mind in his holy presence, and recalling it as often as I found it wandered from him, I made this my business, as much all the day long as at the appointed times of prayer. For at all times, every hour, every minute, even in the height of my business, I drove away from my mind everything that was capable of interrupting my thought of God. Brother Lawrence, first letter. It has often been said that it is absolutely impossible to carry on business on a high ethical plane. This is not true. Before we knew how to think rightly, it was difficult, as, by doing what was best for another, it was often found that he took advantage of us, and we suffered. When a man knows how to think rightly, he can safely put his fellow man's interests before his own. This does not mean that unscrupulous individuals will not sometimes take advantage of us. But this they can only do if our knowledge of truth is too limited. Nevertheless, however much such men may momentarily take advantage of us, it will be found that in the long run we do not suffer, but that they pay the penalty for their ignorance of the laws of good. The commercial value of the Golden Rule is beginning to be recognized. In the January 1914 issue of The Organizer, a practical magazine for businessmen, appears the following: "The Golden Rule is truth in the hands of intelligent people, and joined with efficiency, it actually pays dividends." You will find that on thinking a man is going to take an unfair advantage of you, he will respond more or less to this hypnotic thought, and if this wrong thinking be continued, you will soon have to be on your guard. Being on guard means systematically guarding your own thoughts, and regularly, each day devoting a few minutes to treatment for the difficulty. If really thinking rightly, no one can possibly take advantage of you. The greatest good for the greatest number. Putting another's interests before our own does not mean always sacrificing our own interests to his. Our first consideration must always be to act in strict accordance with our highest understanding of God's requirement of us. This demand met, principle will decide as to how far it is for our client's best interests that his desires should be fulfilled. Working from this individual standpoint of persistent right thinking and its correlative just action, it will be found that in whatever form results may appear, they will also include the greatest good for the greatest number. Generous dealings necessary. It is becoming common knowledge now amongst thinkers that to succeed in business, one must not, as was previously thought, take every advantage of others where possible, but on the contrary, one must earn a reputation for absolutely fair and even generous dealing. This alone will not enable a man to succeed. He must be businesslike, accurate, and prompt in his dealings. This will follow if the thoughts are right. On the other hand, should he constantly fear, for instance, that a merchant will not supply goods to him in the time promised, he will probably find that such accentuation of wrong thoughts will bring about the failure and result in a repetition of the same delay in his dealings with his own clients. Hitherto, we have thought that such a mistake was not our fault. In future, should this take place, we shall know that it is solely our ignorance of truth or incapacity to treat that is to blame. The evolution of business. As the false concept of matter changes, the details of business and business methods will change. Material means for bringing about desired results will be dropped, and a true mental method adopted, viz., the realization of truth. In the past, the fundamental principle of business has been entirely misunderstood by nearly all. The principle upon which it has been based has been to gain good for ourselves, and incidentally, as an unfortunate necessity, to give something in exchange to others. This has to be inverted. A higher basis is thus one. The true principle of business is to give of the best to others as the necessity, while incidentally receiving in return. Then we shall receive abundance with but little trouble. This is no chimerical dream, but is the natural result to the man that follows truly scientific methods. The man receiving most has the most to confer on others. We must be willing to lay down all for truth in business, as well as in all other paths of human experience. We must gradually lay down all thinking of the future, consideration of ways and means, thoughts of antagonistic people, all fear, anxiety, and worry, and ultimately all the old material means. We must adopt the higher and more scientific methods that progress will in any case eventually demand. Such as are willing to thus adopt Christian and scientific methods of business will of necessity be led by principle into the best and most successful enterprises during the forthcoming period of rapid advancement that accompanies the final stages of all exchange of goods. One of the chief results accruing from practical right thinking is the complete protection of the individual from so-called mental science, which even today is unwittingly practiced on a large scale. A client to whom the evil effects were recently pointed out replied that this made clear to him what had made him, on the previous day, buy a cargo of salt for which he had not the slightest use. It has already been shown how this fatal method of obtaining an apparently temporary advantage, though permanent disadvantage, even now being openly taught and practiced. It is time that mankind learned the scientific and unfailing method of protection, the truth that makes man free from all evils. We have to remain in business or in such state of life as the second coming of Christ finds us in until principle clearly leads us out. The sooner this takes place, the better. Buddha truly said, "I say unto thee, remain in thy station of life, apply thyself with diligence to thy enterprises. It is not life and wealth and power that enslave men, but the cleaving to life and wealth and power." The mental school. It has been suggested that there must be something wrong with true mental workers when those around them are critical and not living a high enough life. The reason for this trouble is clear to those understanding the action of evil. When man and woman are living their highest and carrying their knowledge of science and religion into their daily life practice, they sometimes become objects of criticism and even of dislike or jealousy to those who do not properly understand their motives and actions. This results not only in wrong thoughts of such true workers, from which, however, they can protect themselves by persistent mental work, but it results in wrong thoughts about those associated with them in their work. Remarks of these associates, such as, He can never get on as long as he is there. He is becoming a hypnotist. He is becoming prejudicially affected. Naturally do harm if such associates who are thus hypnotically acted upon do not protect themselves by frequently turning to God in thought and knowing the truth, namely, that no evil can touch them because they are spiritual, etc. It is a curious thing that if these co-workers have a slight knowledge of truth and are themselves endeavoring to use their highest mental powers, such malpractice affects them more than it does those ignorant of mental effects, who merely blunder on as best they can. The result is that whilst the beginners in mental work benefit themselves personally by such work, and the effects are seen in their improving circumstances and greater freedom from worries and troubles, they are liable to become more critical of those around them. These, in turn, expect a higher standard of life from them, and consequently malpractice on such beginners, and increase the difficulty. The only way out of this is constant, steady, daily mental work, treating especially for love, so that the students prove in every way to those around them the value of their advancing knowledge of truth, not only by being more thoughtful for others, but by not speaking evil of their fellow men. Were the position fully recognized, it would be seen that to be at work in such a center of attack is a privilege, and if taken advantage of, is of incalculable value, for it will result in a free passport through the far more perilous conditions to which the world is hastening. Such troubled groups of advanced workers are but the senior pupils in the world's preparatory school, and if they persevere, they will be the ones to earn the golden scholarship of permanent peace and happiness, which can only be won through experimental tuition. God will bless them, with blessings beyond hope or thought, with blessings which no word can find. Tennyson. Section Romans 7. Our duty. Fear, reverence God, and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. Ecclesiastes 12:13. But what is thy duty? The demand of the hour goeth. Prove to me only that the least command of God's is God's indeed, and what injunction shall I need to pay obedience? Browning. We have to recognize our duty at the present time. As has been said, the continual sharpening of the knife is tiresome, if after all we have nothing to cut with it. It is our duty to seek success, the success of the other man. W. H. Parmenter. We have to abound in love and truth, and to heal sin and sickness. We have to practice diligently and lovingly Christ's Sermon on the Mount, which now, with our new knowledge, we find can be lived, instead of only pondered over. Jesus pointed out that there were only two commandments, to love God and love our neighbor. The law of life demands the fulfillment of these. Obedience to them is essential and the only thing that can give us present and permanent happiness is loyalty to God and its result, which is the helping of our fellow man. To do this, we have to get rid of the results of our falsely educated habit of wrong thinking and to learn how to think rightly. He who would have full power must strive to get power over his own mind. King Alfred. This is the only way in which we can relieve others from their present troubles and also from the waves of trouble that prophets and readers of thought have continually foretold as inevitably coming in the latter days. These troubles are beginning, and by learning how to think rightly, we can protect a certain number of those we love, that number depending upon our knowledge of truth and the life that we lead. Sanctify them through thy truth. Thy word is truth. For their sakes I sanctify myself, that they also might be sanctified through the truth. John 17:17-19. Faith without works is dead. James 2:20. We have huge tasks before us. Let us fit ourselves so as both to ward off and destroy the unseen foe, which must be recognized and destroyed as soon as recognized. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be, Matthew 24:21. Remember that such a passage refers to different successive material dream pictures, and consequently refers not only to the flight of the descendants of Benjamin from Jerusalem in 70 A.D., but also to the latter days which are now upon us, in which like incidents occur in new dress and are even now being recognized as happening in our midst by those who have learned how to discern the signs of the times. Man's dominion. For this purpose, the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil. 1 John 3:8. On the first page of the Bible is the declaration that God gave man dominion over all the earth. If this is true, we ought to have dominion over our body, our business, our household, our affairs, our environments, our circumstances, our condition. Edward Kimball. Fortunately, we have absolute dominion over all evil, over every sense of want, moral, mental, and physical. We have to acquaint ourselves with the nature of the false claims of error and with spiritual alertness to lay the axe at the root of all evil. Recognize the everlasting grandeur and immortality of the power of this God-given authority. Live greatly, so shalt thou acquire unknown capacities of joy. Cov. Patmore. Life has now to be more than a sense of existence. It must be a sense of might and ability to subdue material conditions of every kind. By virtue of love, we may rule the world. Lao Tzu. Reflect life, and you have the full power of being. Again and again, right throughout the Bible, we are told of this sovereign power. And God said, "Let them have dominion over all the earth." Genesis 1:26. The upright shall have dominion over them in the morning. Psalm 49:14. Now the morning is breaking as the new light is spreading all over the world. Dominion shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High. Daniel 7:27. How is it that all have not this dominion? We all have power to overcome, and we shall overcome every so-called law of matter. Nothing can dispossess you of your power to think and therefore act rightly, for you are the Son of God. This is the gift of the grace of God. Ephesians 3:7. For the kingdom of God is not in word, but in power. 1 Corinthians 4:20. The seeds of God-like power are in us still. Matthew Arnold. The power of the divine image within man gave him immediate command of nature. Plato. Self-reverence, self-knowledge, self-control. These three alone lead life to sovereign power. Tennyson. The only fatal mistake is the mistake of giving in. We must obey Christ's loving demand, "Be ye perfect." If this demand was valid when he spoke it, it is as valid today, and therefore possible to fulfill. We gain this dominion by knowing, feeling, and proving that love, God, alone governs man. Might and majesty attend every advancing stage of this understanding. Great, not like Caesar, stained with blood, but only great as I am good. Exercise this dominion and destroy sin, sickness, and suffering all around you, for it is God which worketh in you. Philippians 2:13. The exercise of this dominion is only a call to higher duties, not a release from cares and responsibilities. If you can maintain this dominion, nothing can cause you to sin or suffer. You have only to preserve a scientific, positive sense of unity with God. But if thou dost receive no thing into thy desire, then thou art free from all things, and rulest over all things at once, as a prince of God. For thou hast received nothing from thine own, and art nothing to all things, and all things are as nothing to thee. Jacob Boehm. Humility. What doth the Lord require of thee but to walk humbly with thy God? Micah 6:8. We find that humility is perpetual quietness of heart. It is to have no troubles. It is never to be fretted or vexed, irritable or sore, to wonder at nothing that is done to me, to feel nothing done against me. It is to be at rest when nobody praises me, and when I am blamed or despised. It is to have at a blessed home in myself, where I can go in and shut the door and kneel to my Father in secret, and be at peace, as in a deep sea of calmness, when all around and above is trouble. To think first of others is the secret of gentleness. Elizabeth Gibson. The material man can do nothing, and we may well say with Robert Browning, "Looking within and around me, I ever renew." With that stoop of the soul, which in bending upraises it too, the submission of man's nothing perfect, to God's all complete, as by each new obeisance of spirit, I climb to his feet. Humility of this description is the laying down of a sham power and the taking up of omnipotence. It is true genius. The spiritual man never thinks of himself. He thinks only of God and God's ideas. We desire now to lose the thinking of ourselves in thinking for others. There is the ideal. We are to be saviors of men, lovers of men, inspirers of men in self-forgetfulness. Stopford Brooke. Glorify God. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Matthew 5:16. We have to keep these embodiments that we have hitherto called ourselves, free from sin, sickness, worries, and troubles, and make them glorify God so that people will think how unselfish and thoughtful for others they are, how well and happy they always are, how quickly difficulties disappear. What is the reason for it all? And when they hear to what it is due, they say, "That is what we want, we must endeavor to understand it." In this way evil is made to glorify God. The wrath of man shall praise thee. Psalm 76:10. Unto us a child is born. His name shall be called Wonderful. Isaiah 9:6. Let yourself and not your words preach for you, Amiel, and yet all desires must disappear. Desire for personal gain, personal loves, personal attainments, and last and subtlest of all, desire for personal perfection. For the personal self must be lost in the one self, that is, the self of all that lives. Annie Besant. This does not mean that man finding himself loses his individuality. Each scintillates with infinite variety. Progress necessary. The world is advancing, advance with it. Mazzini. When we learn to think rightly, that is, scientifically, we must not be satisfied with being what in the olden days we called good. Otherwise we become self-righteous and cover the rotten foundations with a coat of plaster. They must upward still and onward who would keep abreast of truth. J. R. Lowell. He who ceases to become better ceases to become good. Oliver Cromwell. God affords us fresh opportunities as we use those we have had. We must continually go up higher. As we understand that we are spiritual beings here, so do we learn our capabilities for good, and find that still greater sacrifices, not of joys, but of self-consciousness and sloth, are necessary. This is the pathway to the true glory of immortality. Our ability to do so-called miracles depends on how we are advancing, not upon how good we are. The great man is he who knows that the spiritual will conquer. Emerson. It must conquer and destroy all evil. So with every error conquered draw nearer to thy peace. And in life's great song triumphant hear the discords falter cease. Violet M. Firths. Be selfless. The truth is that the cause of all sins in every person and every instance is excessive self-law. Plato. We must get rid of all thought of self before we can gain peace or happiness. Emerson. Success and happiness are only to be had in giving up our own will. General Gordon. We have to learn to do right merely because it is right, without the slightest regard for results. This doing right because it is right is called by Buddhists parikamma. We then grow to love to do right because we love good. This is the love of God, and the results to mankind of this love are in proportion to the understanding of what God is. Let all human desires merge into the desire for others' good. Then shall we understand the words of Job. Yet in my flesh shall I see God. Job 19:26. All good thinkers, so far as they are good, are characterized by indifference to results. James Hinton. Duty never yet did want his meed, sense, Shakespeare. This is not sufficient, however. Put off thine own will, and there will be no more hell. Theologia Germanica. We have to lose self in love, to become absolutely selfless, having no will of our own, called in Buddhism Vairegya, so that we allow the action of God to cause us always to do what is right. Looking away from self, the kingdom of God within, always present, will bear us upward, heavenward, until we find within it home, the city of Zion, love itself. There is but one virtue, to forget oneself as at a person, one vice, to remember oneself, fished. We know more now, namely, that the thing to be forgotten is the seeming material world and material man. The thing to be remembered is the real spiritual world and the real spiritual man. Then the action of God is seen. The pure men of old acted as they were moved, without calculation, not seeking to secure results. They laid no plans. Therefore, failing, they had no cause for regret. Succeeding, no cause for congratulation. Lao Tzu. Desire is personal and therefore selfish. Annie Besant. Lao Tzu, the great Chinese philosopher, who, like his contemporary Buddha, must have been individually very close indeed to the truth, also said, "He acts by non-action, and by this he governs all, and again, by non-action there is nothing that may not be done. One might undertake the government of the world without ever taking any trouble, and as for all those who take trouble, they are not competent to the government of the world." It will be found that the word trouble means material steps. Lao Tzu knew well that right mental action, the realization of God, was the only action of any value to man, and that the fewer the material steps, and the greater the reliance on the principle of good, the better the results. In Tao Te he writes, "Therefore the wise man knows without traveling, names things without seeing them, and accomplishes everything without action." Meekness, selflessness, and love are still the paths of Christ's testimony and the footsteps of his flesh. Closeness to Christ necessitates separation from self. Wells, love of God's will, is a higher degree of love, inasmuch as it requires us to renounce our own will. St. Francis de Sales. Plato insisted that the true art of living is an act of dying to mere sense, in order more fully to exist in intimate union with goodness and beauty. He further insisted that the proper aim of man is not pleasure, but truth, beauty, and right, which are to be sought for their own worth. T hath been said, "The more of self and me, the more of sin and wickedness." So likewise it hath been said, "The more the self, the I, the me, the mine, that is self-seeking and selfishness, abate in a man, the more doth God's I, that is God himself, increase in him." Theologia Germanica, p. 56. We must exterminate self and thus find God's man, made in his image and likeness. He who gains a victory over other men is strong, but he who gains a victory over himself is all-powerful. Lao Tzu. You can have neither a greater nor a less dominion than that over yourself. Leonardo da Vinci. Cast away personality, sacrifice it. What is left is the essence of life, love. Tolstoy. Pride, the wicked, through the pride of his countenance, will not seek after God. God is not in all his thoughts. Psalm 10:4. Pride is certainly the most naked form of sin, for pride is self-deification. It may be madness of disease, it may be rebellion, but inasmuch as it claims to be a law to itself, it is the very principle of sin come to self-consciousness. Augustine and Thomas Aquinas both say that pride is the beginning of sin, though not its root. We might equally well say that it is the end of sin, its completed development in self-chosen independence of God. W. R. Ng. M.A.D.D., Dean of St. Paul's Cathedral. Search thine own heart, what paineth thee in others, in thyself may be, all dust is frail, all flesh is weak. Be thou the true man thou dost seek. Whittier. Criticism. Love is kind and suffers long. Love is meek and thinks no wrong. Bishop Wordsworth. Impersonal criticism brings out facts, with the object of comparing them with prior knowledge, and so elucidating truth and helping the world. True criticism is open-minded and constructive. False criticism is prejudiced and destructive. The highest criticism is scientific judgment. This separates not evil persons, but evil thoughts from the good, separating them in order to destroy them. In this way, the false conclusions are reduced, and so the only support of evil is weakened, and its final destruction in every form hastened. Never under any circumstances indulge in the false luxury of personal criticism, the antithesis of love. Love beareth all things, believeth all things, 1 Corinthians 13:7. Hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thine own eye, Matthew 7:5. If you thoroughly cast the beam out of your own eye or consciousness, there will be nothing to criticize, as the wrong thought that you are conscious of will be destroyed, and the victims freed. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, therefore rejoice. Revelation 12:10-12. Skepticism is deliberate, distrustful of appearances, grave and candid. Incredulity needs no thought, but is peremptory and scornful, and not being reasonable, it cannot be reasoned with. The one is a high, strong mental virtue, the other is a sign of mental debility. Plus Dr. W. H. Thompson. A man as a rule criticizes in people the fault from which he himself suffers most. Recognize yourself as the chosen instrument of God, his dear Son, and look upon all men as his and your dearly beloved. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Matthew 19:19. Not only avoid all forms of personal criticism, but all forms of wrong thinking, or indeed any thinking of others, except for the purpose of helping them. Condemn the fault, and not the actor of it. Shakespeare. The wise man knows no distinctions. He beholds all men as things made for holy uses. Lao Tzu. Talking of others. Let none of you imagine evil in your hearts against his neighbor. Zechariah 8:17. Let every man sweep the snow before his own door, and not trouble himself about the frost on his neighbor's tiles. Chinese. Talking of others is one of the most insidious forms of evil. Few are altogether free from this dangerous habit. Let others be sacred to you. We should only talk of others in order to help them. Copyright Christian Science is the higher criticism because it criticizes evil, disease, and death, all that is unlike God, good on a scriptural basis, and approves or disapproves according to the Word of God. The higher criticism, Christian Science Sentinel. December 21st, 1907. Mary Baker Eddy. Romans 7, and even then we should be very, very certain of our ground. With your mind stayed on truth, aflame with divine love, this holy region can be approached. Unselfish thoughts are the very portals of heaven, and to dwell day by day in thoughts of peace toward every creature will bring abounding peace to their possessor. James Allen. Not only speak charitably, but feel so, Fry. When in your hearing, a fellow human being ventures upon this dangerous ground of voicing evil of another, then hasten firmly, even if silently, to deny any reality to evil. Consistently reverse every material statement and translate every false picture, however bad, back into its true meaning, and so gain its original spiritual truth. Watch ye and pray, lest ye enter into temptation. Mark 14:38. Charity suffereth long and is kind. 1 Corinthians 13:4. Sweet mercy is nobility's true badge. Shakespeare. Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. Matthew 5:44. Love must be enthroned in consciousness. Love God with an intense love, and love your neighbor far more than yourself. Proof, not profession, is essential, Practical love is the divine way to heaven. Shall we ever all learn this? When we do, the wide world will indeed be a beautiful place. Edgar Daplin. Let us hasten to learn and practice this godlike quality. Friends, blessed is the man who has the gift of making friends, for it is one of God's best gifts. It involves many things, but above all, the power of going out of oneself and seeing and appreciating whatever T.S. noble and loving in another man. Thomas Hughes. A faithful friend is a strong defense, and he that hath found such an one hath found a treasure. A true friend is one who, remembering to deny all apparent error, never forgets that his friend is really perfect, being the spiritual image and likeness of God and in heaven. The greatest advantage of a friend is to have someone to love, someone to help. One mistake that I made as a young man was never to allow anyone to help me without doing an equal amount for them in return. Another mistake was thinking that to live my thanks without verbally stating them was sufficient. All men should be our friends, our loved ones. Then comes true happiness, perpetual happiness. All are then lovers, united in the enduring bonds of the true spiritual friendship, which constitutes the basis of all happiness. Fellowship is heaven, and lack of fellowship is hell. W. Morris. As Bacon says, friendship doubles our joys and halves our sorrows. To a true friend we can be ourselves and tell everything. Then we know that there is nothing that can make him think worse of us. The definition of a friend by Pythagoras was another I. He's true to God who's true to man. J. R. Lowell. It is wise never to rely absolutely upon human so-called friendship, which is material. Rely solely upon God. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee. Isaiah 26:3. A friend always wants to help you, but sometimes his idea of help is different from yours. Again, mortals are subject to fits of aberration until they know how to think rightly and carry it into practice, and will do things that you would have thought impossible. Some of those who I know desired to help me have had what have been practically fits of insanity, in which they have incriminated themselves, with no other apparent object than that of prejudicing me. Judge before friendship, then confide till death. Remember that should a friend turn upon you, it is not his fault, but his misfortune. It is your business then to protect him by thinking rightly yourself. Do not think of him. Turn to your one and only true friend, God, and the trouble will then have been of use. The worst of all friends is the flatterer. It has been truly said, flattery is a disease of friendship. Be unselfish. By being the most unselfish, he is the most secure. Lao Tzu. The Stoics used to say that a selfish man is a cancer in the universe, and Philo finds the root of sin in selfishness. The first step downwards of the prodigal son was, "Give me the portion of goods that falleth to me." Luke 15:12. As Bacon said, like bees, we kill ourselves in stinging others. Selfishness comes from thinking that you want something and that you may lose what you have. Such thoughts breed unhappiness. So long as you persist in selfishly seeking for your own personal happiness, so long will happiness elude you, and you will be sowing the seeds of wretchedness. In so far as you succeed in losing yourself in the service of others, in that measure will happiness come to you, and you will reap a harvest of bliss. James Allen. Unselfishness in the old mistaken methods of so-called living, asa rule, meant self-sacrifice, suffering, and giving way to others. Now we find that unselfishness is happiness, joy, continuing bliss, everything that is good. Further, viewed in the light of the knowledge of truth, and therefore understood scientifically, it is an unseen power, lifting a man out of a very prison to put him upon a throne. Jesus expressed this in the misunderstood saying, "He that loseth his life shall find it." Matthew 10:39. In other words, in proportion as the material self is lost sight of, forgotten, dissociated from man's real self, so does he gain power over that material self and all its seeming troubles. Thus he wields that spiritual government which alone gives him, when fully apprehended, dominion over all matter. We have to lead a life of true unselfishness, always mentally working in the way already pointed out, so as to help each one with whom we come in contact. One can create a heaven for many lives. Elizabeth Gibson, we must not do this by thinking of them, of the material individual. This is wrong and absolutely hypnotic. Never, if you can help it, let your thought rest on the material concept of those you love. Be willing rather to be absent from the body and to be present with the Lord. 2 Corinthians 5:8. Turn in thought at once to God and realize Him and the true spiritual consciousness, and you cannot fail to help, and are less likely to be separated from those you love on earth, in exact proportion to the depth of your realization of man's unity with God, Spirit, in heaven. Sin is selfishness, godliness is unselfishness. Chevalier Bunser, where the love of self is banished, there dwelleth the love of God. Jacob Boehm. Pity is the touch of God in human hearts. W. O. Smith, D.D., LLD. Sec. Romans 7, our responsibility. That system is most divine, which is most effective, and which is most in accord with the Spirit of Christ. Canon Plumter. As there is nothing but God, there is in reality only good. There is, therefore, only one false representation of God, one material, universal consciousness, called by scientific men the ether, by others the devil and mortal mind. And if we scientifically destroy the evil thought as it first presents itself to our own individual so-called consciousness, it is destroyed for all. In thus fulfilling our responsibility, we are, fortunately, one step nearer the end of the so-called material world. Judgment Day, for the ear trieth words, as the mouth tasteth meat. Let us choose to us judgment, let us know among ourselves what is good. Job 34:3-4. This destruction of evil is what is spoken of throughout the Bible as judgment. All nations shall come and worship before thee, for thy judgments are made manifest. Revelation 15:4. But he that is spiritual judge all things. 1 Corinthians 2:15. The meaning of to judge is to point out or declare what is just. The meaning of judgment is the comparing of ideas to elicit truth. Chambers's Dick. When passing along the street, we see the evil and compare ideas and declare what is just. Judgment takes place, and the evil is destroyed. Judge not according to the appearance, but judge righteous judgment. John 7:24. To do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. Proverbs 21:3. For the Father judgeth no man, but hath committed all judgment unto the Son, and hath given him authority to execute judgment also, because he is the Son of Man. John 5:22-27. Do ye not know that the saints shall judge the world? 1 Corinthians 6:2. I can of mine own self do nothing. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just. John 5:30. It is absolute justice, that if you think rightly by turning to God, the evil should be destroyed, as all is mental, and God the principle of good. The material man never made his consciousness, and never made the ethereal thoughts that attack him. Why should he allow himself to be punished by believing the lie? The Lord is known by the judgment which he executeth. Psalm 9:16. Judgment takes place daily, however, every time one reverses a wrong thought. It is this constant judgment that leads to righteousness, by the purification of the so-called mind. For when thy judgments are in the earth, the inhabitants of the world will learn righteousness. Isaiah 26:9. When we are judged, we are chastened, made pure of the Lord, that we should not be condemned with the world. 1 Corinthians 11:32. Judgment Day, as used in the Scriptures, signifies the final destruction of all evil, all sin, sickness, worry, and every limitation, which takes place at the end, by the action and reaction of right thinking. The word that I have spoken, the same shall judge him in the last day. John 12:48. This results in Romans 7 sentaneous conscious, mental action of the whole body of right thinkers, because he hath appointed a day in the which he will judge the world in righteousness by that man whom he hath ordained. Acts 17:31. It is he which was ordained of God to be the judge of quick and dead. To him give all the prophets witness. Acts 10:42-43. My righteousness is near, my salvation is gone forth, and mine arms shall judge the people. The isles Great Britain shall wait upon me. Be still, and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. And on mine arm shall they trust. Isaiah 51:5. Which executeth judgment for the oppressed. Psalm 146:7. Zion shall be redeemed with judgment, and her converts with righteousness. Isaiah 1:27. So let it be. In God's own might we gird us for the coming fight, and strong in him whose cause is ours, in conflict with unholy powers, we grasp the weapons he has given, the light and truth and love of heaven, Whittier. And the Most High shall appear upon the seat of judgment, and misery shall pass away, and the long suffering shall have an end. But judgment only shall remain, truth shall stand, and faith shall wax strong. And the work shall follow, and the reward shall be showed, and the good deeds shall be of force, and wicked deeds shall bear no rule. 2 Esdras 7:33-35. This gives each of us an enormous responsibility. Not only every wrong thought that comes into our consciousness should be judged, but every single thing that we do should be prayed for, judged. If the world shall be judged by you, are ye unworthy to judge the smallest matters? 1 Corinthians 6:2. We must be always either harming or helping ourselves and others. Which are we going to do? Upon every side, we hear the prophecy of a great religious revival, which is to sweep over all Christendom. Scarcely a day goes by which this prophecy is not repeated in some religious paper, or by some minister whose sermon is reported in the daily press. Referred to as forerunners of an extensive or universal revival which shall awaken the people of all Christian lands. Archibald MacLellan. Let us not delay and so put off the time of deliverance that awaits us. It is your duty to yourself to make each day a success. We are making tomorrow's character today. Faithfulness today is the only way to ensure success in some distant tomorrow. Great Thoughts, March 11th, 1911. Choose you this day. Behold, now is the accepted time. Behold, now is the day of salvation. 2 Corinthians 6:2. Jesus saith, Except ye fast to the world, think not of the material things, ye shall in no wise find the kingdom of God. And except ye make the Sabbath, a real Sabbath, Sabbath means rest, ye shall not see the Father, the Oxyrhynchus Logia. There has now been set forth the fundamental law that governs all existence and rests upon demonstrated proofs. Each individual can test and prove for himself the truths of this law of ever-present life, omnipotent mind, ever-present good God, and accept or reject it. The question here presents itself as to how far one has any power of choice as to the acceptance, or otherwise, of the ruling of unalterable law, and how such choice could affect our life experience. Moses, probably the greatest natural statesman, or to speak more accurately, the greatest natural lawgiver the world has ever seen, after setting before a great race the law of life and its contradictory opposite of death, says, Choose life, Deuteronomy 30:19, the life that is God, the law of soul. And later in history, the great leader, his successor Joshua, reminding them again of this law, said, Choose you this day whom ye will serve. Joshua 24:15. Anyone reading this book will at once see that a deep significance attaches to these words as to choice, and there is now no shadow of doubt as to their meaning. It goes without saying that life is governed by law, and equally that to oppose fundamental law is impossible. So the power of choice lies merely in whether we willingly accept and obey the law of God, good, by right thinking, or live in seeming opposition to it, dwelling upon the opposite thoughts of evil, with all the attendant worries and troubles that must then result. The word seeming is used advisedly, for the startling fact remains that the inevitable end reached will be the same eternal good. The apparent law of evil, their sense is no peace, saith the Lord, unto the wicked. Isaiah 48:22. Then comes the question, in what lies the importance of any individual or collective choice or action? Simply this, the difference it makes to us now. A period of opposition or contradiction to the ruling of the law of good can only be at best a series of attempts and failures, increasing limitations, hopes disappointed, scant happiness, mixed with worry, and more or less discord. A life that proves, by its own failure to succeed in living, the fallacy of its imaginary laws of existence. But during such period, the fundamental law does not suspend action, and a map choosing evil is merely being self-conducted through a path of needless suffering towards his inevitable, conscious acceptance of the law of life, the ever-active principle of good, God's Spirit. We can only accept or reject a lie when it presents itself. The law of good, who shall stand in his holy place? He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. Psalm 24:3-5. From the point of willing obedience to and acceptance of the ruling of good, a life experience becomes one of increasingly harmonious conditions. Hope is fulfilled, joy exceeds anticipation. If disease at first appears, it is met and mastered, while there comes a growing sense of restful confidence in a never-failing law of good, ordering our affairs. Progress in all directions replaces limitations, proving every step of the way that progress must be included in a slash-or of infinite good. Each one's responsibility to his fellow man is to speak the truth as he knows it, and to continue in living up to an ever-advancing understanding of the great law of infinite mind and its infinite manifestation. 10. It remains only for each and all to have for himself and themselves a period of 1. Ignorance and sin, with their inevitable attendant suffering and discord, or 2. Science and peace, with triumphant progress in infinite eternal good and joy unspeakable. Too much stress cannot be laid upon the time of the choice given by the great leader Joshua. Choose you this day, Joshua 24:15. Evidently the day on which the statement was made was the time recommended for choice, testing, and demonstration. This choice, fortunately, is free to all, being due to the action of God. For a cap and bells our lives we pay, bubbles we buy with a whole soul's tasking. 'Tis heaven alone that is given away, 'tis only God may be had for the asking. J. R. Lowell. The covenant, and we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose. Romans 8:28. Call upon me in the day of trouble, I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. Psalm 50:15. Why indeed should you suffer another needless pang when the solution of all problems lies opened up before us, within reach of all? This solution is the covenant referred to throughout the Bible, the covenant between God and man, namely, that if man thinks good, has but one God good, he will receive only good. Britain is the land of the covenant and the scene of its final fulfillment. British in Hebrew means my covenant man, and Britham is the land of the covenant. It was on account of this covenant that Paul was able to say, by the grace of God I am what I am, 1 Corinthians 15:10. Keeping my mind in his holy presence and recalling it as often as I found it wandered from him, I made this my business, as much all the day long as at the appointed time of prayer, for at all times, every hour, every minute, even in the height of my business, I drove away from my mind everything that was capable of my thought of God. Brother Lawrence, first. Letter. Learn to pray rightly. Plus, I may say to my critics, try the experiments, investigate with care and patience as I have done. If, having examined, you discover imposture or delusion, proclaim it and say how it was done. But if you find it to be fact, avow it fearlessly, as by the everlasting law of honor you are bound to do. Sir William Crookes, F.R.S. The whole of the facts laid before you show that the only intelligent way of living is always to think rightly, and this can only be done on a scientific basis. Progress demands greater scientific knowledge. We must plant our standard of thought on the rock of Christ, the spiritual idea, the true idea of God and His manifestation. Maintain it in place with truth, water it with activity, prune it with wisdom, guard it with love, and it will become the tree of life, spreading in every direction, whose leaves are the healing of nations, whose fruit, love, joy, peace, gentleness, meekness, etc., enriches mankind, an immortal plant, whose seed is the seed of truth, the seed that is in itself, Genesis 1:11, whose intelligence and substance are God. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, the channel of pure thought, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. And there shall be no more curse. Revelation 22:2-3. The habit of reversal useless thoughts spoil all, that the mischief began there, but that we ought to reject them as soon as we perceived their impertinence to the matter in hand, or our salvation, and return to our communion with God. Brother Lawrence, Conversation 2. T looked beyond the world for truth and beauty, sought, found, and did my duty. E. Browning. Fortunately, the rule of life is absolutely simple. Whenever any wrong thought, a thought unlike God, good, comes into our consciousness, we have 1. At once to turn our inward gaze to God and heaven. 2. Deny there the existence of the wrong thing of which we have been thinking. 3. Realize, as clearly as we possibly can, the existence of the opposite of the wrong thing thought of. And 4. Dwell upon the perfection of that opposite as long as possible. Keep mercy and judgment. Therefore turn thou to thy God. Keep mercy and judgment and wait on thy God continually. Hosea 12:6. And be renewed in the spirit of your mind. Ephesians 4:23. Think deeply of the glorious reality, the kingdom of God that is within. And wake a white-winged angel throng of thoughts illumed. And o'er earth's troubled, angry sea I see Christ walk. And come to me and tenderly, divinely talk. Mary Baker Eddy. How can we be with him but in thinking of him often? And how can we often think of him but by a holy habit which we should form of it? You will tell me that I am always saying the same thing. It is true, for this is the best and easiest method I know, and as I use no other, I advise all the world to use it. We must know before we can love. In order to know God, we must often think of him. Brother Lawrence, 9th letter. Think rightly, charity, thinketh no evil. 1 Corinthians 13:4-5. Copyright whatsoever things are true, pure, lovely. Think on these things. Philippians 4:8. Watch and pray that ye enter not into temptation. Matthew 26:41. Station love, justice and gratitude as sentinels along the lines of thought. Refuse to allow evil in your consciousness. Let the least thought of it turn you at once to truth, so that you enter your heritage of freedom, where the Spirit of the Lord is, and turn in thought instantly. Turn ye to that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God. Revelation 21:10. The kingdom of God that is within. On recognizing error, let the two-edged sword of truth, the universal panacea, flash, and the denial, the battle axe of divine science, will sweep away the phantoms of mortal illusion and show Satan as lightning fall from heaven, Luke 10:18, leaving the view of the holy city, the New Jerusalem, clearer to your vision, giving you a foretaste of infinite, boundless bliss. With this practical method of utilizing the divine power of good, we can now be, as Stopford Brooke writes of Browning's youthicals, so spiritual that we can soar out of our most overwhelming sorrow into the stormless world, heaven where the gods, spiritual beings, breathe pure thought and forever love, and, abiding in its peace, use the griefs of earth by reversal for the ennoblement of the life of man. Man one with God. Have turned your attention to this sublimely affecting subject of our vital connection with God, not for the purpose of awakening temporary fervor, but that we may feel the urgent duty of cherishing these convictions. If this duty becomes a reality to us, we shall be conscious of having received a new principle of life. Channing, tilde. Realize continually the fact that you are one with God, an individualization of the Christ. Never allow any wrong thoughts of self, and never even think of yourself as a material man. Such mistakes are malpracticing upon yourself, thinking lies, and therefore intensifying the difficulties to which your material self is subject. He that believeth not the Son, the wrath of God abideth on him. John 3:36. It pleased God to reveal his Son in me. Galatians 1:15-16. At that day ye shall know that I am in my Father, and ye in me, and I in you. John 14:20. Lose all sense of self and the material world in this clinging to God. Set your affection on things above, not on things on the earth. Colossians 3:2. Draw nigh to God, and he will draw nigh to you. James 4:8. Whosoever loves God thus will devote his whole soul and strength to God, preferring his grace the action of the Holy Ghost or Holy Spirit, the action of God on man, when after the second coming of Christ to him, he understands God better and prays rightly to the whole world. St. Francis de Sales. As we go on dwelling in thought on good in this way, so does our view of heaven get clearer and clearer. My hopes in heaven do dwell. Shakespeare. Would that we could always dwell thus. This living in the presence of God is absolute protection. We are confident, I say, and willing rather to be absent from the body and to be present with the Lord. 2 Corinthians 5:8. Pray without ceasing. 1 Thessalonians 5:17. Prayer is the spiritual balm, the precious cordial which restores to us peace and courage. Amiel. Disciple, how shall I be now able to subsist in this anxiety and tribulation arising from the world, so as not to lose the eternal peace or not enter into this rest? Master, if thou dost once every hour throw thyself by faith beyond all creatures, beyond and above all sensual perception and apprehension, and yieldest thyself fully and absolutely thereinto, then thou shalt receive power from above to rule over death and the devil, and to subdue hell and the world under thee, and then thou mayest subsist in all temptations and be the brighter for them. Plus Jacob Boehme. Prayer is the wing wherewith the soul flies to heaven, and meditation the eye wherewith we see God. St. Ambrose. This flying to heaven is merely the endeavor to rise in consciousness to the true sense of heaven now and here. Let not him who seeks the Father cease until he find him. Sayings of Jesus, discovered in Egypt in 1904. Some men live near to God, as my right arm is near to me, and thus they walk about mailed in full proof of faith, and bear a charm that mocks at fear, and bars the door on doubt, and dares the impossible. Prof. Blackie. In this way, doing our work, minute by minute throughout the day, we watch and pray without ceasing. We have ever to dwell in the presence of God, and so we shall discern the rhythm of spirit and catch glorious glimpses of the Messiah or Christ. Mr. Upton truly says at the beginning of his Hibbert lectures that all wholly satisfying and effective religious belief arises out of the immediate feeling of God's self-revealing presence in our consciousness. Signposts on the way. I say that man must travel in the way of God, day and night. His turning to God must be greater, the fire of his love must flame more brightly. Then day by day he will make progress, Baha'u'llah. Our progress depends chiefly upon the length of time during the 24 hours that we are realizing God and heaven, and we have, by constant reversal, to use every evil thought, every trouble, every twinge of pain, every sad thought, as a signpost, directing us to God. For our light affliction, which is but for a moment, worketh for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory, while we look not at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen. For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. 2 Corinthians 4:17-18. It makes no difference whether a person stares stupidly at the sky or down upon the ground. So long as his attention is directed to objects of sense, his soul is looking downwards, not upwards. Plato. For our conversation is in heaven, from whence also we look for the Saviour. Philippians 3:20. In this way error tends to its own destruction, for like Moses, by handling the serpent we turn it into a rod, something of use. Namely, by the denial, the action of God, working through us as a channel, destroys the wrong thoughts, and by the affirmation, God purifies our human consciousness and that of those for whom we are working. Demonstration, the only proof. Faith without works continues dead, being alone. Boston Times. Through this constant thinking of the reality, God and heaven, we obtain the necessary knowledge of God. The phrase translated in the Bible knowledge of God, epignosis, should be translated full for exact knowledge, and that necessarily is scientific knowledge of God and therefore scientific knowledge of the truth. This is what the whole world is striving for. This is the truth that sets us free, and the only proof is demonstration, the instantaneous and continuous healing of sin, sickness, troubles, and limitations. This is the truth that Jesus, the most scientific man that ever trod the globe, taught. Heaven and earth shall pass away, dematerialize, but my words shall not pass away. Matthew 24:35. This is because such words of Jesus were statements of truth, and many of his statements heal when understood and dwelt on, in other words, realized. Such statements are immortal, and such demonstrations are Emmanuel, or God with us. Give tithes to God. When we are not sufficiently advanced to do things entirely by treatment instead of materially, we must not fail at all events to pay our tithes. That is, if the work is likely to take 30 minutes, pray at least during 3 minutes of that time. If it will take 60 minutes, then give 6 to prayer. If you do this, you will find that the work is not only much better, but more quickly done, and not only will you actually have saved more time than the 10% that you have thus devoted to the realization of God, but you are permanently better fitted to do your material work well in the future, as your human consciousness is purified. This denial and affirmation, this realization of truth, is the only right treatment of evil. For ages, viewed only from a religious point of view and divorced from its scientific basis, it has been named prayer. To this unnatural separation is due the attenuated results of the earnest prayers of multitudes of religious people. Pray without ceasing, pray without ceasing, in everything give thanks, 1 Thessalonians 5:17-18. Unfortunately, partly through ignorance and partly through lethargy, up to the present we have been apt only to turn to God when we want to overcome difficulties, instead of praying without ceasing, and so preventing the mischief beforehand, thus hastening our own and all mankind's deliverance from evil by its total destruction. We must be willing rather to be absent from the body and to be present with the Lord. 2 Corinthians 5:8. We and God have business with each other. Professor W. James. Our business is to love God, to love good, and this includes the love our neighbor. Here lies safety. More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Wherefore let thy voice rise like a fountain for me night and day. Tennyson. When thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. Matt. Ver. 6. This means that we have to enter into the sanctuary spirit and shut the door of human consciousness to every thought of matter. Is every thought unlike God? We have right to the tree of life and may enter in through the gates spiritual understanding into the city spiritual consciousness. Revelation 22:14. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. Psalm 91:1, and be protected from the heat and burden of the day. Do not waste a second. Redeem thy misspent time that's past, and live this day as if thy last. Bishop Care of Bath and Wells. Never fail to pray. You can never regain the lost opportunity. Continually turn to God in thought. Any evil lightly passed over must be met sooner or later, and perhaps under more strenuous circumstances. When you have only a moment in which to treat, keep a running accompaniment of thoughts such as the realization. God as truth, as love, or as life. Which of these you choose should depend upon the individual conditions. If you are always well, it not so urgent to realize God as life. Which of the other two you chiefly realize should depend upon whether your love for others or your knowledge of truth is most above the average. This helps one to become evenly balanced, morally, intellectually, and physically, until mind alone rules supreme. Fixed throughout religious services, I try to keep my thoughts fixed in the reality, denying every statement of evil in what is read, and realizing as clearly as possible every statement of truth. This like the soap and scrubbing brush in the mental bath that we take during scientifically religious services, we must strive to think equally rightly during the surging rush of daily business life. Come, and let us join ourselves to the Lord in a perpetual covenant. Jeremiah 50:5, the covenant of thinking only of good. After understanding true prayer, I tried to pray for the congregation generally whenever a moment was available. About 10 years ago, when it became clearer that during services patients should be healed, the work was done for those present who came specifically to the services with that object. Later, for the one whose need was greatest, and a few years ago I recognized that the one to be prayed for was that one whose healing at the service, either of sin or of sickness, would be of the most benefit to humanity. Results are in accordance with our thoughts, and this equally applies to the object of our prayers. We cannot tell whom it is best to help. The instantaneous healing of a beggar of sin, sickness, or want may revolutionize a nation. Consecration of self. No man has come to true greatness who has not felt in some degree that his life belongs to his race, and that what God gives him, he gives him for mankind. Phillips Brooks. Thou art not here for ease and pain, but manhood's glorious crown to gain. So used have we been in the past to hear others talking of sin, sickness, and suffering, as if they were normal and unavoidable, that unfortunately we have fallen into the same habit of evil thought and constantly put ourselves into direct touch with conditions that, were we wider awake, we should carefully avoid. A crowd of people will rush to obtain a newspaper full of appalling horrors, innocently unaware that in so doing they bring into their homes a devastating army of ethereal, wrongly called mental, bacteria. A sensibility to the suffering of others, without a knowledge of how to help them, that has led many gentle natures to the verge of insanity is now merely the call to wield the rod of iron, the invincible power mind confers upon man. This destroys with unfailing certainty the rampant evil and rescues its innocent victims from the throttling grasp of false law. We have to offer a firm resistance to the old false habit of talking gossip, or even talking uselessly of material things of the world. We have to endeavor as quickly as possible to view life from its truer mental standpoint. We should never think, say, nor do anything, except with the object of helping another in some way or becoming ourselves better men. This may make a person somewhat silent at first, but he will soon have plenty to say that is worth hearing. The Lord is in his holy temple. Let all the earth keep silence before him. Habakkuk 2:20. Jesus saith, Except ye fast to the world, ye shall in no wise find the kingdom of God. And except ye make the Sabbath a real Sabbath, ye shall not see the Father. Sayings of Jesus, discovered in 1897. Being silent with people will not surprise them if you pray. Most people prefer hearing themselves speak, and you will find that if you silently deny any error that may come up and realize the truth, they will enjoy themselves and think you a most sympathetic listener. Under some circumstances, to say nothing is, like honesty, generally the best policy. See Evans-Jones. At the same time, a word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in pictures of silver. Proverbs 25:11. Make yourselves nests of thoughts which care cannot disturb, nor pain make gloomy, nor poverty take from us. Ruskin, Better Beliefs. Seek ye the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. Luke 12:31. Do not limit good by thinking that your demonstrations must be made in the way that you expect. Do not try to teach God his business. It is the Lord, let him do what seemeth him good. 1 Samuel 3:18. When you pray to dispel evil or limitation, you cannot know what form of good will appear in its place, as this depends upon the material so-called thoughts that are latent, and which then come into action. These are humanly bound to pass over you at that particular time. Whenever wrong thoughts are destroyed, so-called good thoughts then take their place. These, again, can be destroyed by scientific prayer, and still better ones be manifested. These, again, can be destroyed until the last moment, when your material consciousness is finally and completely dematerialized by the action of God as you realize truth and love. So-called good human thoughts are never really good. They are only good in comparison with seether material thoughts, and if you are certain that a particular kind of good will come, you may intensify these thoughts until they act, and very likely so prevent thoughts that are ever so much better from appearing. Rely not on human intelligence. The carnal mind is enmity against God. Romans 8:7. Trust in God. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusteth in thee. Isaiah 26:3. When men know how to pray rightly, none can trust too much in God, and no one has ever been forsaken by him who has turned to him with his whole heart and leant upon him with loving confidence. German mystics. If when you are doubtful how to act, you pray scientifically, and do then what first comes into your consciousness, you will find that you have done what is right. By following this principle, you obtain perfect trust in God, trust in good, and are always doing what is best. Before, however, you can thus get rid of all responsibility, you must have demonstrated your knowledge of how to pray scientifically, and this you do by the habitual instantaneous healing of sin and sickness. Self must be eliminated, as well as belief in human personality, belief in a person who is capable of choosing that which is best. Be what you ought to be, the rest is God's affair. Amiel, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Proverbs 3:5-6. Leave self for God. Abandon as fast as possible all reliance on material means. Nothing venture, nothing have. One on God's side is a equals Wendell Phillips. Not failure, but low aim is crime. J. Lowell. At the same time, as Dr. Ng says, illumination is not granted to the mere thinker, but to him who acts while he thinks and thinks while he acts. No one can try to purify himself, even as God is pure, without knowing the meaning of sin. Equals. Even when with others, always leave human arrangements as far/as possible to them, and rely upon your prayers to bring about the manifestation of the action of God through them. It is not in /man that walketh to direct his steps. Jeremiah 10:23. Rest in the Lord, and wait patiently for him. Psalm 37:7. Never push forward your own ideas. Wait on thy God continually. Hosea 12:6. We have to practice simplicity, the ultimate of wisdom, and we must give up that mythological material intelligence called energy, and in its stead present to all the idea of divine humility, divine wisdom, and the consequent divine power. Be strong and of a good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed. For the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. Joshua 1:9. Do not limit God, JF God be for us, who can be against us? Romans 8:31. Do not limit the Holy One of Israel, Psalm 78:41. He hath done marvelous things, Psalm 98:1. In thee, O Lord, do I put my trust, Psalm 71:1. Each time that you try to do things by prayer alone, it becomes easier. I can do all things through Christ, Philippians 4:13. Do that which is assigned you, and you cannot hope too much or dare too much. Emerson. Stand fast therefore in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free. Galatians 5:1. Never rely upon the broken reed of human assistance. Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane said to the sleeping students, "Could ye not watch with me 1 hour?" And then, receiving no response, finally turned away from any human aid, to find, in consequence, the unfailing, living support of God, Spirit, as all in all. Pray until fear is destroyed. Fear ye not, neither be afraid. Have not I told thee from that time, and have declared it? Ye are even my witnesses. Is there a God beside me? Yea, there is no God. I know not any. Isaiah 44:8. Fear is man's recognition of the evil thoughts that are attacking or are about to attack. Destroy the fear, and the trouble cannot happen. The sign by which one can tell when the work has been done well enough to rely solely upon prayer to overcome a difficulty is whether, after having prayed, all fear that the evil may not be destroyed has disappeared. Seest thou how faith wrought with his works, and by works was faith made perfect? James 2:22. If morning and evening man turns to God in true prayer and works against the different forms of false thought, it will be found that his work throughout the day is much reduced. Nothing too difficult. Arouse thy courage ere it fails and faints. God props no gospel up with sinking saints. Let nothing appear to you to be too difficult of accomplishment. Difficulties are the things that show what men are. Epictetus. Like Chatham, never accept the verdict impossible. Nothing is impossible to God. Try to do everything by prayer, and although you may fail sometimes, the fact that you try difficult things not only makes the difficult things ultimately become easy, but it makes your demonstrations over easy things a certainty. Whenever you get an opportunity, even where possible failure appears likely to do a little seeming harm, and always when it would only affect yourself, take no material means, but turn to God in thought and pray. Rely then solely upon the prayer to bring about the required result through the action of divine principle that unerringly guides and protects men, instead of trying to force your way through the miasma of earth by doing it materially. If you treat thus, and can get rid entirely of the thought that your prayer will not be heard, the demonstration will be made, and the difficulty will disappear. Ye shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you. Jeremiah 29:12. Jesus said, He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto my Father. John 14:12. These greater things have not yet been done, and we have to recognize that we have to do them, and do them soon, for there is not much time left. If thou trust in the Lord, strength will be given thee from heaven, and the world and the flesh will be made subject to thy sway. Thomas and A Kempis. Our work. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord hath anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He hath sent me to bind up the broken-hearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord. But ye shall be named the priests of the Lord. Men shall call you the ministers of our God. Isaiah 61:1-6. Our aim must be the greatest good for the greatest number. To render less the sum of human wretchedness, Whittier. We have to wake up from this hideous dream of life in matter and stand shoulder to shoulder with those of other religious views, fighting against evil in the final so-called mental fight, the battle of Armageddon, the Antichrist versus the Christ. Revelation 16:16. We have hard work to do and loads to lift. Shun not the struggle, face it, 'tis God's gift. Go. Many of these comrades have neither weapons nor any defensive armor. Some have the armor, namely, the intellectual knowledge of the truth, the knowledge of the letter, but are not using it. We have indirectly to shield and protect both these classes by the application of our knowledge of the truth, demonstrating over the evil that is endeavoring to attack us through them. This we have to do, however much in their writhing from the torture of an unseen and even unrecognized enemy, they try to injure him that bringeth good tidings of good, that publisheth salvation, that saith unto Zion, thy God reigneth. Isaiah 52:7. By loving whatever is lovable in those around us, love will flow back from them to us, and life will become a pleasure and not a pain. A. P. Stanley. At the same time, we cannot do the work of everyone else, and we must be careful not to attempt to steady other people's altars. We must weed our garden instead of pulling up what we regard as weeds in that of our neighbors, and often pulling up in our endeavors some of the plants that, left alone, would have borne lovely flowers, if not beautiful fruit. There is an idea abroad among moral people that they should make their neighbors good. One person I have to make good myself, but my duty to my neighbor is much more nearly expressed by saying that I have to make him happy. R. L. Stevenson. Each man has to work out his own salvation. We only help our fellow men by treatment other than our patients, as the thought of them comes into our consciousness, destroying the evil thought that is attacking us and freeing both. We can, however, explain the truth to them and so point out the way of salvation. If any man hear my words and believe not, I judge him not. For I came not to judge the world, but to save the world. John 12:47. This fight with the flesh enlarges man's facilities for knowing and doing good. It is a fight within our own consciousness, purifying weak of being retained to examine into it, and I had never heard of it until a few days previously. Truth had healed instantaneously through me. Since this time I have never studied any other writings, though I have referred to many, not for the old purpose of learning truth, but simply to acquaint myself with the various beliefs of the human mind, for the sole purpose of knowing better how to expose their fallacies, and so enable them more easily to be destroyed by the denial of their truth and reality. It will, by this time, be clear to those who have intelligently followed the statements made, that such false beliefs merely bind one down to a submission to false, evil power, until denied and so destroyed. Never mind if you cannot understand science and health at the first reading, and there appear inconsistencies. They will all clear away as the false ideas, upon which previous conclusions have been based, disappear through the true knowledge gained, until you find that you can heal instantaneously, not only sickness and sin, but help a fellow being out of any trouble under the sun. This power of demonstration gained therefrom is the proof of its scientific accuracy, and until a man can get these results, he has no right to criticize. His failure is an absolute proof that he has not understood the teaching. By their fruits ye shall know them. Matthew 7:20. You will not find it a difficult thing to do, even at the beginning, and it increases in ease and simplicity in proportion as we progress in our understanding of God, until it is found that all we have to do is to live in the presence of God, to allow no false thought to enter our consciousness, and to banish instantaneously any recognition of evil by the denial of its reality, turning instantly in thought to the real world, heaven, that glorious world, the kingdom of God that is within reach of all. This so-called mind. It gives us new ideas, lets loose spiritual forces, divine energies, demonstrates their power over matter, molecules, space, time, and often forces out the human cry, "Art thou come hither to torment us before the time?" Matthew 8:29. Have no doubt, neither be ye of doubtful mind. Luke 12:29. Have never found God failing when I trusted in him. Oliver Cromwell. If when doubtful how to act or what to say you pray, realizing that God is the principle of all knowledge, and that therefore man knows instantly everything he needs, you will find that the angel Gabriel has come to you, and that you will be shown unmistakably what is the right thing to do. Gabriel, make this man to understand. I am now come forth to give thee skill and understanding. Daniel 8:16 and 9:22. When we are consistently living our religion and do not care one iota what we think, say, or do, so long as it is what is right, and we do not care one iota about the human consequences of saying or doing what is right, then the right thing to do will always prove to be the thing most desirable at the moment, and it must be so if you have but one desire, and that to do only what is right. In addition, true Christianity is perfect ease and perfect simplicity. My yoke is easy and my burden is light. Matthew 11:30. Our sheet anchor is hope in God. Let God lead you. What AE need is a profound faith in God's ruling of all things. General Gordon, Degrees. When you are further on, however, you will find, with a good motive, you can do any one of, say, 5 different things, and all that you have to do is to pray clearly enough, when you will find that the one you do will appear humanly to have been the best thing for you to have done. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength. Isaiah 30:15. This does not mean that it is right to do evil, that good should come of it. It is never right to do evil, when recognized as such, under any circumstances. This makes life absolute simplicity, as all that you have to do is the first thing that appears to you to be right. Have faith in God, Mark 11:22, in good. Then, if you are working rightly, divine principle will always lead and protect you, and nothing will come to you but what is good, or what you are capable of turning into good by reversing it. We have to give up nothing but our belief in a power other than that of God, our belief in evil. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore will not we fear, Psalm 46:1-2. For this God is our God for ever and ever. He will be our guide even unto death. Psalm 48:14. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. A cup of cold water. I hope that you and I will never lose enthusiasm. Benjamin Jowett. Whilst not casting your pearls before swine, so as to prevent the recurrence of the words of Festus, much learning doth make thee mad. Acts 26:24. Never compromise conscience. Look on the fields, for they are white already to harvest. John 4:35. There is a famine for the word of God. Be ever aflame with divine love, and if you realize clearly enough that man, the spiritual man, speaks truth, because when man speaks, God, truth speaks, you will say just what is right and give living water. John 4:10, to all that are thirsty. In voicing truth to a willing listener whom you are helping, always make your statements of truth positively and show at once that you have not the slightest doubt as to the facts. Tf any man speak, let him speak as the oracles of God. 1 Peter 4:11. When you are talking, however, with a person who does not agree with you, it is often wise to preface your statements with I believe so and so, or I think so and so. In this way, you will avoid antagonizing him. Never argue if you can possibly avoid it. In fact, never argue with people. To explain is better than to argue. Lord Morley. If they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. Isaiah 8:20. Let your speech be always with grace, that ye may know how ye ought to answer every man. Colossians 4:6. To have done whatever had to be done, to have turned the face of your soul to the sun, to have made life better and brighter for one, this is to have lived. Clifford Harrison. Give thanks, pray without ceasing, in everything give thanks. 1 Thessalonians 5:17-18. Never allow yourself to be afraid of mentioning with gratitude the blessings you have received from knowing how to pray aright. Is 60 ver. 1. As many as ye shall find, bid to the marriage. Matthew 22:9. And never think that it is waste of time to be continually giving thanks for your blessings. The most practical form of gratitude is helping others. When an antagonistic man has heard for the third or fourth time, each time from different people, the advantages that they have received from true prayer, he begins to think that there must be something in it. He that winneth souls is wise. Proverbs 11:30. Thank God each day, each hour, thank God for all, and he shall judge what things are great, what small. Rose Henniker Heaton. Arise, shine, for thy light is come. A call to every man. Then saith he unto his disciples, the harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few. Pray ye therefore the Lord of the harvest, that he will send forth laborers into his harvest. Matthew 9:37-38. The harvest is the end of the world. Matthew 13:39. This call is our highest work today and gives us the greatest happiness. A man does his best thing easiest. Emerson. The harvest truly is plenteous. Matthew 9:37. Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee. Isaiah 61:2. By the obedience of one shall many be made righteous. Romans 5:19. Ye are the light of the world. A city that is set on an hill cannot be hid. Matthew 5:14. It pleased God to reveal his Son in me. Galatians 1:15-16. Be kings and priests unto God. Revelation 1:6. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father. Matthew 5:16. To open their eyes and to turn them from Romans 7 darkness to light, and from the power of Satan unto God. Acts 26:18. Truth shall spring out of the earth. Psalm 85:11. Truth attracts those that are ready. Hope sees a possible fountain, faith draws the water, love distributes the water to others. J. H. Jowett. Copyright. Pray daily that those who are ready for truth come to you, and then those who are not ready will not appear and so delay the spread of knowledge. Error cannot send those not ready. All are ready for truth, as there is nothing but truth, for truth is God. Dwell on the affirmation that man knows truth, loves truth, and is led by truth. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth salvation. Isaiah 52:7. The Gentiles shall come to thy light. They shall call thee the city of the Lord, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel. Isaiah 63:14. Truth, the lamp of understanding. For when the rain, imagination, and ignorance are turned into an understanding and knowledge of the truth, the claiming anything for our own will cease of itself. Theologia Germanica. He that hath my word, let him speak my word faithfully. Jeremiah 23:28. I say unto you every good word which men shall not speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. You must not try to think out what is best for you to say to your hearers. This is relying upon a broken reed. When explaining your grasp of religion, realize God as truth, a living principle around you. Keep actively thinking that man reflects truth, man knows truth. Then your words will be inspired. Make me to understand the way of thy precepts. So shall I talk of thy wondrous works. Psalm 119:27. This will lead you to speak the truth, whatever truth may happen to be. It will help also your hearer, and he, on account of your realization, will become hungry and thirsty and drink in what you say, understanding it. If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine. John 7:17. You also will learn more from that which you speak, as this is one of the ways in which God teaches us. The entrance of thy words giveth light. Psalm 119:130. To know rather consists in opening out a way whence the imprisoned splendor may escape, than in effecting entry for a light degrees supposed to be without. Browning. If you forget at any time to pray, you can pray afterwards equally efficiently, provided that, just before commencing, you realize that your prayer is affecting the seemingly past events. As already mentioned, this is possible, as there is no such thing as time. All that you have to do is, before you pray, to recognize that the so-called past is now, and that therefore your prayer is affecting the past, and then the apparent difference in time makes no difference in the efficacy of your prayer. The morning star. How soon a smile of God can change the world. Robert Browning. When you see the faraway look coming on the face of the so-called atheist, the believer in a great first cause, or on that of the wholesome agnostic whose logical reasoning kept him previously from the blessings of so-called Christianity, and when you see the eyes soften and brighten, the seal of God their foreheads, Revelation 9:4, then will the day star arise in your hearts. 2 Peter 1:19, and you will understand the meaning of the words. I will give him the morning star, Revelation 2:28, and also of Paul's words, I thank my God upon every remembrance of you, Philippians 1:3. He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. Revelation 2:29. Demonstrable truth. One of the many proofs of the truth, what has been now put before you, is that about 1/4, 1/3 of those to whom it is clearly presented get an instantaneous result of some sort or other within a fortnight. It is only prejudice that keeps so many from trying, and skepticism or fear that prevents them from getting results. If the reader will study the true method of working, and persist in living his best, and honestly trying for a fortnight to reverse the wrong thoughts, I am sure that he will obtain at least one noticeable result. If he continues so working, this will only be a forerunner of many others, signposts on the pathway towards truth. The heralds of the day. God uses us to help others, so lending our lives out. Robert Browning. Such students bear witness of the light. John 1:7. They are the early morning beams, the world's true light, the heralds of the coming day, that touch and tint the mountain peaks with roseate hues, and ever brightening, bathe the granite rocks with God's redemptive glory, till they too become a light of the world, reflecting God's command, let there be light. Then does this wondrous light so shine in every nook and cranny of dead matter, and blaze on out to distant worlds, unknown to earthbound man, where one may be, on summer's peaceful night, feeling the love of nature round, says, watch yon wondrous star, perhaps God's men are there. And on this light swells into day, till only sinless humanhood remains, mute witness of the final end and portal of eternal day. Love glorifies the common air, it clothes with light the mountain bare, and shows the heavens all shining there. Alfred Austin. Nota bene. The following are some of the main points dealt with in this work. Reality. Nothing exists but God and his manifestation. God good is all in all. Roman 2. Therefore your existence and that of the real world, which is now, always has been, and always must be perfect is, equals solely due to God. Roman 3. God is mind, and God good is infinite, hence all is infinite mind and its manifestation. Roman 4. God, being the principle of all good, could never know, and much less have made anything bad. The love, life, truth, wisdom, intelligence, joy, beauty, etc., all being in the reality good, are the outcome of God, only we do not cognize them properly. They shine through the matter of this material world, which hides their full perfection from us. For this reason we only have a material or false sense of them, limited both as to quantity and quality, so that they appear as poor imitations of the real. Man is spiritual, v. Consequently, as the offspring or manifestation of God, called the Son of God, you are not a material being. You are, were, and always will be in reality a glorious being, spiritual and perfect, governed by a perfect God, and existing in heaven, a perfect state of universal harmony. The second coming of Christ. The recognition of this spiritual truth is the second coming of the Christ to the human limited consciousness. This comes to each individual when he is sufficiently receptive. Unreality, Romans 6. There is no reality, that is, no truth, no permanence in the material world. It is a mere illusion, exactly similar to the illusion that the earth was flat or that the sun went round the earth. Romans 7. Therefore God never made the material world. It is a non-reality, always more or less bad, merely a false sense of the real, the suppositional opposite of good. Romans 8. All matter is not only unreal, but is, by its very nature, self-destructive. It merely hides heaven from us, and its false conception of itself, which is all that there is of it, will ultimately be self-destroyed on account of the action of God, truth. Material so-called thoughts. Romans 9. Everything we see is only materialized thought, resting upon an ethereal basis or false mentality, which claims to be a creator but is unreal and elusive. All these thoughts, past, present, and future, as far as they can be said to exist at all, exist now as hypothetical material thoughts in a fixed position relative to all other material thoughts, and groups of them, owing to the human limited sense, apparently come separately into action one after the other, unless they are in the mean time destroyed. Romans 11. Every material thing that we appear to see is, however, only a portion of an apparent series of cinematographic pictures, flashing past, and, so to speak, hiding the real things, giving a false sense of continuous and progressive movement. The limited human capacity to see or cognize any of these pictures, except at a predetermined time, gives the false sense of time. Romans 12. All the evil of the material world, although appearing real, is imaginary and only due to the seeming action wrong thoughts. There is no material thinker. The thinker and these thoughts are one. Romans 13. These wrong thoughts are not created by man, but, to use a material term, existed as false ethereal concepts before they became manifested. That is, before the material world apparently started in its ghostly and ghastly series of lying illusions. Predestination and fatalism. Romans 14. All these false thoughts are predestined. That is to say, each of these ethereal thoughts, unless destroyed, must come to man at a predetermined time. Romans 15. The material man, until he prays rightly, is a puppet, acted upon by these wrong thoughts, and obliged to dance in accordance with the so-called thoughts that come to him and the condition of his human consciousness. But Romans 16. Fatalism is not true, because man has the power of turning in thought to God and reversing wrong thoughts, when, by the denial of error, evil thoughts are destroyed, and, by the affirmation of truth, Romans 2, the human consciousness is purified so that bad thoughts will not act upon it. 519:35, Romans 17. When bad thoughts are destroyed, less bad thoughts appear to act. If these are destroyed, so-called better ones are manifested, and these again give place to still better thoughts, although we do not know beforehand the form in which this improved appearance will be seen. Romans 18. So-called thoughts in the material world appear in their relative seeming positions, merely as opposite, non-mental impressions of real facts, and the action of God is not to cause them to alter their position, but to destroy the illusion as to their reality. The evil then disappears. Romans 18. Death. Romans 19. A mortal does not die for some little time after he seems dead. He therefore can be what is called raised from the dead. Even when the mortal passes away, he merely disappears from sight. Death is the result of ignorance and quite unnecessary. Romans 20. Those who think that they have passed on cannot communicate with those who believe that they remain behind. Romans 21. The so-called dead merely continue to pass from one stage of material consciousness to another, apparently dying and appearing in material world after world. They fortunately are continually improving, owing to the action of God upon the human or carnal mind, until the human consciousness is sufficiently purified to be entirely dematerialized. Romans 22. On a mortal disappearing from sight through so-called death, there appears amongst us shortly after yet another false sense or material conception of the spiritual being, of which the departed mortal has been a misrepresentation. Only this time the etherealized, elusive view of the real man becomes visible as a newly born human being, in consistent fulfillment of human theories universally assented to, and so constituting for the time a false law. Evolution. Romans 23. So-called evolution is merely the successive appearance and disappearance of groups of cinematographic pictures, elusive ethereal impressions, forming successive periods in human history. Romans 24. These successive periods are each merely a series of these false pictures, misrepresenting the same real facts, only each series having less materiality and extending over a gradually shortening period of time. Romans 25. By comparing these false ethereal impressions or periodic historical occurrences, one with the other, we are able to check the accuracy of our interpretation of the prophetic utterances with regard to the few last series now facing us and still hiding heaven from us. Demonstrable truth. Romans 26. There are, in fact, no lines of force, no vibrating ether, no gathering electrons, no self-intensification of thoughts, no changing conscious or subconscious minds, no material bodies, motion of matter, nor gravity, no time limitations, no sin, sickness, nor death. Romans 27. There is no necessity to believe what has been said. Each man can prove it all for himself. It is demonstrable truth based upon absolute, unalterable science. The end of evil. Romans 28. When a governing majority, not in numbers but in clearness of thought, recognize the allness of God, infinite mind, and realize that there is neither a primary cunning evil nor its secondary manifestation, called material men and things, for good is all in all, away must go this false concept of the perfect world, this false sense of sin, sickness, trouble, and limitations, and so every discordant note in the universe is silenced. As the whole series of dream pictures, including the illusion called death, fades into its native nothingness, for there is nothing but God and the manifestation of good. Eminent desirability of the end. Let it be clearly understood that life and its phenomena, the real man and universe, constitute a perfect, eternal, spiritual, and mental realm, an ideal state for which humanity has long yearned. Were the real universe formed matter, were there no spiritual realities, then dematerialization, through short-circuiting of the particles, would mean annihilation for all concerned. But just because all is, in reality, mind and mental, the destruction of the falsities which we have been taught to regard as facts and things, and which we have, through false education, invested with all sorts of terrible shortcomings, including sin, discord, sickness, and death, is essentially necessary to bring more clearly into evidence the permanent phenomena of the one glorious mind. This mind is reflected by the real man, so every man in his right mind is a perfect thinker and can see and think only perfect things. It is to hasten the appearance of the perfection in all things, including that of our real, perfect selves, that we need to affirm perfection whenever we deny imperfection. Always follow a denial of error with affirmations of truth. Always distrust negations. Always try for a positive form of any comprehensive denial. Sir Oliver Lodge. Even after such a denial as there is no anger, it is essential, in obedience to the law of right thinking, at once like lightning, to fill in with a thought of reality such as all is love, and man reflects that love, or after there is no decay, all is life and eternal. Dwelling on this perfection. In this way, by obedience to the law of mind and its manifestation, we are bringing out more clearly the existence of the higher phenomena of the one perfect mind and its realities, which are mental, spiritual, and eternal. No loss of pleasure. There is no loss of pleasure when matter disappears, because matter gives no pleasure, but merely hides perfection from us and reduces the pleasure to which we have the right. All the beauty, the joy, the peace, in fact, everything that gives you any pleasure, is real and eternal. Matter the mist, which merely hides the real and results in suffering should you disobey the law of good and allow yourself to think of the evil, whether it is your liability to sickness or your liability to be punished for sinful indulgences. As the matter disappears, so does our limited sense of pleasure increase, until it rises into the intense happiness and unspeakable joy of heaven, where bliss is love in action. So it follows that to short-circuit the whole of the false material universe only spreads out the perfect facts and things, heaven, and the perfect image and likeness of God, seen everywhere as perfect man, bringing a happiness that cannot even be imagined by the material man. The veil, plus as it were, of material errors is shortly about to be lifted forever. A loved one that this veil has perhaps entirely hidden from the human view for many years is met in the glorious light of the new day. Parted in sorrow is met in a wave of welcoming joy. Parted in weakness is met in glorious beauty and strength. Parted in fear is met in the happy self-confidence of a reigning monarch. Having dominion over all, there never can be any thought of fear again, and such a meeting is a mutual recognition of heavenly companionship amidst eternal realities. Where all is known and acknowledged to be permanently of God, man beholds all as very good. Genesis 1:31. Truth is essentially demonstrable. You need not believe one word of what has been said in this book. If you work in the way now brought to your notice, you will eventually prove everything for yourself. Pascal recommended doubters to behave as though they believed that which they did not understand, in which case they might come to believe it. Whilst pointing out the absolute fallacy of this, let us say, in the words of Paul, despise not prophesyings, prove all things. Hold fast that which is good. 1 Thessalonians 5, 20:21. That of which little has been said is the profound content which comes from being on the path, from realizing the goal and the way to it, from knowing that the power to be useful is increasing, and that the lower nature is being gradually extirpated, and little has been said of the rays of joy which fall upon the path from loftier levels, the dazzling glimpses of the glory to be revealed, the serenity which the storms of earth cannot ruffle. To anyone who has entered on the path, all other ways have lost their charm, v and hen. The essential point in the attainment of this magnificent ideal is to be always on the right path. How can we find it? And when found, how can we be certain that it is the right path? It must be based on science, and if based on science, the fact must be demonstrable. Christian Science or scientific Christianity. My doctrine is not mine, but his that sent me. If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God, or whether I speak of myself. John 7:16-17. There is only one scientific and demonstrable basis of the right path, and this can only be found by the intelligent study of Christian science, the law of God, demonstrating its divine principle, immortal mind, God, supreme good. Intelligent study does not mean the mere acquisition of the letter and the repetition of truisms, but the daily logical deduction, from facts gained, of a higher platform of truth, from which one proves such deductions by the demonstration of the truth that underlies them. The mere demonstration of the cure of disease is not sufficient to prove intelligent and therefore correct study. Not even an instantaneous healing of sin, which is the only absolute proof of one's knowledge of the non-reality of evil and the allness of God, is sufficient. We have to prove our knowledge of God by the continual demonstration over every variety of false evidence in all its myriad forms. I am not a Christian Scientist, but I believe in what I should regard as the essential tenet of their creed, and which I might sum up in the words, "The Lord's hand is not shortened, that it cannot save." Dr. John Shaw of Harley Street. Christian Science Lectures. When first asked by the Rev. J. Bruce Wallace to lecture upon Christian Science to the Alpha Union at the Garden City, I did not see my way to do it, as, although there is no by-law against it in the Church Manual, which contains rules of guidance for Christian scientists, the custom in the Christian Science organization is that none but their trained lecturers give lectures on Christian Science. There have been many wise reasons for this, evidencing the wisdom with which the affairs of that body have been guided. I am not nominally a member of the Christian Science Church, but referred Mr. Wallace to the member of the Christian Science Board of Lectureship resident in London, who did not, however, feel able to comply with the request. Upon this I received a second invitation to lecture, and felt that it was not to be refused, and gave Mr. Wallace a choice of subjects, recognizing that any lecture I might give upon any subject would of necessity bear on the face of it the impress of the knowledge gained through my study and demonstration of the truth of Christian Science. For the leaven of this scientific religion now at work in the universe must touch all questions. Such benefits have been received from my investigation of Christian Science and from the study of Mrs. Eddy's inspired writings, which enable us to understand the inner meaning of the Bible, and so much help has been received from fellow workers in Christian Science that it appeared wisest not to go against their custom. While trying to live Christian Science consistently, I have proved it to be not only wise, but essential to follow all the rules of conduct that the founder, Mrs. Eddy, points out, as I recognize that they are logically based upon the fundamental law of good. The enforcement of such rules of conduct, where the individual objects to the necessary obedience, so far from limiting right action, always results in forcing evil into self-betrayal. Such obedience will always be found, when fully understood, to rest upon an essential obedience to God, which must always precede any other demand. The material presentation of these rules of conduct must always be advancing in proportion with the student's understanding of their true significance. Truth in literal and physical terms. In accepting the second request, I was led to frame a lecture to meet the needs of all classes, upon the broadest lines, from the beginner to the deepest and most earnest thinkers, who have found hitherto hopeless difficulties in reconciling the inconsistencies between what has been popularly called natural science and religion. In the present work, I have given fully and unreservedly, with the exception of the meaning of certain scriptural prophecies, what I have found to be true, explained from a natural science point of view and expressed in literal or physical terms. As a rule, I lecture extemporarily. In that case, what was said had been written out. I once gave a lecture on new inventions and discoveries, and after speaking for an hour and a half, concluded by saying, "The greatest discovery of modern days was that made by Mrs. Eddy of the way in which Jesus did his miracles and Christian scientists heal sin and sickness in the same way." This was the only reference to Christian science, yet the lecture, being misunderstood, was misrepresented as having been a lecture on Christian science, although I had taken great pains to keep quite clear of the subject. Many problems which Christian science completely solves have been opened up in the present technical statement. The primary object of this work and of the original lecture has been to expose the fallacies of material hypotheses, and to the extent necessary to attain this end, the assimilated teachings set out in Mrs. Eddy's writings have been utilized. I have not, however, explained what is generally understood to be exclusively the letter of Christian science, nor in any way differentiated between such teachings and knowledge gained of the material universe through the study of Christian science, except when referring to the source from whence to obtain true knowledge and how to apply it. The name of Christian science has not been mentioned in the body of this book, nor has the wonderful work done by Mrs. Eddy been referred to, although expression has necessarily been given to the knowledge gained therefrom. Consequently, both somewhat resemble the playbill of which Sir Walter Scott wrote, as having announced the tragedy of Hamlet, the character of the Prince of Denmark being left cut. An exact science. When a faithful thinker, resolute to detach every object from personal relations and see it in the light of thought, shall at the same time kindle science with the fire of the holiest affection, then will God go forth anew with creation. Emerson. In speaking to inquirers, when presenting such an inversion of our old ideas, it is necessary to use crude illustrations to assist in conveying a correct meaning. It should be readily seen that in an exact science the official seal can only be attached to its textual statement by a master metaphysician. Such a statement will be found in Science and Health, with Key to the Scriptures, by Mary Baker Eddy. Mrs. Eddy has pointed out to us the underlying principle which governs the fundamental facts of being, clearing up our ignorance and opening the pathway to the true knowledge of God, which destroys sin and with unvarying certainty, based upon unalterable law, relieves mankind from every ill that flesh is heir to. She writes, "'Twas the truth that made us free, and was found by you and me, in the life and the love of our Lord, since." She, however, distinctly reminds her readers that she had not undertaken to elaborate or treat in full detail so infinite a theme. Science and Health, Preface, p.x., line 14. The wider application of the infinite principle unfolded with scientific completeness in her writings has been left to students who understand sufficiently her advanced teachings. God's unfailing direction, was too clearly realized by the rediscoverer of Christian Science for her to doubt the eventual preparation, by the action of principle of such students, for this task all the world over. Mrs. Eddy's views on this subject are clearly expressed to the discerning reader of her works. An exposure of fallacies. The time approaches when mortal mind will forsake its corporeal, structural, and material basis, when immortal mind and its formation will be apprehended in science, and material beliefs will not interfere with spiritual facts. Mary Baker Eddy. I would therefore reiterate that this discourse is obviously not a lecture upon, nor does it pretend to be an elucidation of Christian Science, but is primarily an exposure of the innumerable fallacies of human theories, past and present, made evident through the study of Christian Science, and exposed with the object of their elimination and replacement by divine conceptions of reality. No work could, however, lay claim to present a solution of the mysteries of this world without giving prominence to that discovery which solves the problem of existence and heralds the final scene in material evolution, namely, the total disappearance of all sin, disease, and limitations. Spiritual accuracy. At the same time, let it be clearly understood that there is not a single statement in this book that is not in complete accord with the teachings of Mrs. Eddy, if any, through lack of a real understanding of her teachings, should endeavor to refute this statement. These, by unprejudiced study of this work, will find their objections disappear as they endeavor, through conscientious comparison with Mrs. Eddy's writings, to find passages in contradiction of any statements made by her. Others, prompted by less worthy motives, without this warning, might have been led into open condemnation without any logical or other proof of their statement. The true Christian Scientist does not contradict what he does not amply prove to be wrong, and is always the first to rejoice in any additional light. Mrs. Eddy lamented the inability of students to reply to the fundamental inquiries of the age. Few of her students ever attempt to explain in detail any advanced branch of her symbolic teaching, wisely referring the inquirers to her writings, until they have attained to a clearer understanding of the science that is the basis of her statements. False brethren, J.N. Christian Science mere opinion is valueless. Proof is essential to a due estimate of this subject. Trademark Mary Baker Eddy. Any accusation of hypnotism leveled against students obtaining constant results of every description, by turning in thought to God, is malpractice of the worst description, and when persisted in, is recognizable as the sin against the Holy Ghost. A needful warning. In answer to the question, do all who at present claim to be teaching Christian Science teach it correctly too? Mrs. Eddy has replied, by no means. Christian Science is not sufficiently understood for that. Time is required thoroughly to qualify students for the great ordeal of this century. Questions and Answers, Misc. Writ. p. 43, line 7. Recognizing the right of humanity to demand correct teaching of this all-inclusive science, she repeatedly warns inquirers against the merely so-called Christian Scientist. Such a one, if not sufficiently advanced himself to be able to meet the inquiry of the highest intellect today, shields himself behind vehement, dogmatic assertions aimed against the true scientific interpretations, which he is unable from his limited outlook to comprehend, although accompanied by demonstration and sound logic. Many have not really advanced beyond the elementary class teaching which Mrs. Eddy instituted as a branch of her earliest church organization. Such teaching is not supposed to give a complete knowledge of the fundamental truths of Christian Science, but merely to fit the student for deeper individual research on correct lines. We must seek to discern the rhythm of spirit, The reward of holiness. In the most advanced class, the teaching in the past has had to be largely elementary. In reply to an address from members of the May 1905 class of her metaphysical college, Mrs. Eddy writes as follows: "I am glad you enjoy the dawn of Christian Science. You must reach its meridian." Under the heading "Take Heed," she writes, "We regret to be obliged to say that all are not metaphysicians or Christian scientists who call themselves so. Charlatanism, fraud, and malice are getting into the ranks of the good and pure, sending forth a poison more deadly than the upas tree in the Eastern Archipelago. This evil obtains in the present false teaching and false practice of the science of treating disease through mind. Misk. Writ. p. 368. Line 15. The greatest hindrance this science can meet will arise from backsliding students, those claiming to practice it who do not adhere to its moral obligations. Science and Health, 1st edition, p. 429. This is the greatest difficulty of today. But while the best, perverted on the mortal plane, may become the worst, let us not forget that the Lord reigns, and that this earth shall sometime rejoice in his supreme rule, that the tired watchman on the walls of Zion and the true Christian scientist at the foot of the Mount of Revelation shall look up with shouts and thanksgiving, that God's law, as in divine science, shall be finally understood. Take heed, Misk. Writ. p. 368, line 29. True Christian Science. If you ask for an explanation of what true Christian Science is, I can refer you to the Bible, that mine of countless priceless treasures, where, amongst many other instructive passages, we are told, "Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, plus and let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, saith the Lord." Isaiah 55. 7, 8. For the scientific interpretation of this advice, reiterated throughout the Bible, but so long misunderstood, I would refer you to the writings of Mrs. Eddy, by far the greatest metaphysician of modern times, where the explanation of, and the remedy for all the difficulties here dealt with can be found. To these writings, and to the consequent more intelligent study of the Bible, I owe the benefit of all the knowledge I have that is worth having. How to obtain inspirational knowledge, how to lead a better life, and how to help one's fellow man. This priceless understanding results in an intense happiness, with a sublime realization of the peace of God, which passeth all understanding. Mrs. Eddy, it is commonly said that, if he would be heard, none should write in advance of his times. That I do not believe, only it does not matter how few listen. I believe that we are close upon a great and deep spiritual change. I believe a new redemption is even now conceived, of the divine spirit in the human heart, that is itself as woman, broken in dreams, and yet sustained in faith, patient, long-suffering, looking towards home. I believe that though the reign of peace may be yet a long way off, it is drawing near, and that who shall come to save us anew shall come divinely as a woman, to save as Christ saved, but not as he did, to bring with her a sword. T. William Sharps. It would not be natural to end without saying a few words about Mrs. Eddy, whom I revere as a leader and love as a fellow worker, and of whose writings I gratefully acknowledge myself a student, diligently searching daily in the inexhaustible mine of wealth that now is open to every earnest worker. Of her physical condition in her 87th year, I cannot do better than quote Dr. Alan McLean Hamilton, the expert alienist, who has devoted the last month to an exhaustive investigation of the mental condition of the founder of Christian Science, a medical expert who has figured in so many famous cases during the last 35 years, and who was chosen by the court to report on her mental condition, having no sympathy with her religious teachings. In the New York Times of September 1907, from which the above is taken, he says, She is absolutely normal and possessed of a remarkably clear intellect. For a woman of her age, I do not hesitate to say that she is physically and mentally phenomenal. He also speaks of Mrs. Eddy's great vitality and the absence of any of the usual tokens of mental breakdown natural to one of her great age. God sends his teachers into every age, to every clime, and every race of men, with revelations fitted to their growth and shape of mind, nor gives the realm of truth into the selfish rule of one sole race. J. R. Lowell. Descended from a long line of religious ancestry of our oldest and best English and Scottish families, imbued from her earliest days with deep religious feeling, with great natural intellectual ability and spiritual fervor, even as a girl, a student of natural philosophy, logic, and moral science, familiar with Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, and trained specially in rhetoric by Professor Sanborn, she was eminently fitted from the outset to receive the inspiration of truth, which enabled her not only to unveil the science of God by rediscovering the true scientific meaning of the teaching and works of Jesus the Christ, but to place on record, founded on the rock, a definite and accurate statement of absolute truth, for the guidance of man throughout all time. For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord, to serve him with one consent. From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, evil run riot my suppliants, even the daughter of my dispersed shall bring mine offering. Zephaniah 3, 9, 10. This pure consciousness, fit channel for truth, has taught the world how, sitting at the feet of our Master and way-shower, the Galilean prophet, man, gaining a spiritual sense, loses a belief in a material selfhood, to find himself divine, the Son of God. In demonstrating the truth of her words, humility is the genius of Christian science. This great leader has told of early searchings after truth, of timidity, self-distrust, and sleepless nights, of utter friendlessness, desertion, wearying toil in the wilderness of shattered hopes, of misrepresentations, bitter envy, ceaseless mockery, malicious falsehood, relentless persecution, agonies, and thank God, of victories gained, uplifted by the sustaining power of what the world calls miraculous visions, ablest to expose, soonest to renounce, bravest to endure, firmest to suffer, noblest to forgive, with self-forgetfulness, purity, and love, and secret yearnings to be better understood. She demonstrated step by step, along the rugged way, the truth of the great revelation. Then, with a cry of "Follow your leader only as far as she follows Christ," plus she put her discovery into practice, though at times with bleeding footsteps through self-sacrificing love for others. Scourged and condemned at every advancing footstep, but sustained by the marvelous development of male and female qualities, splendid moral courage, and unfailing love, she hurled the thunderbolt of truth while binding up the broken-hearted. Reasoning with the storm, truth stilled the tempest of error, and thus this messenger of God has been the means of bringing moral and physical salvation to hundreds of thousands of suffering men and women who now bless her name. A woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates. Proverbs 31, 30, 31. As the outcome of a life devoted to scientific research and demonstration, there has been founded a religion based upon changeless principle, whose true followers, demonstrating wholeness of mind and therefore of body, are understanding and consequently proving the scientific basis of the so-called miracles recorded in the Bible and rejoicing in their freedom. They now, in their turn, are daily healing sin and sickness by putting into practice her motto of work, work, work. Watch and pray, the song of Christian Science, and consequently are increasing in number with a rapidity unparalleled in the history of the world. This religion, based on absolute, unalterable science, is about to revolutionize the entire universe, and in a time unexpectedly short, even to the majority of her most advanced followers, must bring us to its final result, for which all true lovers of humanity have for centuries devoutly prayed, namely, the end of all sin, sickness, suffering, and limitations of every description, even the seeming disappearance called death. Ignorance or human consciousness then no longer has its self-imposed, imaginary existence, and all apparently wake up out of this hell of perpetual seeming troubles and limitations to find themselves godlike beings in a state of inexpressible constant happiness in a world of wondrous glory, God's world. The end this is the only end of the world 24, ver. P. As the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Matthew 24:27. And what I say unto you, I say unto all, watch your thoughts. Mark 13:37. To whom it may concern. 55:7 464-2. When one comes to the age with spiritual translations of God's 328:1, 14 325:41, 339:28, messages expressed in literal or physical terms, our right action 525:17, 319. 11. To condemn and deny, but to try the spirits, and see what manner 260:36 they are of. This does not mean communing with spirits supposed to 329:23, 35 324:35 have departed from the earth, but the seeking out of the basis, upon which 138:42-68 are accomplished the works by which the new teacher would prove his 217:38-233, 7 326:9, right to be heard. By these signs are the true disciples of the Master 319:1, 161:36, 325:19 known. The sick are healed. To the poor the gospel is preached. Mary Baker Eddy. The following is a copy of a letter recently written to a friend, with some additions. It is but an exposure with a view to the destruction of some of the leading illusions along the path which science must tread in its reformatory mission among mortals. Science and Health, p. 129, line 26. Mary Baker Eddy. Error cannot be destroyed until it is exposed. When being recognized, all unite in destroying it. This destruction must precede the purification of God's temple. Dear Mrs. Eddy, in Science and Health, with Key to the Scriptures, p. 192, line 5, makes the following sweeping statement. We are not Christian scientists until we leave all for Christ. Obviously, this can only mean that no one is a true Christian scientist who, amongst other things, does not abandon material methods as fast as is possible, and rely upon treatment for the 101 duties that have to be attended to throughout the day. Our reliance upon material things must be transferred to a perception of and dependence on spiritual things. Retrospection and Introspection, p. 28, line 13. Mary Baker Eddy. Is a man truly a Christian scientist, for instance, who relies continually upon the timetable to catch his train, the mesmerism of regular sleep to maintain health, the study of books to obtain material knowledge, and the habitual writing of letters when he wishes to meet a friend? All these can be better done by treatment if regularly practiced. Never fear to bring the sublimest motion to the smallest duty. Phillips Brooks. There is nothing so small but that we may honor God by asking his guidance. Ruskin. The affirmations of science must be tested by applying them throughout the gamut of human experience, plus Frank H. Sprague. A real Christian scientist is a marvel, a miracle in the universe of mortal mind. With selfless love, he inscribes on the heart of humanity and transcribes on the page of reality the living, palpable presence, the might and majesty, of goodness, a crus salus misc. Writ, p. 294, line 6. Mary Baker Eddy. Denial of material intelligence is necessary. For if a man think himself to be something when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. Gal. 6 ver. 3. Jesus said, let him deny himself, and take up his cross daily, and follow me. Luke 9:23. One interpretation is that a man has to deny the material counterfeit called oneself, to handle the serpent tempter, to grasp every seeming difficulty boldly, and fearlessly to advance in a possibly hitherto untrodden path, relying solely on truth as a guide, and giving up as quickly as possible all material, so-called aids. The cup of our Lord, of which he said, drink ye all of it, Matthew 26:27, is our cross, and by commemorating this cup, it becomes our crown. To those who do not know by experience the protecting power of God, this may appear to be risking one's professional status and rendering oneself open to criticism or even ridicule. At present, mortals progress slowly for fear of being thought ridiculous. They are slaves to fashion, pride, and sense. Science and Health, p. 68, line 2. Mary Baker Eddy. Knowledge of truth is necessary. Speak clearly if you speak at all. O. W. Holmes. Truth tells, there is no time for half measures. Mrs. Eddy says, judge not the future advancement of Christian Science by the steps already taken. Science and Health, p. 459, line 8. Also, dispensing the word charitably, but separating the tares from the wheat, let us declare the positive and the negative of metaphysical science, what it is and what it is not. Intrepid, self-oblivious Protestants in a higher sense than ever before. Let us meet and defeat the claims of sense and sin, regardless of the bands or clans pouring their fire upon us. Editor's extracts from Sermon, Misc. Writ, p. 171, line 30. Material illusion is hastening with lightning rapidity to the end of its evil dream, and practically all men are ready for the truth. It is only fair under these circumstances to state the truth as plainly as possible. The truth, or nothing but the truth. We dare not hesitate in obeying God's commands. God leads and governs. Mrs. Eddy in Science and Health says, who is telling mankind of the foe in ambush? Is the informer one who sees the foe? If so, listen and be wise. Escape from evil and designate those as unfaithful stewards who have seen the danger and yet have given no warning. p. 571, line 10. And again, one must fulfill one's mission without timidity or dissimulation, for to be well done, the work must be done unselfishly. p. 483, line 30. The Scripture saith, he that covereth his sins shall not prosper. No risk is so stupendous as to neglect opportunities which God giveth, and not to forewarn and forearm our fellow mortals against the evil which, if seen, can be destroyed. Misc. Writ, p. 213, line 8. Mary Baker Eddy. Now opinion is cruel, and truth is merciful. Opinion is worth little, truth is priceless, and yet probably more are moved in this world by opinion than by truth, because opinions are to weak characters what truth is to strong. The leaders in the scientific world of the present day, earnest searchers after truth, know too well the difficulties under which we have hitherto labored, to do other than ponder over what is presented to them, and carefully to see whether it helps them to elucidate the problems which they daily have to meet. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. Proverbs 9:9. Love is necessary. When loving, we learn that God is love. Mortals hating or unloving are neither Christians nor scientists. Mary Baker Eddy. For the letter killeth, but the Spirit giveth life. 2 Corinthians 3:6. To such individuals as merely have a superficial knowledge of the letter of Christian Science, I should like to point out that the class of sin Jesus most condemned was Pharisaism, namely, self-righteousness, pride, criticism, etc. Love is the antithesis of all this, and love alone is the cure for it. That only which we have within us can we see without. Emerson. Constructive criticism elucidates points and clears individual thought. Destructive criticism, whereby one either uproots the faith or denies the facts by means of which a man tries to get closer to God, is absolutely wrong unless something better is given upon which to found a higher idea of God. We have not the time to be tearing down some other man's religion. Rev. L.G. Morong. Let every man begin with his own conduct and reform that, and when everyone succeeds, the world will need no further reformation. But if one cannot reform himself, how shall he reform the world? If a man shall sincerely take himself in hand, he will have little time to make war upon others. It is enough for one man and will last him a lifetime. T.W.G. Old. He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone. John 8:7. It will be found that this period of self-reformation will bring to each man unfoldment, not only of God's plan of reforming the world, but also of his own part to be played therein. No man is born into this world whose work is not born with him. J. R. Lowell's. Knowledge of what the material world claims to be is necessary. T.F. Any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing yet as he ought to know. 1 Corinthians 8:2. Those who have in the past drunk deep of the knowledge of the material universe and know scientifically the nothingness of it all, can by reversal obtain a clearer realization of the glorious spiritual reality and thereby help mankind better. It is their bounden duty to do this. It is not necessary for each individual to know all about the material world, but it is essential that some know it sufficiently to thoroughly expose its false claim and destroy it for the rest. Until this is done, all must suffer. Mrs. Eddy points out that each individual must fill his own niche in time and eternity. Retrospection and introspection, p. 70, line 18. At the same time, we must be wise. We have to be careful in sitting at meat in the idol's temple, making use of our material knowledge, lest through thy knowledge shall the weak brother perish, for whom Christ died. 1 Corinthians 8:10-11. The servant of the Lord must not strive, but be gentle unto all men, apt to teach, patient. 2 Timothy 2:24. To remain gentle is to be invincible. Gentleness is ever victorious in attack and secure in defense. Therefore, when heaven would preserve a man, it enfolds him with gentleness. Lao Tze. Galatians 5:22, James 3:17. Mrs. Eddy says in Harvest, it is of comparatively little importance what a man thinks or believes he knows. The good that a man does is the one thing needful and the sole proof of rightness. In the Message for 1902, p. 8, line 17, she says, we have no evidence of being Christian scientists, except we possess this inspiration, tenderness, truth, and love, and its power to heal and to save. The energy that saves sinners and heals the sick is divine, and love is the principle thereof. In No and Yes, p. 33, she says, self-sacrifice is the highway to heaven, and in her message to the Mother Church, June 1898, we find, whoever demonstrates the highest humanity, long-suffering, self-surrender, and spiritual endeavor to bless others ought to be aided, not hindered, in his holy mission. I would kiss the feet of such a messenger. For to help such a one is to help oneself. Whether a man understands how to pray rightly or not can be told by whether he can heal sin and sickness instantly and habitually by turning in thought to God. This is the only proof. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Matthew 7:16. We have no right to criticize another's work until we can prove our knowledge of truth in this way. Even then, divine patience alone can bring out the manifestation of that good which is omnipresent. It is wise not to judge another's works. If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God, or whether I speak of myself. John 7:17. What has to be done is to inquire into any unfamiliar statement, so as to bring out the meaning and make certain that it is really understood. Let us get up early to the vineyards. Let us see if the vine flourish, whether the tender grape appear and the pomegranate bud forth. Solomon's Song 7 ver. 12. Fruitage, Science and Health, p. 600. Mary Baker Eddy. We must not number the people. There should be no separation in thought induced through spiritual pride, nor fear through a belief in paucity of numbers. All men are spiritual, and dwelling on supposed differences and imperfections is merely putting off the day when all will appear to wake up to this knowledge. And they shall not teach every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for all shall know me, from the least to the greatest. Hebrews 8:11. And Jeremiah 31:34. Knowledge of underground working is necessary. Knowledge is now no more a fountain sealed. Drink deep, until the habits of the slave, the sins of emptiness, gossip, and spite and slander die. Tennyson. The useless effort that is being made to split the ranks of Christian scientists by the false, so-called mental working of those who think that they are thereby helping humanity results in criticism by those acted upon who do not properly protect themselves. This criticism is not of an elucidating, but of a destructive character, founded upon ignorance of the seeming laws governing the material world and of the laws of Christian science. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand. Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth. Ephesians 6:12-14. Of course, there can be no carping criticism between those who really know and love the truth. When the banner of truth is raised aloft, the Pharisaical class of thoughts at once attack. Woe comes to the unfortunate mortal who from ignorance allows himself to be made a channel through whom this assault is made, the human crucible wherein the attack rages. Woe unto them that take away the righteousness of the righteous from him. Isaiah 5:22-23. Lord, lay not this sin to their charge. Acts 7:60. Remember that they never made their so-called minds, and they never made the thoughts that affect them. Such attack cannot possibly harm the standard bearers if they rest upon the supremacy of God and protect themselves continually by the realization of God, as has so well been exemplified in the wonderful life of Mrs. Eddy, but it expends its imaginary force upon those who, through neglecting to protect themselves sufficiently and without any personal knowledge of facts, repeat stories, true or untrue, against those whose understanding of truth happens to be in a line somewhat different from their own. Beware of those who misrepresent facts or tacitly assent where they should dissent. Misc. Writ. p. 109, line 8. Mary Baker Eddy. Temple was filled with smoke from the glory of God and from his power, and no man was able to enter into the temple till the 7 plagues of the 7 angels were fulfilled. Revelation 15:5, 6, 8. Even the messenger of the covenant, but who may abide the day of his coming, and who shall stand when he appeareth, for he is like a refiner's fire, and he shall purify the sons of Levi, and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto the Lord an offering in righteousness. And I will come near to you to judgment, and I will be a swift witness against the sorcerers, etc. Mal. 3 ver. 1-3-5. This course of action is diametrically opposed to the scientifically religious teachings of Mrs. Eddy and the broad spirit of charity that without exception underlies her statements with regard to the work of all earnest searchers after truth. Whatever enlarges man's facilities for knowing and doing good, and subjugates matter, has a fight with the flesh. Utilizing the capacities of the human mind uncovers new ideas, unfolds spiritual forces, the divine energies, and their power over matter, molecules, space, time, mortality, and mortals cry out, "Art thou come hither to torment us before the time?" Then dispute the facts, call them false or in advance of the time, and reiterate, "Let me alone." Hence the footprints of a reformer are stained with blood. Message to the Mother Church, 1902, p. 10. Mary Baker Eddy. If a man has apparently no great intellectual capacity, he need not be discouraged. He can more than make up for this temporary deficiency by the pertinacity with which he realizes truth throughout the day. He must, however, learn to abandon all false concepts of his neighbor and keep his thoughts resting on the perfection of God and man. Working in this way and realizing the absolute wisdom and knowledge that he, the perfect spiritual being in heaven, reflects, he will obtain all the knowledge that is necessary for man, both real knowledge of the spiritual world and any information concerning the material universe that is indispensable for the clearing up of its seeming mystery and its subsequent inevitable destruction. There is such a thing as a holy simplicity that knows little of anything but how to treat with God. At the same time, commend me to holy people of good heads, Santa Teresa. Assimilation of Mrs. Eddy's writings is necessary. There would be no personal criticism had others attained, as all will later, to Mrs. Eddy's power of being able to see what is about shortly to take place in the material world. She does not belittle the work of the material scientist, but says, in Science and Health, p. 195, line 19, observation, invention, study, and original thought are expansive and should promote the growth of mortal mind out of itself, out of all that is mortal. It is the tangled barbarisms of learning which we deplore, the mere dogma, the speculative theory, the nauseous fiction. Again, modern discoveries have brought to light important facts in regard to so-called embryonic life, p. 548, line 27, and speaking of one such discovery she says, "This discovery is corroborative of the science of mind," p. 549, line 1. In the present stage of human understanding, a knowledge of various branches of learning, which, in their general implications, do not harmonize with the standard of absolute science, may be indispensable. Educational, economic, and social considerations frequently enforce the necessity of cultivating and perpetuating such phases of thoughts as will lead consciousness most naturally and progressively to higher levels. Christian Science Sentinel. Mrs. Eddy observes, on page 195 of Science and Health, line 15, whatever furnishes the semblance of an idea governed by its principle furnishes food for thought. Through astronomy, natural history, chemistry, music, mathematics, thought passes naturally from effect back to cause. Academics of the right sort are requisite. Merely to speculate regarding the spirituality of man and the universe does not lead to an apprehension of the divine idea. The Word must be made flesh. John 1:14. Christian science eschews what is called natural science, insofar as this is built on the false hypotheses that matter is its own lawgiver, that law is founded on material conditions, and that these are final and overrule the might of divine mind. Science and Health, p. 127, line 30. Mary Baker Eddy. The following quotations from an interview with Mrs. Eddy may come as a surprise to any who might be tempted to belittle an intimate knowledge of natural science and its expression in modern inventions. What is your attitude to science in general? Do you oppose it? Not, with a smile, if it is really science. Well, electricity, engineering, the telephone, the steam engine, are these too material for Christian science? No, only false science, healing by drugs. But the pursuit of modern material inventions, oh, we cannot oppose them. They all tend to newer, finer, more etherealized ways of living. They seek the finer essences. They light the way to the Church of Christ. We use them or make them our figures of speech. They are preparing the way for us. New York Herald, May 1st, 1901, reprinted in Christian Science Journal, June 1901. Knowledge of language is necessary. Mrs. Eddy points out the difficulty of so expressing metaphysical ideas as to make them comprehensible to any reader who has not personally demonstrated Christian Science, Science and Health, p. 115, line 5. Metaphysical terms are meaningless in the first instance to the natural scientist. What does he know of the constitution of a thought? Speak of a line of force or a high-tension current, and he at once understands what you are saying and has a groundwork of theory into which he is ready to fit the new material facts you are about to give him, so that he can classify them, recollect them, and rising to a higher level, turn them to practical use, reducing his late masters to the position of servants. Frederick Harrison writes, "Life and conduct shall stand for us wholly on a basis of law and must rest entirely in that region of science, not physical, but moral and social science, where we are free to use our intelligence in the methods known to us as intelligible logic, methods which the intellect can analyze. When you confront us with hypotheses, however sublime and however affecting, if they cannot be stated in terms of the rest of our knowledge, then we shake our heads and turn away." This network of mystery, including spiritual wickedness in high places and other such devilish practices, being deeply rooted in false material hypotheses, requires its very groundwork to be upheaved and the basic roots exposed and laid bare for destruction by the light of truth. Every true Christian scientist will be careful that his words are not intended to deceive, but rather to elucidate the truth. Mortals, in talking to mortals about mortal experiences, must speak in terms which will be understood in the dictionary sense of the language used. Otherwise, they may create a wrong impression about the teachings of Christian Science and render themselves liable to be charged with having lied. Christian Science Sentinel, September 18, 1909. Archibald McLellan's. Materialists are most readily led to God along the line of least resistance, and should be shown in a way they understand most easily, that matter is not a solid, indestructible thing, but a fleeting, evanescent belief of which scientific men admit they know practically nothing, and named electricity. This has now been discovered to be simply an elementary false impression of the Christ, God's spiritual manifestation. They have to be shown that the material veil can be caused to entirely disappear simply by short-circuiting it, when there is nothing material left mathematically, philosophically, or logically. Mathematically, we know that if a thing ever was nothing, or ever becomes nothing, it cannot possibly ever be anything, however much it appears to be something. When one shows not only that matter is electricity, and merely due to action of the tension of lines of force acting upon themselves, that is to say, that matter is a manifestation of thought, or thought made visible, it is quite easy for people to understand how the only method of working with any chance of permanent success is in the way that Mrs. Eddy has been pointing out for the last 40 years. The technical terms here made use of are in common usage and appeal to the average materialist, enabling him to see that Mrs. Eddy, when speaking of matter, uses metaphysical terms in place of those that he understands and uses. Here let me quote her words. As a literature, Christian metaphysics is hampered by the lack of proper terms in which to express what it means. Misk. Writ. p. 366, line 1. As human thought changes, error will be no longer used in stating truth. Science and Health. p. 125, line 12, and p. 126 degrees line 2. The time for this change has surely come. Now that the constitution of matter is understood, the statements of unfolding truth will become easier to express. Once you can shake the fundamental basis upon which a materialist founds all his theories, he at once reconsiders his position and gladly turns to the study of the Bible and Mrs. Eddy's explanatory writings as the only way by which he can emerge from the seeming difficulties that he now admittedly cannot solve. I shake not the earth the theories of the natural scientists only, but also heaven the ideas of the spiritual workers. And this word signifieth the removing of those things that are shaken, as of things that are made, that those things which cannot 40 be shaken may remain. Hebrews 12:26-27. And I will shake all nations, and the desire of all nations shall come, and I will fill this house with glory, saith the Lord of hosts. Haggai 2:7. Knowledge of God is necessary. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. Isaiah 11:9. The term Christian Science relates especially to science as applied to humanity. Science and Health, p. 127, line 15. Mary Baker Eddy. It is the science of God and man, and the only true knowledge is the knowledge of the ideal or real world. To obtain this thorough knowledge of the real world, not only is it essential that what matter claims to be should be comprehended, but the underlying causes and the forces that claim to be at work must be uncovered. Is God the principle of all science, or only of divine or Christian science? All true science represents a moral and spiritual force, which holds the earth in its orbit. This force is spirit, rudimental divine science, p. 4 Mary Baker Eddy. Science often suffers blame through the sheer ignorance of people, while envy and hatred bark and bite at its heels. No and Yes, p. 43 Mary Baker Eddy. Knowledge of evil is necessary. The proper knowledge of evil and its subtle workings is indispensable. To know the what, when, and how of error destroys error. The error that is seen aright as error has received its death blow, but never until then. Mary Baker Eddy. Study and practical work in Christian Science speedily bring error to the surface and give a new and more correct apprehension of its nature and pretenses, its asserted laws and modus operandi. It is necessary that evil's progeny be thus recognized before it can be destroyed, and it is equally important that they be destroyed as soon as recognized. Watching versus Watching Out, Christian Science Sentinel, September 16, 1905. J.B. Willis. Mrs. Eddy, in a letter to the Sentinel of the following week, emphasizing the absolute necessity of careful and ceaseless watch upon one's thoughts, writes, does not the textbook of Christian Science, Science and Health, with key to the Scriptures, read on page 252, a knowledge of error and of its operations must precede that understanding of truth which destroys error. Only by uncovering error can we thoroughly deal with and destroy the evil that is at work in the material so-called world. In the words of Mrs. Eddy, I would repeat today, those who deny my wisdom or right to expose error are either willing participants in wrong, afraid of its supposed power, or ignorant of it. Mrs. Eddy is most emphatic on this point. She says, many are willing to open the eyes of the people to the power of good resident in divine mind, but they are not so willing to point out the evil in human thought and expose evil's hidden so-called mental ways of accomplishing iniquity. Why this backwardness, since exposure is necessary to ensure the avoidance of the evil? Science and Health, p. 570, line 30. She also says, the visible universe declares the invisible only by reversion. Misk. Writ. p. 218, line 5 also. The use of a lie is that it unwittingly confirms truth when handled by Christian science, which reverses false testimony and gains a knowledge of God from opposite facts or phenomena. Unity of Good, p. 36. Mrs. Eddy makes it perfectly clear that every detail of evil has to be understood and laid bare. Under the marginal reference, fallacious hypotheses, she writes, science must go over the whole ground and dig up every seed of errors sowing. Science and Health, p. 79, line 9. She points out the care with which this exposure has to be made and says that it must be done sooner or later. This uncovering and punishing of sin will come at some date to the rescue of humanity. Have mortals, with the penetration of soul, searched the secret chambers of sense? I never knew a student who fully understood my instructions on this point of handling evil as to just how this should be done and carried out my ideal. If spiritual sense is not dominant in a student, he will not understand all your instructions. New Commandment, Misc. Writ, p. 293, line 6, p. 292, line 25, p. 293, line 14. Says, mortals must first open their eyes to all the elusive forms, methods, and subtleties of error, in order that the illusion error may be destroyed. Retrospection and Introspection, p. 64, line 26. She also has said, our time, means, and health are required for the fuller investigation of this subject, to teach right, establish practices for students, or halt, perhaps, at measures to be adopted because of persecution. Midnight foretells the dawn, and the wise men of old were led by spiritual vision to foretell the hour of truth. But what shepherd sage today, seeing the light, beholding a solitary star, is allowed to explain the darkness? Science and Health, First edition, pp. 455 and 108. Again, she says, led by a solitary star amid the darkness, the Magi of old foretold the messiahship of truth. Is the wise man of today believed when he beholds the light which heralds Christ's eternal dawn and describes its effulgence? Science and Health, p. 95, line 23. The fulfillment of the above prophecies has brought the knowledge that such investigations and needful explanations could only be made as man finds his rightful dominion over evil of every kind. When a man understands evil, he has no fear of it. Mrs. Eddy points out that his Jesus's earthly mission was to translate substance into its original meaning, mind, misc. Writ, p. 74, line 15. We must not expect to get an accurate knowledge of the real spiritual world if we do not understand the elusive pretense of a material world. Jesus said to Nicodemus, if I have told you earthly things, and ye believe not, how shall ye believe? If I tell you of heavenly things? John 3:12. Mrs. Eddy says, as mortals do not comprehend even mortal existence, how ignorant must they be of the all-knowing mind and of his creations. If you wish to know the spiritual fact, you can discover it by reversing the material fable, be the fable pro or con, be it in accord with your preconceptions or utterly contrary to them. Science and Health, p. 187, line 3, and p. 129, line 7. But how can you possibly expect to gain knowledge of the spiritual by reversing the material, if your knowledge of the material is inaccurate? To destroy the human belief in its own theories is to strike a fatal blow at their power to harm. To do this thoroughly, an accurate knowledge of what it claims to be is essential. Mrs. Eddy in Science and Health points out the value of understanding its false basis, that is, what it claims to be. Mortal mind is ignorant of self, or it could never be self-deceived, p. 186, line 28. As mortal mind is the husbandman of error, it should be taught to do the body no harm and to uproot its false sowing, p. 180, line 2. Speaking of the transient potency of drugs, she also says, these lessons are useful. They should naturally and genuinely change our basis From Sensation to Christian Science, p. 370, line 28. Mrs. Eddy says, in Retrospection and Introspection, p. 55, let us follow the example of Jesus, the master metaphysician, and gain sufficient knowledge of error to destroy it with truth. She also says, the looms of crime, hidden in the dark recesses of mortal thought, are every hour weaving webs more complicated and subtle. Science and Health, p. 102, line 18. These are the rulers of the darkness of this world, and the spiritual wickedness in high places, spoken of in Ephesians 6, where each of us has his work to do, and it is fortunate that some are found that can handle such wickedness without any fear. These have to know evil aright, misc. Writ, p. 108, line 16. Mary Baker Eddy, understand every detail of its action in order to prevent succumbing its serpent's sting. The diabolism of suppositional evil at work in the name of good is a lie, misc. Writ, p. 334, line 18. Mary Baker Eddy, we have to face this evil, to have the courage of our convictions, however much we are misunderstood and reviled. God will lead us if we are doing our work properly, and no ignorance or other form of evil can check the work or harm us. Herein is our love made perfect, that we may have boldness in the day of judgment. 1 John 4:17. Fortunately, we can retire into the kingdom of God that is within, the secret place of the Most High, and there, secure in the love of God, knowing what we really are, destroy every false and lying thought that tempts us to believe in this so-called evil. John follows on after the previous quotation by saying, because as he is, so are we in this world. And then should a man wrap his soul in this, even in the great love of God, and clothe himself therewith as with a garment, and should account thence all things alike, because in the creature he finds nothing that can give him without God the least satisfaction, and because also nothing of harm can touch him more, while he remains in this love, the which indeed is stronger in all things, and makes a man thence invulnerable both from within and without, by taking out the sting and poison of the creature, and destroying the power of death. Such a man gets nearer favor than the world is able to bestow upon him. He hath God for his friend, he hath all his angels for his friends. In all dangers and necessities these protect and relieve him, so that he need fear no manner of evil, no creature can hurt him. Nay, but he gets the hearts of all his good friends into his possession, and loses none but his enemies, who before loved his vanity and wickedness. For all the children of God are but one in Christ, which one is Christ in all, so that he can have no want of spiritual friends and relations. These are friends worth having. So in like manner, those who love truth and righteousness will love that man. Yet they cannot resist being of one mind with him, and being united in affection for the great regard they bear to the truth, which shines forth in his words and in his life, by which they are made either his declared or his secret friends. And he doth so get their hearts, as they will be delighted above all things in his company, for the sake thereof, and will court his friendship, and will come unto him by stealth, if openly they dare not, for the benefit of his conversation and advice, even as Nicodemus did unto Christ, who came to him by night, and in his heart loved Jesus for the truth's sake, though outwardly he feared the world. And thus thou shalt have many friends that are not known to thee, and some known to thee, who may not appear so before the world. Jacob Boehme. This took place in the past amongst the early Christians, and is being repeated today in the life experience of both men and women in the advanced field of Christian Science. It bears on its face its tale of fear, and in these enlightened days should be a thing of the past. It can only continue until greater knowledge dispels the night of ignorance, which tries to hide the truth. On the other hand, the lack of moral courage evinced by such learners, being fatal to rapid advance, should be lovingly rebuked by all true friends. They are slaves who dare not be in the right with 2 or 3, Lowell. Charity is necessary. JF, thou hast anything of good, believe still better things of others, that thou mayest preserve humility. Thomas Kempis. Courtesy is the sister of charity, by which hatred is extinguished and love is cherished. St. Francis of Assisi. All of those who know the history of Mrs. Eddy and value aright her reiterated teachings refrain from breaking the golden rule, and if differing from what they hear or what they read of another, substitute silence for censure and rely upon the mental work. Do thou hold thy tongue for one day. On the morrow see how much clearer are thy purposes and duties. Carlyle. This silent work either destroys that which might at first appear a menace to Christian science, or, if right, alters the first false impression of it. Shakespeare says, virtue itself escapes not calumnious strokes, and those who through ignorance pass on untruths, and those who for want of sufficient protection of themselves start untruths through misunderstanding, will be helped by the following words of our leader. Envy or abuse of him who, having a new idea or a more spiritual understanding of God, hastens to help on his fellow mortals, is neither Christian nor science. If a postal service, a steam engine, a submarine cable, a wireless telegraph, each in turn has helped mankind, how much more is accomplished when the race is helped onward by a new old message from God, even the knowledge of salvation from sin, disease, and death. Message from the Mother Church. In 1902, p. 11, line 10, Mary Baker Eddy, Jesus said, "Forbid him not, for he that is not against us is for us." Luke 9:50. Let us honor Christianity wherever it be found, and however imperfectly presented. Whatever in love's name is truly done to free the bound and lift the fallen one is done to Christ. Whoso in deed and word is not against him labors for our Lord. Whittier. Whenever there is a feeling of censure, however merited, we know that there is a wrong thought that has to be destroyed, and the mental work must be done in our own consciousness. It is there the evil lies. Mrs. Eddy writes, "No personal considerations should allow any root of bitterness to spring up between Christian scientists, nor cause any misapprehension as to the motives of others. We must love our enemies and continue to do so unto the end. By the love of God, we can cancel error in our own hearts and blot it out of others." T recommend that scientists draw no lines whatever between one person and another, but think, speak, teach, and write the truth of Christian science without reference to right or wrong personality in this field of labor. We should endeavor to be long-suffering, faithful, and charitable with all. To this small effort, let us add one more privilege, namely, silence whenever it can substitute censure. Avoid voicing error, but utter the truth of God and the beauty of holiness, the joy of love, and the peace of God that passeth all understanding. This one thing can be done, and should be let your opponents alone, and use no influence to prevent their legitimate action from their own standpoint of experience, knowing, as you should, that God will well regenerate and separate wisely and finally, whereas you may err in effort and lose your fruition. No and Yes, pp. 7-9. Blanche Hogg writes, "If Christian scientists in their work together dwell upon those things in which they concur, their diverging viewpoints concerning non-essentials will soon slip into secondary importance and unity will prevail." Upon this matter, John Ruskin in The Mystery of Life and Its Arts uses words both plain and strong. He writes, "Whenever in any religious faith, dark or bright, we allow our minds to dwell upon the points in which we differ from other people, we are wrong. And in the devil's power. At every moment of our lives, we should be trying to find out, not in what we differ from other people, but in what we agree with them. Push at it together. You cannot quarrel in a side-by-side push. But the moment that even the best men stop pushing and begin talking, they mistake their pugnacity for piety, and it is all over. There is so much bad in the best of us, and so much good in the worst of us, that it ill behoves any of us to find fault with the rest of us. R. L. Stevenson. To complain of the exposure of electrical theories, and at the same time, through fear, to systematically avoid the seemingly destructive action of electricity in a charged electric wire, is a mere exposure of the ignorant assent generally given to the hidden physical working and the so-called laws of matter, until their whole detail is recognized as a bald imposition. Again, to complain of the exposure of an accurate, basic theory put forward as a necessary method of cutting away the false authority of material phenomena, an exposure essential to the destruction of a belief in it, and to complain of the use of a man's knowledge of God for the better performance of everyday details, and at the same time to take advantage of every material condition, such as the electric telegraph and the electric railway, is the hypocrisy of ignorance. Such individuals mistakenly advertising their want of knowledge, with the object of being of use to their fellow men by exposing what they think is ignorance of true science, are unaware of the danger of the intensification of material thoughts and conditions by their own seemingly harmless use, and even dependence upon these material phenomena, instead of the implicit reliance, even in trifles, on God alone, up to the fullest extent of their knowledge. A tame submission to the seeming laws and limitations of matter is simply evidence of the mesmerized condition under which the individual labors. Fortunately, however, we live and learn, and a man's statements in the past are no criterion of his knowledge, and therefore spirituality in the present. Mrs. Eddy writes, "Why I loved Christians of the old sort was I could not help loving them. Full of charity and good works, busy about their master's business, they had no time or desire to defame their fellow men. Their convictions were honest, and they lived them, and the sermons their lives preached caused me to love their doctrines." Message, 1901, p. 32, lines 7-15. He who has suffered from intolerance is the first to be intolerant. Christian Healing, p. 11, line 14. The original text of the Bible defines devil as accuser, calumniator. Therefore, according to Holy Writ, these qualities are objectionable and ought not to proceed from the individual. Message, 1901, p. 16, line 16. Mary Baker Eddy, we should draw no lines whatever between persons, lest we be as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. 1 Corinthians 13:1. It is the healing power of truth that is persecuted today, the spirit of divine love, and Christ Jesus possessed it, practiced it, and taught his followers to do likewise. Message, 1901, Mary Baker Eddy. It was the self-righteousness of the Pharisees that crucified him, and this same self-righteousness is vainly beating its head today against a rock, the rapidly spreading knowledge of God. Anomalous though it may seem, I have no doubt that Jesus was shunned and deemed a bad man at the period of his public labors, by all, save the few unpretentious ones whose Christianity enabled them to understand him. Science and Health, 1st edition, p. 131, Mary Baker Eddy. TT is the persistent tendency to judge, criticize, and impugn the motives and purposes of others which has come down to us from the old thought, that often prevents us from meeting the demands of true ethics. We are certainly departing from true right conduct under any rule of ethics when we set ourselves up as the judges of the conduct or motives of others to criticize and condemn, when we are able to see scientifically the perfect man and view our brother's shortcomings, as we conceive we see them, as the operation of uncontrolled evil, then we shall have made a great stride towards true ethics, Judge J.D. Works. Judge not according to the appearance, but judge righteous judgment. John 7:24. Beware of jealousy. When the Pharisees saw Jesus do such deeds of mercy, they went away and took counsel how they might remove him. Plus, Mary Baker Eddy. Jealousy is the tyrant that proved the undoing of the scribes and Pharisees in all their dealings with Jesus. The mischief of jealousy, manifold and fruitful, extends widely. It is the root of all evils, the fountain of disasters, the nursery of crimes, the material of transgressions. Thence arise hatreds, thence proceed animosities. The mischief is much more trifling, the danger less, the cure easy. Where the wound is manifest, but the wounds of jealousy are hidden and secret, nor do they admit of the remedy of a healing cure, since they have shut themselves in blind suffering within the lurking places of the conscience. Whoever you are that are envious or malignant, observe how crafty, mischievous, and hateful you are to those you hate. Yet you are the enemy of no one's well-being more than your own. Whoever he is whom you persecute with jealousy, he can evade and escape you. You cannot escape from yourself. Wherever you may be, your adversary is with you. Your enemy is always within your own breast. Your mischief is shut up within you. You are captive under the tyranny of jealousy. Cyprian. 250 A.D. Beware of no man more than of yourself. We carry our worst enemies within us. John Plowman. How thankful we should be to realize that all now necessary to attain perfect freedom from this tyrant is to recognize its absolute non-reality and open our mind to the ever-active divine principle, love, and so manifest love in all dealings with our fellow man. When false thoughts attack through so-called individuals, it is merely the call to still higher work in bearing our brother's burden. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God. 2 Corinthians 10:4. We must both live and let God choose his own time. The science of man and the universe is on the way purifying all. All evil that comes into our consciousness has to be destroyed in that self-same consciousness. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. 2 Corinthians 10:3. If we fail to destroy in our own consciousness such wrong thoughts concerning individuals, we have to recognize that it is merely through want of sufficient of the love that our Master and his beloved disciple pointed out as the foundation of all law. Love thyself last, cherish those hearts that hate thee. Shakespeare. Draw the curtain of night upon injuries, shut them up in the tower of oblivion, and let them be as though they had not been. Bacon. If we are living Christian Science throughout the day, neither criticism nor untruths about us can possibly harm us in the slightest, but must infallibly result in our additional purification and help through the impersonal work of all true scientists who hear the statements of error. Blessed are ye, when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceeding glad. Matthew 5:11-12. In Mrs. Eddy's letter to the General Association of Teachers of October 21, 1903, she says that we must work midst clouds of wrong, injustice, envy, hate, and wait on God, the strong deliverer, who will reward righteousness and punish iniquity. Work is the first chapter trademark of human life. God is the conclusion. Sri Ramakrishna, copyright. If God be for us, who can be against us? All things work. King Henry, Roman 8. Together for good to them that love God, to them who are the TF. You launch your bark upon the ever-agitated but healthful waters of truth, you will encounter storms. Your good will be evil spoken of. This is the cross. Take it up and bear it, for through it you win, and perchance, unrecognized in the house of so-called mortal mind, wear the crown. Pilgrim on earth, thy home is heaven, stranger, or thou art the guest of God. Science and Health, p. 254, line 27. Mary Baker, Eddies. The grave clothes of the letter. For if after they have escaped the pollutions of the world through the knowledge of the Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ, they are again entangled therein, and overcome, the latter end is worse with them than the beginning. For it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness, than, after they have known it, to turn from the holy commandment. The law of love, the new commandment, 2 Peter 2, 20, 21. The knowledge of the letter is the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. Ephesians 6, 17. If the students of the letter of the great law of mind, eternal good, break the new commandment and are not loving to their fellow man, but imagine evil of their neighbor, being held in fetters by the dead body of science, pulseless, cold, inanimate, their sword shall enter into their own heart. Psalm 37, 15. These we must help impersonally when we think of them. Mrs. Eddy says, such so-called scientists will strain out gnats while they swallow the camels of bigoted pedantry. Science and Health, p. 366, line 19. Right throughout history, we find exemplified the truth of the statement, the letter killeth, but the Spirit giveth life. 2 Corinthians 3, 6. The more the statements of truth are enunciated without the essential spiritual realization and consequent human sympathy, the more deadly the result upon a human being if, through ignorance, off his guard, and upon the self-righteous lawgiver. The reason for this is, not that the statement of truth can possibly do any harm, but when the mechanism of the human mind has not given place to the divine mind, plus, and the human endeavor to enforce what it considers God's law by the exercise of human willpower, instead of by the destruction of the evil that lies at the root of all wrong thinking and doing, then the innocent, ignorant one and the Pharisaical law enforcer both suffer in proportion to the violence of the attack of personal evil. This is the use of the letter of truth by the spirit of evil, evil working in the name of good, producing an illusory, positive wrong and negative right. Verbal statements of God's power, cloaking the wrong thoughts behind, are the sword of evil, counterfeiting the two-edged sword of truth, which morally slays the individual using it, bringing on him troubles innumerable, until, learning his lesson, he bears his brother's burden by reversing all evil thoughts of man, and knowing only the truth, that man is in reality spiritual and good. The essence of Christianity lies in the words of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount, all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. For this is the law and the prophets. Matthew 7:12. Mrs. Eddy writes, the teacher of mind healing who is not a Christian in the highest sense is constantly sowing the seeds of discord and disease. Even the truth he speaks is more or less blended with error, and thus error will spring up in the so-called mind of his pupil. The pupil's imperfect knowledge will lead to weakness in practice, and he will be a poor practitioner, if not a malpractitioner. The basis of malpractice is in erring human will, rudimental divine science, p. 9, line 3. Then said Jesus, I am the door of the sheep, John 10, verse 7, when once the master of the house is risen up, and hath shut to the door, that is, when night cometh and no man can work, and ye those who have learned the scientific truth that all is mind, and should then bury the morale of Christian science in the grave clothes of the letter begin to stand without, and to knock at the door, saying, Lord, Lord, open unto us. And he shall answer and say unto you, I know you not whence ye are. Then shall ye begin to say, We have eaten and drunk in thy presence, and thou hast taught in our streets. But he shall say, I tell you, I know you not whence ye are. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth, when ye shall see Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and all the prophets in the kingdom of God, and you yourselves thrust out. Behold, there are last which shall be first, and there are first which shall be last. Luke 13:25-28-30. Take heed. It is unhappily needful to warn those seeking for the better knowledge of God, and that wisely come to those who rely upon the writings of Mrs. Eddy to explain the teachings of the Bible against appealing for help to anyone who is found to habitually speak against any person or persons, or to attach evil to their fellow man in thought or word. Whatever their claims to a true knowledge of Christian science may be, and however much they are trying to help their fellow man, this judgment of another stamps them as wholly disqualified to teach, or even practice, the healing of sickness with any safety to those with whom they come in contact. Mrs. Eddy says, it is important to know that a malpractice of the best system will result in the worst form of medicine, Christian Science, MISC, Writ, p. 233, line 1. She also says, better suffer a doctor infected with smallpox to attend you than to be treated mentally by one who does not obey the requirements of divine science. Science and Health, p. 235, line 4. And again, the greatest hindrance this science can meet will arise from backsliding students, those claiming to practice it who do not adhere to its moral obligations. Science and Health, 1st edition, p. 429. Results of healing in some cases apparently follow their efforts, but these are due to the recognition of truth by the patient, who is healed by the impersonal truth. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name have cast out devils, and in thy name done many wonderful works? And then will I profess unto them, I never knew you, depart from me, ye that work iniquity. Matthew 7:22-23. Even the formal declaration of truth on the part of the would-be healer, met by the spiritual receptivity of the patient, demonstrates the unfailing action of the omnipotent principle which, when either the letter or the spirit is absent, merely shines as a glorious, but unrecognized, presence over a troubled world. At the same time, the patient cannot escape contamination through association with an infected human instrument. Beginners so taught, instead of shrinking with horror at this deadly sin of attaching evil to their fellow men, get careless, and at last actually excuse such guilt, on the ground that they are only telling you the position or only letting you know about such and such persons, so that you can keep away from them and warn others to do the same. This is exactly the reverse of what has to be done in fulfillment of the golden rule, the law of love, and therefore the law of life. Not the least of the dangers threatening the would-be searchers is that, in very human gratitude for the initial physical benefit received, they are liable to be held for a further interval under this dangerous influence. A slight divergence is fatal in science, rudimental divine science, p. 17. Mary Baker Eddy. On the other hand, if the helper obeys the golden rule in thought and word, however slight his knowledge of the latter, some good must, and no harm can, possibly result. This practical charity is the signet of the true and safe worker. Criticism is the danger signal. Love is the beacon light that infallibly guides us into the safe harbor of science, where holiness, health, and happiness alone are found. Oh, be swift to love, make haste to be kind. Amiel. While the slanderer will offer many excuses for voicing evil concerning persons, the true worker knows that this is only justifiable when in treatment the evil is uncovered for the purposes of destruction, either audibly or silently, then and there. He also knows the absolute futility of any human attempt to oppose the action of God and rests securely upon this knowledge. Personality is the bane of mental workers. Whether a person is a saint or a devil is no business of ours. We, in any case, have to keep our thoughts off him if we wish to avoid harming ourselves and making things worse. He who worships man is neither Jew, Christian, nor Mohammedan, and cannot but become debased and degraded. He who worships man with all his imperfections and his weaknesses cannot but deaden the spark of divinity placed within him by a higher power. H. Weinstock. We have to form a right estimate of God's idea, and only Christian Science can enable us to gain this scientific knowledge. John records the reproof that followed his personal worship before the feet of the angel, which showed him the truth. See thou do it not, for I am thy fellow servant. Worship God. Revelation 22:9. Many have not yet recognized that, when a person appears to be harming us mentally, physically, or otherwise, it is only impersonal evil making him a channel. It is he that has to be pitied and protected. If we do our work properly, the evil cannot harm us. Retaliating or even feeling antagonistic is not scientific. If a man threw a stone at us, we would not blame and punish the stone. It is the evil that has to be dealt with and destroyed by right thinking. Condemn the fault and not the actor of it. T. Shakespeare. Safety is at hand. Christian Science appeals loudly to those asleep upon the hilltops of Zion. T. Mary Baker Eddy. The time is close upon us when there will be no mistaking the true worker for the false. Both may be trying to do their best, the latter often failing through want of love. Cast not your pearls before the unwise, but with increased power and patience press on. The fight is against an effort to enthrone matter, to enthrone self. Pride is the death's head at the feast of love, but Christianity is ever storming sin in its citadels. Principle will always demonstrate where the clearest channel for truth can be found. Unselfed love is an unfailing sign, and the earnest seeker can never fail for lack of right direction if he turns solely to principle. Mrs. Eddy writes, "Wheresoever you recognize a clear expression of God's likeness, there abide in confidence and hope." Note, Pulpit and Press, p. 21, line 24, and again, only a firm foundation in truth can give a fearless wing and sure reward. Message, 1901. The Christ is made manifest by demonstration, and love alone heals sickness and sin. Therefore, come what may, hold fast to love. We win by tenderness, we conquer by forgiveness. F. W. Robertson. The divinity of the Christ was made manifest in the humanity of Jesus. Science and Health, p. 25, line 31, Mary Baker Eddy. Although an accurate declaration of truth is better than a declaration of error, it requires the spirit of truth and love to demonstrate omnipotence, and nothing less can save humanity. Plus, we have to recognize that throughout the history of religious experiences, we find that those previously persecuted, when lifted into a position of eminence by the action of God, if not continually protecting themselves properly by true prayer, become the target of evil thoughts, which are always trying to find a joint in the spiritual armor. A victim of personality, they in turn become the persecutors, condemning and maligning those who put forward a more spiritual view of life and practice more closely the teachings of our Master. In this fast approaching end of evil, we cannot expect the world to be free from the Pharisaism and its attendant envy and jealousy that made the so-called Christians of Constantine persecute those of northern Africa, because they refused to accept forms and ceremonies for the worship of the one God and the realization of the living Christ. The day when the cry of heretic was potent to stir up the passionate superstitions of unthinking crowds has passed away. The world is recognizing that the heresy of yesterday is always the orthodoxy of tomorrow. The same spirit accused Jesus of blasphemy, dismissed Paul as a pestilent fellow, decried Wycliffe as a forger of lies, and claimed Luther was a drunken friar. Frederick Dixon. What applied to the Orthodox Church 20 years ago applies to the leading spiritual church today. Excommunication without the slightest chance of defense, the constant dissemination of untruths of every kind, so vile in many cases as to be their own undoing, the warning against persons of beginners, up to that time aglow with the beauty and worth of the right understanding of God and man, the stoppage of the teaching of others, and then even of free speech, and finally, of access to the material church, the secret espionage, and later the open watching and waiting, the searching of private letters to obtain evidence of wrong statements. All these occurring today are only repetitions of what has occurred in the past, and probably, until they read this, those persecuting are just as certain that they are doing what is right as the bitterest exponents of the hellish system of the Inquisition. John 16:2-3. Impossible as this latter triumvirate of evil may seem, it is only a recurrence of the usual Pharisaical methods wherever the letter of religion is divorced from the spirit. And they watched him and sent forth spies, which should feign themselves just men, that they might take hold of his words, that so they might deliver him unto the power and authority of the governor. Luke 20:20. Even in this position, we find our instructions from him who was called to meet the same injustice, and who in the culminating moments of his human agony was able to say, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Luke 23:34. Truth needs no champions. In the infinite deep of everlasting soul her strength abides. J. R. Lowell. Bearing the above facts in mind, let each one, trying to understand and live Christian science, examine his inmost thoughts and see whether there is any criticism, any thought of others not being correct exponents of truth. If you find these devilish thoughts attacking the temple of the Holy Ghost, beware. Humbly in prayer, silence the lie, realize God's man, and prayerfully and tearfully turn to God, certain that this recognition of the evil is its uncovering, and this uncovering is its destruction, and the relegation forever to outer darkness of such futile efforts to delay truth's progress. The arrow that doth wound the dove darts not from those who watch and love. Mary Baker Eddy. The world now, awakening eager-eyed, listens with bated breath and heart throbs deep to the wondrous unfolding story of ever-living man. Man that is the love, the love of God. The wolf in sheep's clothing. Right throughout the history of Christianity, before Jesus the Christ, our great master and exemplar, bathed in his love a slumbering world, we find cursed paganism, guised under the cloak of the letter of Christianity, lying in wait in high places for messengers of truth. This wolf in sheep's clothing lies hidden in lowest haunts of rocky barren hills, with troubled hungry lambs and anxious sheep around. These eager infants and aged seekers, anxious, because ignorant, evil lures from holy pastures of joyous advancing thoughts by means of cruel lies. This spiritual wickedness, murderous reptile, in its final and most dangerous form, more subtle than any beast of the field, Genesis 3:1, is present in high places, Satan's final stronghold. Ephesians 6:12. Copyright. Paul says, "For I know this, that after my departing shall grievous wolves enter in among you, not sparing the flock." Acts 20:29. Jesus said, "Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves." Matthew 7:15. O friendly hand, keep back thy offerings from asps and apes, from wolves in sheep's clothing and all ravenous beasts. Love such specimens of mortality just enough to reform them and transform them, if it be possible, and then look out for their stings and jaws and claws. But thank God and take courage that you desire to help even such as these, a Crus Salus Misc. Writ. p. 294, line 17. Mary Baker Eddy. Romans 3:13. Whilst the leader is alive, Such leader, protected by deep systematic right thinking, bears the brunt of the unseen so-called mental attack, and the sheep and lambs hardly recognize what is being done for them. This bearing the sin of many is the joy of all spiritual leaders in every district. Great is the honor of such leaders, for sweet are the uses of adversity. On the departure of this leader, those most advanced have to bear this attack. Where the knowledge has been imbibed and the lessons put into practice, such attack merely lifts the worker into still loftier regions, close to God's right hand, and from the region of this holy mountain, the two-edged sword of truth ends evil's claim to reality and power. Those whose claim to the title Christian Scientist rests only on the letter find that evil gets the upper hand, and stings and jaws and claws are evident. Thank God, they only mark the coming end of all such devilish, so-called thoughts. Christ and Christmas. C/F is the only prison that can ever bind the soul, plus love is the only angel that can bid the gates unroll. Henry Van Dyke. In Mrs. Eddy's pictorial prophecy of the latter-day uncovering of error in high places, the position has been clearly defined and set out in full detail. In illustration of No. 11 of this poem may be seen a giant personality guarding the door as of a prison, a veritable cave of ignorance, lest truth enter and dismiss forever from authority both male and female of mortal conception. You may know when first truth lades by the fewness and faithfulness of its followers. Thus it is that the march of time bears onward freedom's banner. The powers of this world will fight and will command their sentinels not to let truth pass the guard until it subscribes to their systems. But science, heeding not the pointed bayonet, marches on. There is always some tumult, but there is a rallying to truth's standard. Science and Health, p. 225, line 5. Mary Baker Eddy. Love easily passes in unseen between such blind sentinels, and from out the cave of ignorance is heard a father-glad response to a glorious unseen leader's command. Let the sentinels of Zion's watchtowers shout once again, unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given. Misk. Writ. p. 370, line 12. Mary Baker Eddy. Never again can the door be closed by ignorance in an assembly of enlightened humanity. Any unchristian regulations that would infringe on the human right of free speech and free entry into and enjoyment of the services of a scientific and religious church assembly would be obviously in direct contradiction to and an exhibition of disloyalty to the teachings of the discoverer and founder of the Church of Christ Scientist. To perpetuate a cold distance between our denomination and other sects and close the door on church or individuals, however much this is done to us, is not Christian Science. Note, Pulpit and Press, p. 21, line 20. Strive above all things to obey our leader's express command, and always to leave each student free to follow upwards individual convictions, and avoid the guilt of attempting to deprive him of his divine rights of the freedom of the sons of God, and so to unwittingly fight against God and cloud the glorious view unfolding, which blesses each and all. Self-abnegation is demanded from us up to the last, if we would not delay the fulfillment of our own dearest hopes and reap the inevitable punishment that awaits all those who crucify the Christ idea and hold it up to scorn, leaving the dark pall of ignorance to cloud a suffering world. Christ is the living life, the love of love that lifts the church that is within, the love that we have. To build, that is, develop for our fellow men, when high above all sense of vicious personality, it shines a blazing beacon light, a guide for infancy and ignorance, till lifted up by love's demands, all see the truth and all are free. The manner and period of the end. Then shall the deep pit of judgments lay open before the region of consolation, and the furnace of hell appear before the paradise of joy. And the day of judgment shall be equal to the space of 7 years. 2 Esdras 7, between verses 35 and 36, in Revised Version by T. J. Hussey, D.D. Recognizing that the channel through which false thought attacks cannot escape the divine penalty incurred by this crime, the true worker, leaving his opponents alone to God's fiat, material self-extinction, with Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, Luke 23:34, will rise to a sense of his unity with the Father. I and the Father are one, Rev. Ver. John 10:30 said the Master, and knowing the only real forgiveness, will realize that we are the love of love, and will let an overwhelming sense of his divine prerogative wipe out all traces of the devil's work. This impersonalizes the error and frees the unfortunate victim. So only do we really love our brother and fulfill the whole law, finding then that there is no attack and consequently no channel and no victim, for there is nothing but God and his manifestation. I remain faithfully yours, F. L. Rawson. Should any hesitate to accept the truth put forward in this book for the benefit of the world in general, the advice of Gamaliel the Pharisee should be prayerfully considered. Refrain from these men and let them alone, for if this counsel or this work be of men, it will come to naught. But if it be of God, he cannot overthrow it, lest haply ye be found even to fight against God. Acts 5:38-39. 'Twill stand upon my watch, and set me upon the tower, and will watch to see what he will say unto me, and what I shall answer when I equals am reproved. And the Lord answered me, and said, Write the vision, and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak, and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry. Habakkuk 2:1-3. As for the truth, it endureth and is always strong. It liveth and conquereth for evermore. And all the people then shouted and said, Great is truth, and mighty above all things. 1 Esdras 4:38-41.